This page is the dynamic cover of a year-end and New Year's special issue, celebrating the transition from one year to the next with a huge volume of content. Front and center is a striking render of a character, strongly suggesting a major feature on Dead or Alive 3, which is explicitly listed among the Xbox titles covered. The magazine positions itself as supporting all hardware, a point emphasized on the left side. Headlining the special features is a segment dedicated to game creators, including a look back at the past year and New Year's greetings from game makers for 2002. A highly anticipated interview features a legendary cross-company discussion between Shigeru Miyamoto of Nintendo and Shinji Mikami of Capcom, promising insights into the future of gaming. The issue also boasts a scoop on major upcoming titles like Guilty Gear XX and Cyber Troopers Virtua Force. Various platforms are covered, including PlayStation 2 with titles like Virtua Fighter 4 and Final Fantasy XE, Dreamcast with Space Channel 5 Part 2 and Rez, and Xbox features like Jet Set Radio Future and Air Force Delta 2. The magazine also delves into PSC gaming and arcade information, presenting a robust package for gamers looking forward to the year ahead. This page features a prominent advertisement for a highly anticipated entry in the Mystery Dungeon RPG series, specifically, Shiren the Wanderer Gaiden. Swordswoman Asuka arrives, making its debut on the Dreamcast. Known for their incredible replayability, these games challenge players to navigate ever-changing dungeons. The ad highlights the game's core appeal with the phrase, "The mysterious dungeon RPG, you can play 1,000 times." Emphasizing the procedural generation and challenging gameplay loop. A fierce-looking female warrior, Asuka, the protagonist, is pictured alongside a smaller companion, ready for adventure. A key focus of this Dreamcast release is the integration of network features, adding new layers of fun. These include the Wanderer Rescue Team system, allowing players to be rescued by others if they collapse in a dungeon, a national Wanderer ranking to check and compare player skill, and the ability to obtain rare weapons and items, likely through online interaction or events. Screenshots show the classic top-down perspective and tile-based movement, familiar to fans of the genre, depicting combat text and character stats. The page also promotes a high-score campaign, offering a special Proof of a True Wanderer to the top players, encouraging competitive play. This looks like a solid addition to the Dreamcast library for fans of challenging, roguelike experiences with added online capabilities. The next page is a vibrant full-page advertisement for Shiren the Wanderer Gaiden. Swordswoman Asuka arrives on the Dreamcast, featuring a stunning illustration of the protagonist, Asuka, and her companion. It highlights the game's title, platform, release date of February 7, 2002, and price. This page is the table of contents for the issue, detailing the various features and game coverage inside. The main highlights include a large special feature titled Going into the Year 2002, which covers all hardware and includes New Year's greetings from creators and game makers. There's also a special discussion featuring Nintendo's Shigeru Miyamoto and Capcom's Shinji Mikami. Another significant section focuses on the GameCube, specifically discussing the card e-reader. There's also a special interview looking at Capcom's new visual phenomenon, Artist Ton. The page lists numerous games covered under special features and new releases. Notable mentions include Space Channel 5 Part 2, Virtua Fighter 4, Shiren the Wanderer Gaiden, Swordswoman Asuka arrives, Mizuiro, Gran Turismo Concept 2001 Tokyo, Suikoden 2i, Final Fantasy XI X International, Grandia Extreme 2, Xenosaga Episode 1, Dual Hearts Dead or Alive 3, Jet Set Radio Future, Ultimate Fighting Championship 2 Tap Out, Sakura Wars 4, Doubles.TEAL, Transworld Surf, Mechasalt, Air Force Delta 2, Rune, Magician Lord, The King of Fighters X Neoblood, and many others spanning PlayStation 2, GameCube, Xbox, Dreamcast, WonderSwan Color, and Game Boy Advance. This page presents the magazine's comprehensive table of contents, offering a detailed look at the issue's features and game coverage. A major highlight is the special feature reflecting on the year 2001 and looking ahead to 2002, featuring discussions with Dorimaga staff about the past year's events and future plans, including insights into development progress and collaborations. The contents are organized by section, including strategy guides for games like Tokimeki Memorial 3, Mobile Suit Gundam Federation vs. Xeon DX, and Rez, and coverage from the Dorimaga PC Information Bureau featuring titles such as Utaware Rumono and Clanod. The Arcade Frontline section covers fighting games like Guilty Gear X, and Virtua Force. The Game Index provides a multi-platform listing of games reviewed or featured, spanning Dreamcast, PlayStation 2, Xbox, GameCube, Game Boy Advance, WonderSwan Color, PC, and arcade. Notable titles mentioned include Sakura Wars 4, Space Channel 5 Part 2, Gran Turismo Concept 2001 Tokyo, Final Fantasy X International, Dead or Alive 3, and many more across the various systems, reflecting the magazine's broad focus beyond just Dreamcast. The page also lists sections dedicated to news, data, fan contributions, and comic/column features, offering a well-rounded view of the gaming landscape at the time. The cover illustration is credited to Dead or Alive 3, developed by Team Ninja. This page showcases key art for the romance-adventure game Milky Season. The image features several anime-style female characters prominently displayed. The page announces the game was scheduled for release in February 2002, priced at 6,800 yen, excluding tax. Developed by Kindle Imagine Develop. The game was slated for both PlayStation and Dreamcast platforms, as indicated by the respective console logos at the top of the page. The vertical text alongside the characters reads, "Manager, please take care of us, heart," reflecting the game's genre and premise. This page delves into the end-of-year gaming scene and upcoming news. The first major topic covers the year-end hardware battle, highlighting the PlayStation 2 as the winner, particularly in the rapidly growing Karenus market, surpassing even Hollywood in revenue. The software sales charts from the US show major hits like Metal Gear Solid 2 and Grand Theft Auto 2 leading the pack. The page then provides updates on the hardware manufacturer's moves. Sony's PS2 is pushing forward with broadband services, shown alongside images of executives involved in partnerships. Nintendo's GameCube and Game Boy Advance are focusing on the domestic market, with a photo of the GBA handheld. Microsoft's Xbox is nearing its Japanese launch, featuring an image of a key figure. Finally, the second topic teases, another siren appears. This section discusses developments in the Mystery Dungeon, Shirin the Wanderer series. It focuses on the upcoming release of Mystery Dungeon, Shirin the Wanderer for Windows, which promises network-compatible features. Development is reported to be progressing well at 80% completion, with a planned release in spring 2002. Screenshots showcase the familiar roguelike gameplay. The article also clarifies that this Windows title will not directly link with the Dreamcast spin-off, but will offer its own robust content. This page kicks off with a look at upcoming network gaming, focusing on Gundam Network Operation, or GNO, a large-scale strategy simulation game launching this spring on PC. This title lets players dive into the one-year war, emphasizing cooperation and tactical planning among many participants. The producer highlights the desire for players to work together and be proud of their units. Key features include a unique 3-month cycle for each scenario, player votes influencing the game's history, and a design intended to run smoothly even on lower-spec machines, aiming for broad accessibility. The second major topic covers news from the Sakura Wars universe. Following Sumire Kanzaki's retirement, she made a surprise appearance in a New Year's song show. The page includes messages from the cast members, expressing their support and reflections on working with her, and her decision to step back from the stage. There's also a brief mention of the release of a comprehensive art and setting material book for Sakura Wars 3, featuring character and mecha details. The page also shows a photo from Sushimair's stage performance. The next page dives into more upcoming network gaming action, with a look at Universal Century.net Gundam Online, another online title set during the one-year war, launching in spring. Unlike the strategy game on the previous page, this appears to be a more action-oriented simulation, aiming for up to 160,000 simultaneous players. The display features 3D graphics from a dynamic viewpoint, showing mobile suits engaging in combat and interacting online. The bottom section spotlights the highly anticipated PS2 release of Virtua Fighter 4 and the accompanying fight stick from Hori, arriving on January 31st. Priced surprisingly low at 3,980 yen, this stick is touted as Hori's finest work, designed in full cooperation with Segam 2 to perfectly replicate the arcade feel. It features a design based on the arcade test cabinets, and includes a handy command list for all characters. The reviewer is clearly impressed by the quality and value of this arcade stick, designed specifically for Virtua Fighter 4. This page features two significant PlayStation 2 releases. The top section focuses on Jak and Daxter, the precursor legacy, highlighting its release, and Sony's confidence in the title for the holiday season. The developer, Naughty Dog, known for their previous work on the Crash Bandicoot series, is presented as a team with a strong history, dating back to PC, and Amiga development. The article emphasizes the ambitious scale of the game, with Naughty Dog co-founder and Callie Gavin quoted discussing the challenges and dedication required to achieve the game's high quality, revealing they rebuilt the game engine multiple times. Despite a quiet launch alongside other major titles, the reviewer sees it as a potential defining action game for the platform. The bottom section introduces Project Minerva, a real-time tactical simulation game for PlayStation 2. The major talking point is the casting of model and actress Noriko Fujiwara as the protagonist, Alicia, whose name was given by Fujiwara herself. Fujiwara's involvement extends beyond voice acting to motion capture and scenario supervision, showing her active participation in the development. Even more exciting for longtime readers, the producer of the game is revealed to be the popular Bea figure, known for his work on Last Bronx and frequent past appearances in the magazine, making this a highly anticipated return. The game system is described as interesting, and the focus on tactics suggests a deep gameplay experience. This page continues the deep dive into Jak and Daxter, the precursor legacy, highlighting key technical achievements that elevate the game. The article points out the developer's commitment to creating a seamless world with no loading times between the vast environments, allowing for a truly immersive experience as players explore the large, interconnected areas. It also praises the exceptionally smooth and lively character animations, suggesting they rival or even surpass the quality seen in Disney productions, with seamless blending between movements. Furthermore, the subtle but sophisticated camera system is highlighted, using AI to automatically adjust the viewpoint based on the gameplay situation, such as zooming in when enemies are near or framing conversations with NPCs effectively, which contributes significantly to the player's smooth experience. The lower half of the page introduces a unique collaboration, spotlighting Media Entertainment's gourmet action game titled Manpuku Nebe Kazoku, Fullness, Hot Pot Family. This title represents a partnership with the Gyukaku Yakiniku restaurant chain, part of Reigns International. The game is the second collaboration effort following the previous Yakiniku Bugyo, Yakiniku Magistrate, which even received an award nomination. The article details how these collaborations serve as mutual promotion, driving interest in both the game and the restaurants. Pictured are Fumio Ogawa, the representative director and producer, and Masayuki Hiramatsu, who handled planning for the Hot Pot game, showcasing the team behind this unconventional culinary gaming concept. This page unveils a major cover scoop for the highly anticipated 2D fighting game Guilty Gear X2. The article confirms the sequel to the popular Guilty Gear X, showcasing stunning illustrations and dynamic gameplay screenshots. The big news is the reveal of new characters joining the roster, including the elegant vampire fighter Slayer and the surprising youthful character Bridget, both prominently featured with their names and gameplay shots. The screenshots display intense battles across detailed stages, giving a glimpse into the game's refined visuals and fast-paced action. There's a message from General Director Daisuke Ishiwatari, where he discusses the current development phase and the team's ambition to create a game that expands on the series' unique concept and depth, promising more than just a simple sequel. Key details provided include the game running on the Naomi arcade board, developed by Sammy, and a planned spring 2002 operation start. The page emphasizes that Guilty Gear X2 aims to elevate the fighting experience to a new level, pushing the boundaries of the series. This page dives deeper into the urgent announcement of the fighting game sequel, Guilty Gear X2, building on the reveal from the previous page. It brings more excitement and information, showcasing the new characters Slayer and Bridget in gameplay screenshots, highlighting Slayer's cool and powerful techniques, and Bridget's adorable yo-yo-based moves. A major gameplay update is revealed: the introduction of a fifth button alongside the traditional 4, which is expected to revolutionize the game's strategy and offer much deeper options for players. The article also confirms the return of several fan-favorite characters, including Soul Bad Guy, KY Kisuke, Milia Rage, Mei, Baiken, and Axel Lowe, showing off updated visuals and hinting at new moves for these established fighters. It's noted that the story will continue from the previous game, Guilty Gear X. The anticipation is high for the strategic depth and exciting action promised by this new entry in the series. This page kicks off with history's fastest Dorimaga news, covering gaming events and announcements from mid to late December. The main focus is a super urgent report on multiple Sakura Wars-related events held in Tokyo and Osaka, celebrating the series with movie premiere stage greetings and elaborate Christmas dinner shows featuring the cast from both the Imperial and Paris assault forces. The excitement was high, with full houses and live broadcasts streamed via Sakura Online. Big news for online gaming comes with the announcement that Play Online, Square Enix's online service platform, will be free to use, revealed at the Square Online Party 2002 event. This event also showcased the PC version of Final Fantasy XI and unveiled new peripherals, including a Logitech controller/keyboard combo for PlayStation 2. Elsewhere, an event marked the release of Super Robot Taisen Twin Ver.2, featuring mailer battles with race queens, adding a unique touch to the robot strategy game series. Among the general news bites, there's an intriguing mention of a special event featuring Antonio Inoki and Virtua Fighter 4, where the arcade version would be showcased, and a demo of the PlayStation 2 version would be playable. Finally, Sony Computer Entertainment acknowledged a defect in some serial number ranges of the PlayStation 2's hard disk drive expansion bay units, discovered during testing for Final Fantasy XI. As the new year begins, several major events are announced. A Virtua Fighter Fan Carnival will be held on February 3rd at ZEP Tokyo, featuring the PS2 version of Virtua Fighter 4, a tournament, series history showcases, and a fan interaction session with Yu Suzuki. Simultaneously, the Capcom vs. SNK 2 Millionaire Fighting 2001 National Tournament will take place on January 13th, bringing together top players. Additionally, Sony is partnering with NTTBB and Yahoo B-Flat to launch broadband network services for the PlayStation 2 in spring 2002, paving the way for mainstream online gaming. Other events include Animate Expo 2002, Comic-Con 61, and a Sakura Wars New Year's show, offering diverse entertainment for gamers and fans. Early 2002 in Japan sees the 15th Next Generation World Hobby Fair, offering free entry, early sales of popular goods like Beyblade and Pokemon, plus stage events and game demos. The PC section highlights a card captor Sakura typing game. Online gaming news features Isagame's revamp and promotions, including Sakura Online. Merchandise collectors get excited with Bandai's R/C Zaku 2, capable of walking and firing BBS, alongside a digital camera Zaku head. Industry trends point to the rise of broadband gaming, with Sony partnering with SoftBank and NTTBB for online PS2 and Xbox services. Web News Ranking reveals popular stories on GameSpot, covering new game releases, movie trailers, demos, and cast announcements. This page highlights a number of diverse events taking place, centered around popular characters and upcoming games. Toro the Cat was quite busy, starring in events for his Image Song CD release and a Sharadepa exhibition, even getting a life-sized bronze statue at Shinagawa Station. Sony held a pre-release game event for PlayStation titles in Ginza, also featuring appearances by Toro and Ami Suzuki. Sega showed off the Xbox version of Sega GT 2002 at the Tokyo Auto Salon, showcasing the racing title alongside real vehicles. Hudson's promotional team for Bomberman Kart paid a visit to the magazine's editorial department, playfully challenging them to a game. Sega also launched a campaign featuring the idol group HIP, giving fans a chance to win exclusive goods and attend a secret party via mobile phone entry. The weekly news wrap-up touches on key industry happenings, including major game shipments like Dragon Quest IV, news regarding Xbox release timelines, updates on popular series like Sakura Taisen and Metal Gear Solid 2, and the continued push into online and broadband gaming. This page covers a variety of gaming news and events. Kicking off with the PS2, there was a big release event in Akihabara for Tokimeki Memorial 3 on December 20th, with the producer Metal Yuki making appearances for autographs and handshakes, drawing a large crowd despite being a weekday. For peripherals, a unique roulette controller is introduced for the PS2 from Takara, perfect for party games like the Game of Life. It features a prominent spinning wheel input and is set to release in March. On TV, a surprising dream collaboration saw Mario and Sonic appear together on a show on December 17th, coinciding with the release of Sonic Adventure 2 Battle on GameCube and Sonic Advance on Game Boy Advance. There's also a campaign for the PS2 game Choro QHG2, where players can send in a postcard for a chance to win a DigiQ, a cool remote-controlled car the size of a Choro Q, running for 3 months. Finally, readers have a chance to win some cool items, including a Phantasy Star online fanbook celebrating a website renewal and a 2002 Gundam calendar commemorating its 25th anniversary. The page also gives a behind-the-scenes look at the filming of a TV commercial for the upcoming PS2 game Successor 2002. The data station provides a bi-weekly look at software sales, highlighting the top 15 games across various platforms. Leading the sales are Mobile Suit Gundam, Federation vs. Xeon DX, PS2, and World Soccer Winning 11-5 Final Evolution, PS2. Dragon Quest IV PS remains popular. Other top-selling games include Metal Gear Solid 2, PS2, Momotaro Dentetsu X, PS2, and various Game Boy Advance titles like Monster Farm Advance and Magical Vacation. Super Smash Bros. Melee, GameCube, and Animal Crossing GameCube also feature. The Dreamcast is represented by Sakatsuku Tokudai Gao 2. The report notes a market slowdown following initial releases. While PS2 sales are strong, the Panasonic Q and WonderSwan Color are seeing unexpected sales boosts, particularly with titles like Roma Saga. Nintendo's software lineup is exerting competitive pressure. The Data Station section reveals reader rankings of the most anticipated games of 2002. Sakura Wars 4 for Dreamcast tops the list, potentially concluding its story. Mizuiro, Dreamcast, and Dead or Alive 3, Xbox, follow. Other notable entries include Grandia Extreme, PS2, Jet Set Radio Future, Xbox, Space Channel 5 Part 2, Dreamcast, PS2, and Suikoden 2i, PS2. The rankings encompass a wide range of platforms and genres, featuring prominent series like Resident Evil, Soul Calibur, Virtua Fighter, Xenosaga, Star Ocean, and Final Fantasy, showcasing the diversity of anticipated releases. This page continues the Data Station feature, diving deeper into reader polls. It presents reader hopes for which games they want ported to different consoles, covering Dreamcast, GameCube, portable systems like Game Boy and WonderSwan, PlayStation 2, and Xbox. While not listing every game, it shows series like Sister Princess, Sakura Wars, Shenmue, Virtua Fighter, Knights, and Dragon Quest appearing across various platforms, indicating high demand for these titles. Below that is the Arcade Game Income Ranking Top 15, showing which games are making the most money in arcades. Virtua Fighter 4 takes the top spot by a significant margin, followed by Virtual On Force. This section highlights the ongoing relationship between arcade and console gaming, suggesting that popular arcade titles often transition to home systems. Finally, the page spotlights upcoming titles. One is Guilty Gear X, Isuka, a new fighting game promising fresh gameplay and systems, shown with a screenshot of characters battling. The other is a mahjong simulation game called Mahjong Country, The Overlord's Tiles, featuring character art and a gameplay screenshot, set to arrive in early 2002. Content suggests a mix of popular series getting ports or sequels, and new entries across different genres. This page presents a comprehensive schedule of upcoming game software releases across various platforms. It covers titles slated for release on Dreamcast, Nintendo GameCube, Xbox, PC, Windows and Macintosh, and Game Boy Advance, presented in table format detailing dates, titles, developers, prices, genres, and notes. A notable highlight is the Dreamcast section, which features an announcement for the first limited edition of Space Channel 5 Part 2, detailing its contents including special headphones and packaging. The Dreamcast schedule itself lists several upcoming titles, reflecting continued support for the console at the time. The page also includes schedules for other platforms, indicating Sega's broader publishing activities even after the Dreamcast discontinuation. A significant section is dedicated to Sega titles supplied to other hardware, specifically showcasing upcoming releases on PlayStation 2, such as Virtua Fighter 4 and Space Channel 5 Part 2, demonstrating Sega's shift into third-party software development. Finally, there's a small announcement about a 2002 calendar, featuring artwork from Grandia 2 and Extreme Racing, available for pre-order, hinting at promotional items tied to popular titles. This page serves as a crucial snapshot of the multi-platform gaming landscape and Sega's evolving role within it during this period. The next page provides a comprehensive look at upcoming game releases, continuing the release schedule theme from the previous page. The Data Station tables detail titles planned for early 2002 and beyond, spanning various platforms with information on developers, prices, and genres. though the sheer volume of entries necessitates summarizing this data rather than listing every title. A significant portion of the page is dedicated to the PlayStation platform. Notably, there's information on the original PlayStation console itself, highlighting its release date and initial price. The most unique feature showcased is a campaign encouraging the use of the PS1 console in cars, illustrating how a dedicated LCD monitor and car adapter can enable gaming on the go. Below this, a list provides details on upcoming PlayStation software releases. This section highlights how Sega's contemporaries were innovating not just with new consoles, but also with unique usage scenarios for their existing hardware during this period. This page continues the comprehensive look at upcoming game releases, expanding the data station to cover multiple platforms beyond PlayStation, including the brand new Nintendo GameCube and Xbox consoles, which were launching around this time. The PlayStation section lists a large number of upcoming titles, building upon the data presented on the previous page. It's a deep dive into the software pipeline for the console, detailing various genres from action and RPGs to puzzle games. The page then shifts focus to the Nintendo GameCube. It shows a picture of the console and provides key details like its Japanese release date and price, noting the color shown is violet. A substantial list of upcoming GameCube software is presented, including titles like Animal Crossing, Resident Evil, and Star Fox Adventures. Finally, the Xbox is featured. The page shows an image of the console, noting it's the North American version, and gives its Japanese release date in February 2002, with the price still listed as undecided at this point. This is followed by an extensive list of upcoming Xbox games, featuring major releases like Halo, Project Gotham Racing, Dead or Alive 3, and The House of the Dead 2 Eyes. It's clear the magazine is providing readers with a detailed look at the software landscape for the major platforms as the industry transitioned into the new console generation. This page continues the comprehensive look at upcoming game releases from the Data Station feature, this time focusing on portable platforms and some additional titles. The top section lists games for various platforms, including anticipated titles like Sagag 2002 and the fighting game giant Soul Calibur 2. The main focus shifts to the portable market, starting with the Game Boy Advance. The page highlights the GBA hardware and presents an extensive list of upcoming software. This includes major releases such as The King of Fighters X, Neoblood, Gradius Generation, Castlevania, Harmony of Dissonance, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, popular Final Fantasy ports like Final Fantasy IV, V, and Vi, Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, Metroid Fusion, and Kingdom Hearts, Chain of Memories. The sheer volume of titles demonstrates the immense popularity and strong software support the GBA enjoyed. Moving on, the Game Boy Color section features its hardware and a list of upcoming games, representing the final releases for the long-running handheld. Finally, the WonderSwan Color is also featured, showcasing the hardware and listing its lineup, including titles from the Digimon series and ports of Final Fantasy games, showing Bandai's continued support for their portable system. This page kicks off the Reader's Race feature, Part 1 of Volume 6, asking readers for their input on the most enjoyable game software currently available across all consoles. It presents a ranking table derived from reader votes, showing the top games based on their average scores and how their positions have changed. The main highlight is the introduction of New Hot Contenders, featuring 3 highly ranked new releases. Ranked at number 3 is Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty for the PlayStation 2. The commentary praises its superb scenario, beautiful graphics, and smooth controls, noting the deeply moving story and immense replayability, calling it a perfectly finished product, though lamenting the lack of HDD support. Further down the list, at number 25, Mobile Suit Gundam, Federation vs. Xeon DX, also for PlayStation 2, gets a spotlight. Readers found the action intuitive and praised the faithful adaptation of the original work, highlighting the deep single-player mode and exciting versus mode as major draws. Finally, coming in at number 26 is Hikaru no Go for the Game Boy Advance. This adaptation of the popular Go manga is lauded for clearly explaining the basic rules of the game, making it accessible even for complete beginners, and offering plenty to do right up to the story mode ending. Overall, the page showcases the dynamic nature of the reader-voted rankings and gives readers a peek at some of the hottest new titles, making waves according to their peers. This article highlights reader-ranked games from issues Reader's Race, focusing on titles ranked 34 to 74. Reader comments spotlight several games. Banned. Dragon Quest I-5, Chapters of the Chosen, PlayStation, was praised for its characters and gameplay. Shadow of Memories, PlayStation 2, impressed with its scenario and world design, while Zone of the Enders, PlayStation 2, received praise for its action, but criticism for its story length. Bravo Music, PlayStation 2, proved a fun rhythm game. Pro Evolution Soccer 2002, Final Evolution, PlayStation 2, was recommended for series fans. Finally, Sakura Wars GB2, Thunderbolt Operation, Game Boy Color, was enjoyed for its classic Sakura Wars elements, despite some character setup concerns. This page delves into the second part of the Dreamcast Readers Race, showcasing rankings based on a remarkable 3 years of cumulative reader data. The main feature is a detailed table listing games ranked by average reader score, with the big news being that Sakura Wars 3 has reclaimed the top spot, a testament to its enduring popularity. Beyond the comprehensive ranking, the page highlights several notable games. 3 new opposing horses are introduced. Prism Heart, a simulation game praised for its character design and scenario but noted for a lack of events for heroines other than the main one. Atelier Marie and Ellie, Zarlberg Alchemists 1 and 2, an RPG collection whose high price is questioned, but the gameplay focusing on item synthesis and exploration is well received, particularly Ellie's version. And Boku no Tennis Jinsei, My Tennis Life, a sports game enjoyed for its character interaction and ease of play against friends, though its simulation elements and short playtime are criticized. The article also briefly explains how games earn special recognition, like Reader's Favorite and Hall of Fame status, based on consistent high scores from reader votes, and assures readers the Dreamcast ranking will continue until the very end of the console's life. This page focuses on the highly acclaimed rhythmic shooter, Rez, positioning it as a must-buy title, and featuring it prominently in the ongoing reader ranking. It highlights game details, like its developer United Game Artists, and notes both the magazine's review score and the higher reader average score. The article delves into Rez's unique gameplay, describing how player actions synchronize with the dynamic music and visuals, creating a powerful sensory experience. Developer insights, likely from Tetsuya Mizuguchi himself, emphasize the game's design philosophy centered on proactive player interaction and the satisfying audio feedback generated by hitting targets. The page also includes a section comparing the Dreamcast version to the PlayStation 2 port, praising the DC's clear sound and VGA graphics but lamenting the lack of rumble support. Reader comments praise the game's immersive nature, rhythm, and visual style, with some noting its addictive quality. A large table continues the Dreamcast Readers Race ranking, listing numerous other titles with their basic information and reader scores. This page continues the extensive reader ranking, picking up where the previous one left off and listing titles from position 106 down to 339. It offers a broad snapshot of how the Dreamcast user base ranked a huge variety of software, covering everything from fighting games like Street Fighter Alpha 3 and Marvel vs. Capcom titles, to RPGs, simulations, and more niche Japanese releases. But the most engaging part of this page is the editorial chat at the bottom. The team is reflecting on the intense workload leading up to the end of the year, jokingly referring to the challenges of producing the magazine, like conducting numerous interviews and preparing special issues, as 7 walls they have to break through by working incredibly hard. There's a humorous anecdote about getting an autograph board from Shigeru Miyamoto, highlighting it as a surprisingly rare and valuable item. They wrap up with a lighthearted back and forth about the sound of working hard, which apparently sounds like eating rice crackers. It gives you a little peek behind the curtain at the effort that went into putting these magazines together. The next page continues the extensive reader software ranking, picking up the list from number 340 and running down to 379. Beyond the data, there's a fun reflection on the year-end ranking, specifically highlighting the performance of Segaga, referred to by its character Yamazaki, in the lower ranks, posing it as a surprising contender for the Endo-Fear spot. The page also details the rules for the reader race, explaining how to vote via postcard or online, and mentioning the requirement for eligible software to have been released within the last 2 years. There are lively comments from readers discussing various games and Dreamcast topics, offering a snapshot of the community's thoughts. Excitingly, there are 2 reader prediction games described. One where participants guess the ranking placement of a future release. The previous one featured Metal Gear Solid 2, while the upcoming one focuses on Virtua Fighter 4, and another where they predict the reader-calculated odds for a specific game, currently highlighting Missing Parts, the Tante stories. Additionally, there's a list of recently released software that hasn't yet gathered enough votes to enter the ranking, encouraging readers to cast their ballots for titles like NetVersus, Gaia Master, and various Patchaslot simulations. The page also announces winners for the prediction contests, awarding prizes like software and special telephone cards. Finally, a closing note reflects on the approaching new year and hints at the next issue featuring Virtua Fighter 4. This page features the magazine's All Games Soft Review section, kicking off with comments from the reviewing staff who share brief thoughts on recent gaming experiences. It explains the scoring system used and lists the range of games reviewed across various platforms, including Dreamcast, PlayStation, PS2, GameCube, Xbox, and Game Boy Advance, released between December 28th and January 24th. The main focus is on 3 pickup titles. The first is Maximo, Ghosts to Glory on PS2, described as an action game with deep exploration and secrets, channeling the spirit of the Ghost and Goblin series, earning a strong average score of 8.0. Next is the King of Fighters X, Neo Blood for GBA, a portable fighting game noted for its character roster, although issues like lag and link battles and an easy CPU led to a more moderate average score of 6.0. Finally, Gran Turismo Concept 2001 Tokyo on PS2 is reviewed, highlighted as a racing simulator showcasing concept cars with realistic handling, praised for its graphics but seen as a smaller experience compared to main Gran Turismo titles, resulting in a solid average score of 8.4. The page includes screenshots and concise descriptions for each game. This All Games Soft Review section highlights several titles. On Dreamcast, Bomber Hee Hee, a bombing simulation, received a 7.66, despite some operational flaws. Oko Yume no Tatsujin, a quirky variety game, scored a low 4.66 due to inconsistent difficulty. Missing Parts The Tante Stories an adventure game, earned a 7.0 for its nostalgic feel, though its puzzles were deemed too easy. On Game Boy Advance, Gradius Advance, a faithful portable shoot-'em-up, received a strong 7.75. Finally, Yurei Yashiki no Nijuyon Jikan on GBA is previewed as a horror novel with multiple perspectives and story-altering choices, promising a unique horror experience. This page delves into a year-end retrospective, specifically looking back at the eventful year of 2001 and peering into 2002 from the perspective of the magazine staff. The tone is set as an expedition team, reporting on the industry's landscape. The primary focus is on the turbulent events of 2001, which were significant for the Dreamcast and the wider gaming world. Key moments highlighted include the momentous decision to halt Dreamcast manufacturing, the passing of Sega president Isao Okawa, the launch of competing hardware like the Game Boy Advance and the Xbox, and the release of highly anticipated titles such as Sakura Wars 4 on Dreamcast. A detailed table lists major industry events chronologically throughout 2001, capturing a wide range of news from business decisions and hardware releases to game announcements and industry milestones. The page also touches upon the state of the industry more broadly, reflecting on the ups and downs experienced by various companies. An image featuring characters from Final Fantasy, the spirits within a company's text, that discusses the challenges faced by Square following the film's performance, and expresses hope for the future of the Final Fantasy game series. The overall sentiment is one of acknowledging a difficult, fast-paced year while looking forward to what the future holds. This page features an interview with Toru Nishimura, the editor-in-chief of Dorimaga, reflecting on the eventful year of 2001 and looking forward to 2002. He describes 2001 as a tumultuous year, like a roller coaster ride, acknowledging the significant changes the industry faced, including the surprise announcement of the Dreamcast manufacturing halt early in the year. He discusses the transition of the magazine itself, becoming a comprehensive publication akin to the classic gaming magazine, Beep. Looking ahead to 2002, the editor anticipates another exciting year for the industry, highlighting the continued rollout of new hardware, with particular attention given to the upcoming launch of the Xbox in Japan. Key industry events like E3 and the Tokyo Game Show are mentioned as focal points for the year. The overall tone is one of navigating change while remaining optimistic about the future of gaming. The magazine also puts out a call for reader submissions for their Expedition Team feature and previews the next issue will take a deep dive into the reality of the Xbox launch. This page marks the transition from 2001 to 2002. Celebrating the new year while reflecting on the past and looking forward. The visual features a stack of consoles, including the Dreamcast, PlayStation 2, Xbox, and GameCube, alongside traditional Japanese New Year's decorations, symbolizing the state of the gaming industry at the close of 2001. The issue is a special year-end and New Year's edition, packed with hot messages from the industry. It's broken down into sections covering the hardware landscape, featuring updates and outlooks for the GameCube, Xbox, with a tease of a major announcement, PS2's broadband strategy, and the Dreamcast/Sega's future following the hardware halt. A significant feature gathers 24 game creators to discuss 2001 and tease their plans for 2002, hinting at new projects. There's also a large collection of New Year's cards from 42 game makers, offering unique perspectives. Perhaps most notably, the Dorimaga reporting team undertakes a special trip, finally reaching Kyoto, the sacred ground of Nintendo headquarters. Against the backdrop of the Dreamcast production ending and the magazine becoming a comprehensive publication, the team successfully enters Nintendo's HQ, even spotting Shigeru Miyamoto. They ponder if this visit will reveal insights into the origins of the GameCube's design. The page also features the magazine's mascot, acknowledging the transition to a comprehensive magazine in 2001, and asking for continued support in 2002. This page serves as an exciting preview of the in-depth coverage to follow, highlighting the magazine's expanded scope beyond just Dreamcast. This page features a special talk between two giants of the game industry, Shigeru Miyamoto from Nintendo and Shinji Mikami from Capcom. Following up on the magazine's journey to Nintendo HQ mentioned previously, this interview kicks off the section dedicated to the hardware landscape as we move from 2001 to 2002, focusing specifically on the GameCube. The discussion highlights the GameCube's release in 2001 and its impact on the industry, setting the stage for a look ahead into 2002. A major point of conversation is Capcom's surprising decision to bring their flagship Resident Evil series exclusively to the GameCube, a move that certainly turned heads. Miyamoto reflects on Nintendo's year, mentioning the successful releases of games like Pikmin, Super Smash Bros., Melee, and Animal Crossing on the GameCube, noting a positive year for the company. Mikami provides an update on the development of the Resident Evil titles for GameCube, including a screenshot from what appears to be the impressive remake of the first game, discussing the progress and their ambitions for creating a realistic and immersive experience that leverages the console's power. The interview covers the current development status and future plans for both creators and the GameCube itself. This page continues the interview with Shigeru Miyamoto, focusing on the transition from 2001 to 2002 and the GameCube. The discussion touches upon the creative process in game development, Miyamoto mentioning that getting familiar with hardware, like the GameCube, is crucial for creators. A sidebar highlights the GameCube's first year, noting its unveiling at E3 2001, its Japanese launch in September, and strong initial sales, boosted by titles such as Pikmin, Super Smash Bros., Melee, and Animal Crossing. It also mentions the Panasonic Q model. When asked about games that impressed him in 2001, Miyamoto points to titles like Devil May Cry and Rez, finding them valuable learning experiences despite being different from his own game design philosophy. Looking ahead to 2002, Miyamoto declares it will be a year to fulfill promises, specifically teasing the upcoming releases of major titles in the Mario and The Legend of Zelda series. While only a short video of the new Zelda, later revealed as The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker, was shown in late 2001, the page confirms that much more will be revealed at E3 2002, showing a screenshot of the distinctive cel-shaded Link. The anticipation is high for these flagship releases. This page features a special discussion between two legendary figures in the gaming industry, Shigeru Miyamoto and Shinji Mikami, reflecting on 2001 and looking ahead to 2002, specifically focusing on the GameCube. Miyamoto continues his thoughts from the previous page, emphasizing the creative opportunities provided by the GameCube and the variety of titles coming. He mentions games like Virtua Striker as examples of the diverse lineup. The page then directly poses questions to Shinji Mikami. Looking back at 2001, Mikami highlights Pikmin as a game that left a strong impression, praising its unique sense of feeling and intricate design. For 2002, Mikami declares it will be the year of Resident Evil. He announces significant developments for the series, particularly the GameCube exclusive remake of the original Resident Evil, set to release on March 22nd, aiming to recapture the original game's horror. A character render of Jill Valentine from the remake is shown alongside this section. The page concludes by asking both creators about their aspirations for 2002, showing photos of Miyamoto with a drawing of a Pikmin character, and Mikami holding a message promoting Resident Evil on GameCube. This page shifts focus from the GameCube to another major player entering the console war in 2002, the Xbox. It previews the year ahead for Microsoft's console, featuring an interview with Hirohisa Patrick Ohura, the head of the Xbox division in Japan. Ohura discusses the initial launch of the Xbox in North America, noting the impressive early sales figures, including over 1 million units shipped in the first 3 weeks, and strong software sales, specifically mentioning the hit game Halo. He acknowledges that the perception in Japan is still that the Xbox is an overseas event. The page highlights the upcoming Japanese launch, with a section detailing the announcement of the price and launch titles scheduled for January 11, 2002, at the Xbox conference in Tokyo. There's speculation about a competitive price point, aiming to challenge the PlayStation 2 and GameCube. Another section provides a snapshot of the early North American hardware sales figures, showing Xbox performing strongly relative to its competitors shortly after its launch. The content reflects on the intensity of the gaming business, with Ohura describing it as a significant gamble and expressing confidence in the early success of their strategy, particularly in the North American market. In an interview, Microsoft's Japan Xbox head, Hirohisa Ohura, unveils his strategy to change your life with Xbox. He prioritizes a secure, broadband-only network for long-term growth. The price, crucial for competitiveness, was to be announced on January 11th, with a target of 12 to 20 launch titles, focusing on quality and localization. Ohura envisions Xbox as a catalyst for Japanese creators, empowering them to break free from existing industry formulas and realize their artistic visions using the console's advanced capabilities. This strategy involves a unique, closed network approach and strong partnerships. The piece concludes with a symbolic image and anticipation for the February 22, 2002 launch. Between 2001 and 2002, the PlayStation 2 experienced significant success, shipping 30 million units globally, driven by numerous million-selling titles. The period saw key game releases like Onimusha, Warlords, Gran Turismo 3 Aspect, Final Fantasy X, and Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, alongside price cuts. STES's advertising head, Kenichi Fukunaga, expressed confidence in PS2's market position, emphasizing its evolution beyond gaming, with DVD playback and internet capabilities. The platform's broadband strategy involved partnerships, notably with Sega, leveraging their online experience. 2001's top-selling games in Japan were also highlighted. The overall outlook was optimistic, with a focus on the network business and expanding computer entertainment for the PS2 in 2002. This page dives into the crucial transition period for Sega between 2001 and 2002, focusing on the Dreamcast's end and Sega's future as a software publisher. Sega managing director Masanao Maeda reflects on the Dreamcast's final moments, noting the swift sellout of remaining stock after a significant price cut, and praising the console's software library as near perfect at its conclusion. He highlights the late Mr. Okawa's generous donation as a deeply impactful event. Maeda outlines Sega's goal for 2002, to become the world's #1 publisher, expanding development across multiple platforms while leveraging their pioneering online success with games like Phantasy Star Online. He confirms final Dreamcast releases like Sakura Wars 4 and Shiren the Wanderer Gaiden are still coming. Customer Gateway Manager Tadashi Takazaki echoes the turbulent nature of 2001, marking Sega's shift and emphasizing the need for stronger connection with customers. He names the satirical Sega as a game that symbolized Sega's situation. Both executives reflect on key titles from 2001, including Shenmue 2 and the overseas success of NFL 2K1, as Sega looks towards a challenging but hopeful future focused on content creation. The page features screenshots from NFL 2K1, Sega Rally Championship 2, and Sega. This feature compiles year-end and New Year messages from game creators, reflecting on 2001 and looking ahead to 2002. Uji Hiroi of Red Entertainment, creator of Sakura Wars, found 2001 productive, especially with Sakura Wars 4's development. He enjoyed Dynasty Warriors 2 and anticipates expanding the Sakura Wars fanbase in 2002, with new console releases and fan events planned. He hopes to continue his hard work. Yutaka Saito of Vivarium, creator of Seaman, saw a fulfilling year, marked by Siemens' PlayStation 2 launch. He believes the industry is evolving, and plans a new mobile game project to revitalize the Japanese game market in 2002. In this reflection on 2001, and looking towards 2002, game creators Norikazu Oba, Overworks, and Yuji Naka, Sonic Team, share their perspectives. Okeba, of Sakura Wars fame, discussed the year's challenges, including the Dreamcast discontinuation and the release of Sakura Wars 3. Despite the circumstances, Sakura Wars 4 was surprisingly developed for the Dreamcast. Overworks plans new titles and emphasizes technological study for 2002's, with Sakura Wars 4 designed to please fans. Yuji Naka highlights 2001 as a successful year for Phantasy Star Online, which received numerous awards. He acknowledges the Dreamcast's fate and the release of Sonic Advance and Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, also mentioning the loss of Isao Okawa. Naka wants to create new works beyond his focus on Phantasy Star Online, including a version of Phantasy Star Online Ver.2 for Xbox. Sonic Team aims to challenge new gaming experiences in 2002 with new titles. This page continues the look back at 2001 and forward to 2002, featuring interviews with prominent developers. The first section focuses on Yuji Suzuki, the legendary head of Sega M2. He reflects on 2001 as a year marked by major developments like the Dreamcast discontinuation and the releases of Virtua Fighter 4 and Shenmue 2. Suzuki views these two games as significant steps, noting Shenmue 2 was packed with diverse game elements, while Virtua Fighter 4 was a highly refined fighting game. Looking ahead to 2002, he expresses excitement about developing for various hardware platforms now that Sega has shifted focus, feeling a fresh sense of challenge. This section is accompanied by his portrait and artwork from Shenmue 2 and Virtua Fighter 4. The second section features the core Tekken team from Namco, including director Katsuhiro Harada. They share that 2001 was a challenging but ultimately rewarding year, focused intensely on creating Tekken 4. They discuss lessons learned from the arcade version and their goals for the home console port. For 2002, the primary focus is delivering a perfect arcade-accurate port of Tekken 4 to the PlayStation 2, while also adding substantial new content and modes for the home release. The page shows a photo of the three team members, screenshots of Tekken 4 gameplay, and character art for the game. This page continues the interviews with game creators, looking back at 2001 and forward to 2002. The first section features Tomonobu Itagaki from Tecmo's Team Ninja. He describes 2001 as a significant year of transition, with endings and beginnings, both technologically and market-wise. Team Ninja focuses on making games that utilize machine performance. For 2002, he views Dead or Alive 3 as the culmination of their three-button fighting system and is planning to move on to the next step. Development for the Japanese version of DUA 3 is starting seriously, and there's news of challenging new titles. The section includes his photo and images related to the Dead or Alive series. Next is Hiroaki Yotoriyama, from Namco's first development division, discussing Soul Calibur 2. He calls 2001 a year of massive change, especially regarding SC2's development status and the company's situation, describing it as the busiest year ever. Looking to 2002, his goal is to release the arcade version of SC2 and then quickly port it to home consoles, aiming for a release about 6 months later. This section features his photo, screenshots of Soul Calibur 2, and a festive New Year's illustration of characters. Finally, the 2002 latest work section previews both Dead or Alive 3 and Soul Calibur 2. It highlights DUA 3 as the refined version of the GPK control system and mentions comments from Itagaki and character designer Nakamura. For Soul Calibur 2, it announces the home console version is starting development alongside the arcade release, with more information expected in February. This page continues the New Year interviews with prominent game creators, reflecting on 2001 and outlining their strategies for 2002. First is Yoshiki Okamoto of Capcom, who describes 2001 as a turbulent year marked by the transition to new hardware platforms like the PS2, GameCube, and upcoming Xbox. He discusses the complexities of developing for multiple systems and Capcom's aim for 2002 to strategically invest in software, focusing on innovative titles to navigate the evolving market. He mentions the success of Onimusha Warlords and looks forward to projects like the GameCube's Resident Evil title. The section also features a New Year's illustration of Mega Man characters. Following is Tetsuya Mizuguchi from Sega's United Game Artists. He recounts a packed 2001, busy with the release of Rez and work on Space Channel 5 Part 2. Looking ahead to 2002, he expresses excitement for Space Channel 5 Part 2 and plans for UGA to continue creating games that emphasize sound, animation, and unique artistic sense, aiming to produce interesting experiences beyond just their announced titles. The section includes screenshots from Space Channel 5 Part 2 and key art for Rez. This page continues the New Year's messages from game creators. First up is Takanobu Terada from Banpresto, a key producer behind the Super Robot Wars series. He describes 2001 as a preparatory year, getting ready to shift gears and finishing up projects like the Dreamcast version of Super Robot Wars Alpha. He looks forward to 2002 being an exciting year, particularly with the release of Super Robot Wars Impact on PlayStation 2 in March, hoping users will enjoy its evolution. He notes Sega's shift to third-party software as a significant event in 2001 and mentions games like Ionic Front, Capcom vs. SNK 2, and Ace Combat 04, alongside an image of Phoenix Wright. Below is Toshio Tabata, chief producer at Interchannel. He reflects on 2001 as a stable year for the company, with consistent software sales on the Dreamcast, highlighting titles like Canvas and Angel Present. He finds satisfaction in working on both original titles and ports, valuing collaboration with original staff. Looking ahead, he notes the industry's move towards the PlayStation 2, but expresses interest in hardware like the GameCube. Despite the challenges, he sends a strong New Year message: "Don't quit on the Dreamcast yet," even humorously suggesting his company might release the very last DC title. He highlights Pikmin as a standout game from 2001, impressed by its intricate design, and shows images of Pikmin and upcoming titles like Canon and Misuzu. Game developers share their New Year's messages, starting with Koichi Nakamura of Chunsoft. He aims to release 2 major titles in 2002, reflecting on 2001 as a year of delayed releases finally coming to fruition, notably Shiren the Wanderer. He acknowledges market shifts and increasing development times, apologizing for the delay of Asuka, but promising a high-quality release. He teases the genre of his upcoming titles. Toshihiro Nagoshi from Amusement Vision, Sega, plans 3 titles for 2002, showcasing Sega's third-party development efforts. He sees 2001s as a year of progress, highlighting the success of Virtua Striker 3ver.2002 and Super Monkey Ball. Despite the Dreamcast's production halt, he stresses quality over quantity and anticipates an exciting year ahead with new projects. Quote, this page features New Year's messages from 2 more game industry figures. First, Koji Okada from Atlus discusses the fast-paced year of 2001, marked by the arrival of various hardware like PS2, Xbox, and the shift in the market. He highlights broadband capabilities and Xbox as personally interesting. His goal for 2002 is to continue releasing original works, particularly focusing on the Shin Megami Tensei series. He mentions Shin Megami Tensei 2, I Nocturne, a remake of an older If title, and an upcoming provisional online Shin Megami Tensei game for Xbox that will also feature a substantial offline mode, shown with a screenshot of the PS2 version. Next is Ko Shibusawa of Koei, who reflects on 2001 as a year of progress, with hits like Dynasty Warriors 3 and Kessen 2. He talks about preparing for new projects in 2002 and 2003, seeing the game market evolving with console generations and expecting new and interesting software. His goals for 2002 include releasing the major title Crimson Sea for Xbox and a network-focused game. He confirms Crimson Sea is in development, and the Xbox version of Nobunaga's Ambition, Ranseki, shown in a screenshot, is highly complete. Screenshots for both Dynasty Warriors 3 and Nobunaga's Ambition are included. In 2002's, key industry figures shared their visions for the future of gaming. Kazunori Yamauchi of Polyphony Digital, fresh off Gran Turismo 3, was focused on the launch of Gran Turismo Concept 2001 Tokyo and the long development road to Gran Turismo 4, aiming to innovate while retaining the series core. Rikiya Nakagawa from WoW Entertainment reflected on a year of platform transitions, emphasizing the shift towards console-specific development and the rising importance of broadband connectivity for network games. He aimed to release a major hit title designed for home consoles and expressed interest in the future of titles like Sega GT 2002 and House of the Dead 3, acknowledging Sega's earlier foray into network games. This page continues the series of interviews with game creators, looking back at 2001 and ahead to 2002. Featured here are Kenji Sasaki from Sega Rosso and Hideo Kojima from Konami. Kenji Sasaki discusses Sega Rosso's focus on establishing its unique identity and color in the market, particularly through driving games like Initial D Arcade Stage, which is highlighted as a key project for 2002's, aiming to propose a new world of racing games. He reflects on the challenges of 2001 and the need to utilize staff strengths effectively to create diverse titles. Hideo Kojima describes 2001 as a tough year, heavily focused on Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty. His keyword for 2002 is D-hardware, emphasizing that creators should focus on the essence of game design and ideas rather than being constrained by specific hardware, though new hardware is seen as a stimulus. He mentions his enjoyment of games like ICO and Jak and Daxter, and hints at future projects beyond Metal Gear Solid 2. The page includes artwork for both Initial D and Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty. 2001 was a year of significant shifts in the gaming industry, according to industry figures Hisao Oguchi of Hitmaker and Yukifumi Makino of Wavemaster. Oguchi viewed Sega's hardware departure as a major change and highlighted titles like Phantasy Star Online, Final Fantasy X, and Animal Crossing as standouts. Hitmaker planned to release multiple new titles in 2002s, including online games and home platform versions of arcade hits like Crazy Taxi, aiming for broader entertainment. Makino described a busy year for Wavemaster, preparing for Sega's software-only transition and multi-platform projects. He was impressed by Square's expansion and enjoyed games like Pikmin and Animal Crossing. For 2002, Wavemaster aimed to release a few key titles, including Romania No. 203 and Switch, while nurturing new artists and focusing on its core strength, sound production and music publishing. The next page features messages from two prominent game creators, Shun Arai of Smilebit and Tetsuya Takahashi of Monolith Soft, discussing their past year, 2001, and goals for the coming year, 2002. Shun Arai reflects on 2001 as a year of transition, preparing for Sega's software-only future, specifically mentioning work on Xbox titles. His goal for 2002 is ambitious, achieving 3 titles that score perfectly from magazines and reach million-seller status. Smilebit plans to release major titles like Jet Set Radio Future and Gun Valkyrie on Xbox first, followed by Pro Yaku Team Wotsukuru, 2002, localized as Let's Make a Professional Baseball Team, 2002, on PlayStation 2. He emphasizes Smilebit's strong style and commitment to quality. Screenshots include Phantasy Star Online and a New Year's illustration featuring characters from various Smilebit titles. Tetsuya Takahashi from Monolith Soft describes 2001 as a busy year adapting to multi-platform development. His focus for 2002 is the penetration of the Monolith Soft brand, largely centered around the release of Xenosaga Episode 1. He expresses confidence in the game's accessibility for an RPG and highlights its unique story and development. Scheduled for a February 2002 release, he mentions staff are making final adjustments. Screenshots show scenes from Dynasty Warriors 3 and Capcom vs. SNK 2, games he enjoyed in 2001, and a New Year's card featuring a character from Xenosaga Episode 1. Monolith Soft is also researching other projects beyond the Xeno series. This page presents New Year's greetings and reflections from 6 more game companies, continuing the feature looking back on 2001 and forward to 2002. These companies include Able, Aqua Plus, Idea Factory, Asmic Ace, Ecole Software, and Alchemists, each offering insights based on a set of common questions about the past year, memorable industry events, favorite games, and plans for the future. Able reflects on achieving stability and entering Dreamcast development with plans for a new title, likely referring to Dash. Aqua Plus discusses venturing into mobile devices, acknowledging the end of Dreamcast production, and hoping to announce original console software, while also planning the Windows title Utaware Rumino. Idea Factory touches on their work in anime and internet games, expressing interest in bringing their internet game, Kingdom of Chaos, to the Dreamcast. Asmic Ace apologizes for the delay of Tokyo Majin Gakuen Gefucho, but assures fans of a satisfying release while mentioning enjoying games like Capcom vs. SNK 2 and Super Smash Bros. Ecole Software highlights a successful year, including releasing titles in North America like the addictive puzzle game Choco Marker, also referencing Rez. Alchemist recounts a busy year, including their first Tokyo Game Show appearance, and sets an enthusiastic goal to engage users in 2002. The page features various New Year's illustrations and character art from the respective companies, such as chibi characters from Aqua Plus and Alchemist, a traditional Japanese style image for Asmic Ace, and the character from Choco Marker for Ecole Software. Game developers shared New Year's reflections for 2002. Alpha System discussed their arcade work, including Shikigami no Shiro, with an Xbox port planned. Shiraku aimed for quality and sales in 2002, highlighting Pia EU Koso. 3. Elf reflected on a busy 2001, aiming for enjoyable PC games in the new year. Enix celebrated a successful 2001, with titles like Dragon Quest V2 and noted market changes, while anticipating Grandia Stream and Star Ocean, till the end of time in 2002. Key, after a preparatory 2001, focused on the upcoming Clannad, hoping to create a moving and enjoyable experience. Game developers reflect on 2001 and anticipate 2002 in New Year's messages. Kid highlights a productive year with new network games planned. Kadokawa Shoten reflects on successful titles, promising more releases. Sims focuses on multi-platform development, showcasing major titles like Final Fantasy X and Gran Turismo 3. Kogato Studio emphasizes PC game development. Sega Bram 2 looks ahead to PlayStation 2 with the Arrow Dancing series. Square announces the launch of Play Online and Final Fantasy XI. Konami invites players to enjoy their upcoming lineup, including Metal Gear Solid 2. Sammy celebrates a successful year with Guilty Gear X, aiming for innovative genres. In their 2002 New Year's greetings, game developers reflect on the past year and preview upcoming releases. Sunsoft focuses on network games and typing games, anticipating titles like Final Fantasy X. Daikoku Denki plans to continue developing pachinko software. Digicube, despite distribution challenges, celebrates the success of its Nice Price series and anticipates Final Fantasy X and other titles while teasing a new love-adventure game, Chocolate Kiss. Data Kiem Polystar, adapting manga My Wife is a High School Girl into a game, plans its release. Nihon Falcom celebrates its 20th anniversary and entry into the PC market, promoting its new title, Zwei. Takara highlights its focus on quality, accessible board and party games, mentioning titles like Choro QHG2, the DX Life game series, and J Phoenix. Japanese game developers reflect on 2001 and anticipate 2002. Taito plans standalone and online games, boosted by Sony investment. Hudson focuses on new alliances and software after Sega's exit, praising Pikmin. Bandai aims for character game dominance, highlighting Gundam vs. Gundam DX. Fog seeks to conclude its Dreamcast series, like Densha de Go and Missing Parts. Hackberry focuses on pachinko simulations, expanding onto PS2. Basil aims to improve PC game quality, adapting to industry shifts and the rise of Microsoft's console. Referencing Phantasy Star Online, From Software emphasizes tangible game experiences, adapting to multi-platform development, and promising Armored Core 3. Victor Interactive Software seeks to exceed its brand with new titles, including a Harvest Moon RPG and a new River King game, acknowledging Pikmin's impact and the GameCube launch. In their 2002 New Year messages, developers shared their plans and reflections. Marvelous Entertainment launched King of Fighters X, Neo Blood on GBA, and their section features artwork from Hunter x Hunter. MediaQuest focuses on console and PC development, highlighting titles like Castle of Shikigami. Media Entertainment is banking on pachinko simulation games. Microcabin celebrates its 20th anniversary with collaborations and ongoing releases. Princess Soft will continue releasing Bishujo games. Spike anticipates a year of battles. Nihon Telenet looks forward to the future of pachinko. Neverland Company is excited about Lufia, The Legend Reborn, and MiG Entertainment anticipates rapid development, especially with titles like Animal Crossing. This page is an exciting announcement for a special pre-release event for the racing game Gran Turismo Concept 2001 Tokyo, boldly proclaiming more real than reality. Players were invited to a free special test drive held before the game's launch. This wasn't just any demo. The event featured the familiar bucket seats from game shows and motor shows, but the real highlight was a cutting-edge 6-sided multiplay setup. This setup used 6 plasma monitors to create an immersive 120-degree field of view, promising to bring the world of GT Concept to life with unprecedented realism. The event ran from late December 2001 through early January 2002 at Korakuen Yuenchi, now part of Tokyo Dome City. The page also includes details on how to contact them, their website, operating hours, admission fees, and access information by train. This page features a New Year's special titled, The Year Passing, The Year Coming, All Hardware. Looking forward to 2002 in the world of gaming. The illustration depicts characters resembling game consoles gathered around a kotatsu, celebrating the new year by watching a TV displaying Congratulations 2002 alongside logos for Dreamcast, PS2, Xbox, and GameCube/GBA. They appear to be enjoying traditional New Year's activities like eating osechi, New Year's food, reflecting the accompanying text, which encourages readers to savor this special report, like the festive meal. A 2002 year of the horse calendar is also visible. Below the illustration, the page presents lists of games covered in this feature, categorized by platform: Dreamcast, PS2, PS1, Xbox, GameCube/GBA, and WonderSwan Color, indicating page numbers for each title. These lists highlight a multi-platform focus, showcasing upcoming or recent releases across all major systems relevant at the time, including titles like Sakura Wars 4, Space Channel 5 Part 2, Virtua Fighter 4, Gran Turismo Concept 2001 Tokyo, Final Fantasy X, Grandia Games, Dead or Alive 3, Jet Set Radio Future, Animal Crossing, Golden Sun, and many more, covering a broad spectrum of genres. This page dives into the highly anticipated Sakura Wars 4, subtitled Love, Maidens, announcing new information just 3 months before its planned March 2002 release on Dreamcast. It showcases the upgraded Kubu Type 2 and introduces Sakura Shinguji's new stage costume. The report highlights developer interviews, including insights from director Mr. Nishino and a comment from Mr. Tomizawa teased for the next page. A major focus is the provocative question: in 4, will there be a marriage story with Sakura? This is supported by a screenshot of Sakura discussing protagonist Ugami's interest in marriage. The article confirms the game is a dramatic adventure being developed by Sega/Overworks, eagerly awaited by fans as a potential masterpiece for the Dreamcast. Mr. Nishino's response to the marriage question is coy, suggesting players will have to find out by playing, indicating the game will delve deep into character relationships, particularly Sakura's feelings. This page dives deeper into Sakura Wars 4, Love, Maidens, featuring an interview with Chief Director Akira Nishino. He confirms the game is progressing smoothly, despite a short development period, and suggests it might even be finished already. Players will experience free movement in the 3D Imperial capital, similar to the Paris setting in Sakura Wars 3. A major highlight is the focus on romance, with all 13 heroines from both the Imperial capital and Paris divisions. The page emphasizes the love battle for protagonist Ugami's affection, featuring screenshots and dialogue from characters like Iris and Cocards, and even a scene from Sakura Wars 3 showing Cocards confronting Iris. The subtitle, Love, Maidens, is discussed, reinforcing the central theme of choosing an ending among the many potential partners, which Nishino hints will be difficult. The Paris Flower Division, including Glycine Bloomer, Coquelicot, Erica Fontaine, Hanabi Kitaoji, and Ratchet Altair, is confirmed to return to the Imperial capital. Their arrival is expected to cause significant disruption, though the reasons for their return from France are kept a mystery. The game's continuity is tied to the live-action movie, and Ratchet Altair's appearance is teased, further expanding the cast. The page underscores that this entry focuses heavily on the dramatic character interactions and the culmination of Ugami's relationships with the diverse group of heroines. This page continues the discussion on Sakura Wars 4, Love, Maidens, highlighting how it serves as a culmination of the series' 7-year history. An interview with director Akira Nishino touches upon the central theme of choosing a heroine among the 13 from both the Imperial capital and Paris Flower divisions, hinting at significant replayability and multiple branching storylines depending on player choices. He also teases possibilities regarding data transfer from previous games. Visually, the page reveals the Grand Imperial Theater has been faithfully recreated in 3Ds, allowing players to explore familiar locations. A major gameplay reveal is the introduction of the new Type 2 Kubu mechs, which are shown to be redesigned based on data from the Paris Flower Division's mechs, incorporating unique characteristics for each pilot. Screenshots showcase these new mechs in action. The battle system is confirmed to largely inherit the well-received arms system from Sakura Wars 3. The page also hints at a dramatic plot point involving a runaway steam train causing chaos in the Imperial capital, leading to battle sequences to save the citizens. Motion capture for character movements in battle is reported to be largely complete, with Nishino encouraging players to look forward to the unique actions and appearances of the heroines. This page continues our deep dive into Sakura Wars 4, Love, Maidens. It touches upon the ongoing production of the game's signature anime movie sequences, promising they will live up to the series' reputation, while also confirming that all 13 heroines will have their unique finishing moves, showcasing a dynamic screenshot of Tsunemire Kanzaki's Type 2 Kubu unleashing a powerful attack. The central focus of this page, however, is a significant interview regarding the announced retirement of the popular character Sumire Kanzaki. The interview explores the reasons behind this decision, directly linked to the voice actor stepping away from the role to prioritize family life after getting married. The actor shares heartfelt reflections on her time with the Sakura Wars series, describing it as a dream realized and a precious treasure. She expresses immense gratitude to the fans and everyone involved, confirming that Sakura Wars 4 serves as Sumire's final appearance in the games. Furthermore, the page highlights Sumire Kanzaki's last stage performance at the New Year's Song Show in January 2002, urging fans not to miss this historic event as it marks the character's emotional farewell from the live stage, perfectly coinciding with her send-off in the game. This page underscores the profound connection between the game and its theatrical roots, providing a poignant look at a character's final chapter. This page dives into the exciting world of Space Channel 5 Part 2. Set to launch on both Dreamcast and PlayStation 2 on Valentine's Day 2002, this sequel promises more groovy action. We see multiple dynamic screenshots showcasing Ula and her fellow reporters battling new threats through the power of dance across various colorful locations, from spaceships to strange alien interiors. The big news is the introduction of the new antagonists, the mysterious dancing troupe, who appear seemingly out of nowhere and compel innocent bystanders to dance against their will. Ulala and the team are tasked with investigating their true identity and stopping them. The page notes that while the core rhythm-based gameplay remains the same, new elements are being added to keep things fresh and exciting. After a period of quiet since the Tokyo Game Show, Uga's latest creation is finally getting ready for broadcast, and the anticipation for Ula's return after the turn of the century is palpable. This musical action-adventure looks set to deliver more stylish space reporting and dancing fun from Sega and United Game Artists. Space Channel 5 Part 2 sees Ula, the rookie reporter, facing a new threat, the dancing troupe, who force people to dance and then disappear. The returning Marolians and their mind-controlling dance beam are also back. Sent by Director Fuse to investigate, Ula must overcome this new evil, despite still being considered a rookie. The game's prologue details Jaguar's potential peril, hinting at his involvement in uncovering something in space. The sequel promises more complex gameplay, including singing and instrument playing, alongside exciting story elements. Ulala will sport 7 transformations and various costumes. The move to full polygonal graphics enhances the characters and world. Ulala's signature catchphrase, "Alright, let's go wild," marks the beginning of her new dancing adventure. The next page is a special report on Virtua Fighter 4 for the PlayStation 2, highlighting its release just 1 month away. It reveals the game will feature a total of 8 different modes, giving players plenty of ways to experience the game. Key modes like Arcade and Versus are shown, with features allowing players to develop their own characters using a memory card, similar to the arcade experience. The page also features a bold headline posing the question of whether the PS2 version can reach 1 million sales, referencing the massive success of Virtua Fighter 2 on the Sega Saturn. Finally, there's a discussion with developers about the state of the PS2 version's completion and their perspective on its development and release strategy compared to previous titles in the series. This page dives deep into the player-focused features of Virtua Fighter 4 on PlayStation 2, highlighting modes designed to engage and improve players. The page prominently features the Kumite mode and the extensive training mode. Kumite mode simulates the arcade experience, throwing a constant stream of CPU opponents at you. It even hints at encountering opponents named after famous real-life players. This mode is presented as the core experience for developing your character and earning ranks and items. Similar to the arcade version, you can save your character data to a memory card and continue your progression. The training mode is incredibly detailed, offering command practice with various display options, including frame data, which is a significant step up. You can customize opponent actions extensively, practicing against guards, hits, and even throw escapes. A particularly useful feature highlighted is the guard confirmation mark, which visually tells you when a throw is guaranteed after guarding a specific move. The mode also includes a trial mode, with check sheets and advice to help players understand strategies through practical application. Beyond these core modes, the page shows glimpses of the options menu and discusses the development progress through comments from Sega AM2 staff. They express high satisfaction with the port's quality, noting the hard work put in and the current polished state of the game, even mentioning testing a recent build from mid-December. The staff are excited about the trial mode and the ability to export trained characters to other modes. Virtua Fighter 4 on PlayStation 2 features several exciting modes. The A.I. Mode allows players to train a CPU fighter by showcasing replays and rewarding good performance. The data files section provides detailed battle statistics, item management, and character customization. Replay mode enables saving and reviewing matches, offering frame-by-frame analysis for strategic learning. The option mode offers extensive game customization, including difficulty settings and battle record viewing. Developers express enthusiasm for the A.I training and the game's overall development, anticipating its release and a launch event in February 2002. This page is dedicated to the arcade version of Virtua Fighter 4 Skill Ats, providing the latest updates on the ongoing fierce battles. It highlights the significant news that VF.net is now compatible with JPhone, suggesting a large influx of new users and potential major shifts in the team rankings. The article gives a status update on the online rankings, noting the dominance of the top individual player and highlighting the rapid ascent of Chibita, who jumped significantly in the standings, hinting at possible dramatic changes in the near future. It also touches upon the team rankings, mentioning prominent teams and how team points are accumulated, alongside a note about items obtained from long win streaks and the possibility of a national tournament. In the Seeing Your Character data section, the focus is on character customization. This volume features a unique take on Akira Yuki, showcasing a long-haired look achieved through specific rare items. The article also provides helpful advice for players looking to acquire new items, stating that using particular techniques and throws during matches can increase the drop rate. The next issue is teased to potentially feature an article on the rare 100-win items. This page dives into the world of Mystery Dungeon. Shirin the Wanderer Gaiden, swordswoman Asuka appears. For the Dreamcast, it's highlighted as a deep dungeon RPG, where your technique really shines the more you play, featuring charming characters and a story worth paying attention to. The article focuses on the game's opening scenario, set in Izayoi village near the Tenrinzan mountain range. The protagonist is Asuka, who finds herself involved in events here. Key characters are introduced, including Shirin the Wanderer and his weasel partner Kappa, who reunite with Asuka, suggesting past adventures together. We also see Minamo, a girl from a Copper Ninja family, and Jinbachi, the leader of the Copper Ninjas whose personality has seemingly changed. The story kicks off with attacks on villagers and travelers by these Copper Ninjas. The page provides a quick overview of the game's upcoming release on February 7, 2002, noting the previous delay but assuring players it's now just about a month away. It's clear the game aims to draw players in with its character-driven narrative and the classic challenging Mystery Dungeon gameplay loop. This page continues the exploration of Mystery Dungeon. Shirin the Wanderer Gaiden, swordswoman Asuka appears, highlighting that the game is just over a month away from release. It delves into the game's opening events, starting with Asuka's reunion with Kappa in Izayoi village. Their happiness is short-lived when they discover a strange poison flowing in the river, affecting the villagers. The villagers suspect the Copper Ninjas, prompting Asuka to head to their mountain village to investigate. The article then details Asuka's adventure through the Tenrin Country Beginner Chapter dungeon, showcasing early gameplay in peaceful rice fields and progressively challenging areas. Along the way, she encounters friendly monsters like Kihachi the Frog, who can heal her, and Heiji, an ogre Kappa useful in combat. A key meeting is with Minamo, a girl from the Copper Ninja family, but this encounter leads to further mystery, as Minamo seems to be affected by the same strange influence, transforming the ninjas. The narrative continues into the Tenrin Country Advanced chapter, where the mystery deepens. Asuka learns that the poison is not only harming humans, but also threatening the lives of monsters. The source of the trouble is revealed to be a gigantic, mysterious entity. Asuka's quest culminates in heading to the summit of the mountain to confront this entity and the corrupted Jinbachi, the leader of the Copper Ninjas, in a decisive battle. The page sets the stage for a challenging and story-rich dungeon-crawling experience. This page features a special report on the romance-adventure game Mizuiro for the Dreamcast. The artwork shows off some of the game's heroines, central to the experience. The game is described as a romance adventure featuring attractive characters fitting classic gal game aesthetics, like a caring stepsister and a devoted childhood friend. What makes Mizuiro particularly interesting is its structure. A past chapter played at the beginning of the game determines which specific heroine's story the player will experience, and each of these main scenarios is completely distinct, delving deeply into that character's narrative. This Dreamcast version is a port from PC, but significantly expands upon the original by adding new heroines and scenarios, boosting the overall content. It's highlighted as a game where you can enjoy multiple compelling stories, each focusing intently on one heroine. This port was planned for release in spring 2002 as a romance-adventure title. This page continues the special report on the romance-adventure game, Mizuiro. The focus here is on the significant new content added for the Dreamcast port, specifically highlighting characters and their scenarios. The page features the prominent heroine, Hiyori Hayasaka, a childhood friend of the protagonist, with large character art showcasing her in both a school uniform and a casual outfit. A dedicated section details her new scenario for the DC version. This isn't just an extension of her original story. It's presented as a completely separate narrative, with distinct starting points in her relationship with the protagonist, offering PC players a fresh experience. Also introduced is Fuyuka Ishikawa, described as a new character exclusive to the DC release. Her profile artwork shows her as a college woman and a younger version, labeled as Past Fuyuka. The text explains she is a university student who appears as the protagonist's tutor. Her storyline focuses on her challenging personality and the resulting friction with the protagonist, which forms the core of her route. Various small images accompany these profiles, depicting scenes related to the characters, including Hiyori with a camera and Fuyuka in different moments. These additions underscore the game's appeal as a quasi-new work, even for those familiar with the original PC version. This page continues the special report on the Dreamcast romance-adventure game, Mizuiro, highlighting its core heroines. The magazine notes that the heroines in this game deliberately lean into established genre archetypes, providing a comforting and familiar experience for players. The story focuses on their daily lives, offering relatable scenarios. Featured prominently are 3 of the game's 5 heroines. First is Yuki Katase, the protagonist's stepsister, depicted as caring for him by waking him and preparing meals, despite her own occasional oversleeping. Next is Hiyori Hayasaka, described as a childhood friend known for her extreme clumsiness, often falling in unexpected places, a recurring part of her character. The third heroine is Kyoka Onosaki, portrayed as a rival-like friend who engages in witty banter and arguments with the protagonist from their initial meeting, maintaining this dynamic relationship. The page includes character art and short quotes or scenes illustrating their personalities and roles within the game's narrative. The bottom of the page shows images related to the remaining heroines, further showcasing the main cast central to the game's appeal. This page continues the exploration of the heroines from the romance-adventure game, Mizuiro. We are introduced to Mutsuki Shindao, a third-year student described as mature yet quite shy. Despite her reserved nature, she demonstrates courage by actively pursuing the protagonist. Featured art shows her looking sleepy or contemplative, and a quote reveals her admiration for the cooking skills of Yuki Katase, another heroine. Next is Asami Kuzu, also a third-year student who has already secured her future plans, but continues attending school specifically to create cherished high school memories. She meets the protagonist at school, and even simple acts like eating lunch in the cafeteria are highlighted as significant memories for her. The image shows her enjoying a meal, expressing her fondness for udon and mochi. A notable feature of Mizuiro discussed here is the casting changes by scenario system. This unique element means that depending on the specific story route the player follows, the relationships, roles, and even the appearances of the heroines can shift dramatically. This deviation from typical genre conventions adds replayability and surprise. The page also includes a brief, lighthearted 4-panel comic strip created by the game's developer, Neko Neko Software, intended to provide a fun look at the characters, though it is explicitly stated to be separate from the main game narrative. Images of other heroines from the game are also present at the bottom of the page, rounding out the character introductions. This page shifts gears entirely to focus on the upcoming release of Gran Turismo Concept 2001 Tokyo for the PlayStation 2. The article declares the game is finally complete and details the 6 core game modes available. Players can tackle the course license mode, which focuses on mastering individual circuits through lap times rather than traditional lessons. The main single race mode allows players to choose difficulty based on opponent speed, adapting to their skill level and car performance. For local fun, there's a 2-player battle using split screen. The free run mode is highlighted as valuable for practice and car tuning experimentation. Game status lets players check their progress and see unlocked rewards, similar to the goodies system in previous titles. A major feature is the I.Link battle, enabling up to 6 players to compete via network connection, offering a full-screen competitive experience. There is also a section dedicated as a beginner's guide, aimed at newcomers to the Gran Turismo series, promising to lecture on the basics before the game's January 1, 2002 release. This includes a look at fundamental driving skills, specifically explaining the concepts of understeer and oversteer, with a diagram. The page also contains a brief information panel listing the game details like its genre as a racing and driving simulator, pricing, and player count options. The Gran Turismo Concept 2001 Tokyo Guide outlines the game's initial progression. Players begin by completing course license tests, earning present cars for bronze/silver and gold awards. Licenses unlock races across normal and professional difficulties, each awarding a present car upon victory. Free run mode offers practice opportunities. The guide then focuses on the midfield raceway, detailing optimal racing strategies for license tests. It provides specific braking and cornering advice. The midfield raceway unlocks the Mazda RX-7 Type Bathurst R, Mazda Atenza LM Edition, Daihatsu Copen, and Nissan Calsonic Skyline as present cars. Finally, the guide offers beginner driving tips, emphasizing braking techniques to counter understeer, and advising against steering while braking to avoid oversteer. This page continues the Gran Turismo Concept 2001 Tokyo Guide, focusing on two more circuits, Tokyo R246 and Swiss Alps. For each track, it offers detailed tips for earning the course licenses and lists the reward cars obtainable through licenses and winning races. The Tokyo 246 guide stresses the importance of strategic lines to maximize full throttle sections and warns of the track narrowing later on. License tips highlight careful braking at point A, around the 100 meters mark, using inside curbs at point B and C, and prioritizing exit speed at point D for the long straight. Reward cars include the Subaru Impreza WRX STI ProDrive Style, Honda Mobile 1 NSX, Nissan 350Z, and Honda Dual Note. The Swiss Alps circuit is described as primarily full throttle, requiring braking in only two key spots. License tips cover entering point A at full speed with an out-and-out line, approaching point B full throttle and potentially dropping a gear while using the inside grass, and mastering a power drift at point Chris using accelerator control. Point D requires precise accelerator input in the curve to avoid spinning and achieve a quick exit. Reward cars include the Nissan Calsonic Skyline GTR, Toyota RSC Rally Car, Mitsubishi CZ3 Tarmac, and Honda Integra Type RLM Edition. General driving tips on the page explain the ideal out-and-out cornering line for maintaining speed, advise looking ahead and planning lines for compound corners, and discuss using curbs to reduce understeer, cautioning that some high curbs can destabilize the car. This guide explores two circuits in Gran Turismo Concept 2001 Tokyo. Tahiti Maze demands low-speed drifting mastery, crucial for obtaining the course license. Key cars here include the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution V Rally Car and Mazda Atenza. Autumn Ring emphasizes grip driving, with early braking recommended. Rewards include the Nissan Skyline GTR M-Spec and Mazda RX-8. The guide highlights various drivetrains: FF, stable, understeer; FR, drift-focused; Mr., sensitive handling; and 4WD, stable acceleration. Finally, the guide considers if Gran Turismo Concept is worthwhile for advanced players, and concludes that, despite its simplicity compared to GT3, the excellent driving quality makes it enjoyable even for experienced players, providing casual fun. This page presents a special report on the highly anticipated RPG Suikoden 2i, developed for the PlayStation 2. The page features a large, striking illustration showcasing key characters from the game, highlighting the central theme of the 108 Stars of Destiny, who gather alongside the power of the 27 true runes. The article delves into the game's core features, emphasizing the individuality of its vast cast of over 100 playable characters, each exhibiting unique traits in both the narrative and combat scenarios. It highlights the clear depiction of their distinct personalities and complex relationships, which drive the game's drama. Characters will have varied roles, not just in battle with their specific weapon styles, but also in non-combat functions within the party's headquarters. Screenshots provide glimpses of the 3D graphics and strategic battle system, even referencing the look of Suikoden 2. The game is slated for a March 2002 release by Konami. This page provides a deep dive into the rich history of the Suikoden series, setting the stage for the upcoming Suikoden 2i on PlayStation 2. The article grounds the series in its inspiration from the Chinese classic Water Margin, while emphasizing its unique fantasy world. It recounts key historical events from the prior games, including the Gate Rune War featured in Suikoden Ith, which saw the rise of a liberation army against the Scarlet Moon Empire, and the Dunan Unification War from Suikoden 2, highlighting the conflict between the Highland Kingdom and the Joustin city-states. Screenshots from Suikoden Is and 2 illustrate these past events. The article then turns its attention to Suikoden 2i, promising even greater depth on the PS2 platform. It highlights core gameplay elements like party formation, showcasing the series' signature 6-person party system, and the significant freedom players have in choosing from the large cast of characters, many serving as combatants. The concept of the powerful 27 true runes, fundamental to the world's lore and magic, is also touched upon as a central element. This page dives into Suikoden 2i, the next installment in the series, setting the stage 15 years after the Dunan Unification War. The narrative unfolds primarily across the Grasslands, the Harmonia Holy Kingdom, and the Zexen Federation. A major leap for the series is the transition from 2D sprites to full 3D graphics, which allows for much more detailed character expressions and environments. The most notable innovation discussed is the Trinity Sight system. The story is told from the viewpoints of 3 distinct protagonists: Hugo, son of the Karaya clan chief; Chris Lightfellow, the young knight commander of the Zexen Federation known as the Silver Maiden; and Ghetto, a captain in the Harmonia Southern Border Guards. At key points in the story, the player chooses which character's perspective to follow, allowing events to be experienced from different angles and adding significant depth to the narrative as their individual journeys intertwine. The article provides a brief setup for each character's initial path and hints at their fates accelerating towards a common point, centered around the mystery of the Hero of the Flame. This system promises a fresh way to experience the rich world and complex story the Suikoden series is known for. This page delves into the gameplay systems of Suikoden 2i. The classic Suikoden encounter-based action command battle system returns, but with significant enhancements for the third installment, adding strategic depth and dynamic presentation, including character positioning and camera work, thanks to the new FPBS, Free Position Battle System. The party system is revamped. Instead of commanding 6 individuals, characters are paired into buddies, allowing for coordinated attacks and requiring only 3 command inputs per turn. The Iridion system introduces battles while mounted on creatures like griffons or dragons, impacting attack and mobility. The skill system adds new depth, allowing characters to learn special abilities like counterattacks or complete defense, enabling diverse strategies. The 2-person party aspect is highlighted again, emphasizing the synergy and varied combinations possible. Beyond combat, the page covers the return of the 108 Stars of Destiny and the Headquarters system. The Headquarters serves as a central hub inspired by the Water Margin, where the collected companions gather. As more allies join, new facilities are added to the base, offering opportunities for various activities, including minigames. The game also features large-scale mass battle events, distinct from previous titles, reflecting individual character performance from standard battles. Finally, there are one-on-one duels, presented as cinematic events rather than simple rock-paper-scissors. The overall presentation emphasizes a fresh take on familiar series elements with new strategic layers and visual flair. This page focuses on Final Fantasy VI Online, highlighting the commencement of the beta test for the PlayStation 2 version and the resulting surge in attention. The article expresses that the potential of the game was not fully realized until this beta version was experienced firsthand, and the author intends to share their adventure. The first chapter of this report is titled Birth of the Dorimaga Holy Warrior, and involves the mission to explore the world of Vana'diel by first creating a personal character. The character file section introduces the diverse playable races inhabiting Vana'diel: Hume, Human, Elvayan, Tarutaru, Mithra, and Galka. Players choose one of these races for their character. The game offers extensive customization options for both male and female characters within each race, including various appearances for face and clothing, allowing players to create a character close to their ideal. Brief descriptions of the races are provided. Hume are a well-balanced human race. Elvayan are tall, proud, and skilled in combat. Tarutaru are small and adept at magic. Mithra are an agile beast race, only female characters playable. And Galka are a strong, physically imposing race, only male characters playable. The next page jumps into the adventure, focusing on the crucial decision of selecting a job before heading into the wild. The reviewer reflects on the initial 6 jobs available: Warrior, Monk, White Mage, Black Mage, Red Mage, and Thief, noting how the selection feels reminiscent of earlier Final Fantasy titles. The game promises more jobs will become available as the player progresses. A key feature discussed is the job system itself, described as being similar to classic Final Fantasy, versus characters gain unique job abilities specific to the job they are currently leveling. The ability to change jobs allows for creating diverse characters, and learned abilities can be carried over, offering strategic depth. The reviewer expresses excitement about the variety of jobs and the potential for rare ones. Screenshots throughout the page showcase the different jobs, their signature abilities like the Warrior's Mighty Strike or the Monk's 100 Fists, and the character creation process. The reviewer mentions initially choosing the Black Mage to unleash powerful magic attacks on monsters. This page dives into the social and combat aspects of Final Fantasy XII, showcasing how players connect and battle in the shared online world. Chapter 3 highlights the crucial element of forming encounters and finding reliable companions through fateful meetings, featuring dialogue snippets that suggest in-game chat and player interaction. The game supports parties of up to 6 players and larger alliances of up to 3 parties, totaling 18 individuals, enabling massive battles against formidable foes using coordinated strategies. Chapter 4 focuses on the fierce battle, detailing the real-time combat system. Unlike pure action RPGs, combat is command-based and semi-automatic after targeting a monster roaming the field. You select actions, and characters engage in auto-attacks. Battles happen directly on the field, allowing other monsters to join or nearby players to assist. The system includes nuances like spellcasting, which takes time, and can be interrupted by taking damage or moving. The world itself operates entirely in real time, meaning everything from monster encounters in the wilderness to meeting and helping other players happens seamlessly in a continuous flow. The page illustrates the ability to rescue fellow players in distress and strategically rest to recover while companions continue fighting. Screenshots effectively demonstrate the party interface, alliance-scale battles, targeting mechanics, and the visual impact of spells. Final Fantasy VII's quiet battle system allows players to influence the political landscape of Vana'diel by defeating monsters. Nations compete for regional control, with the dominant nation receiving weekly rewards. Defeats can lead to monster control, resetting the struggle. The reviewer is highly positive, calling FFXI the ideal online RPG, praising its balance of player freedom, social interaction, and clear objectives. They contrast it favorably with Ultima Online, despite acknowledging the setup challenges. Additionally, the review announces the release of Final Fantasy X International, featuring the original Sphere Grid, expanded character development options, and additional story content. It was released on PS2 in January 2002. This page dives into the core of Grandia Stream, focusing on its unique character development system. Unlike previous Grandia titles, this entry is billed as an RPG specialized for combat, and its personal slot system is central to how characters grow. The system treats characters somewhat like customizable vessels, allowing players to equip items called skill books and mana eggs to grant them abilities and spells, offering significant strategic freedom. Characters are broadly divided into 2 types based on what they can equip. Skill pie type characters excel with skill books, gaining physical abilities and stat boosts like attack or defense upgrades, while magic characters primarily equip mana eggs to learn and use various spells. The number of mana eggs equipped directly correlates to the number of spells a character can use. The article highlights the depth this system adds, allowing players to tailor their party composition and tactics. Screenshots show the equipping menus for both skill books and mana eggs, as well as gameplay action featuring the character designs. The game is listed as an RPG for PS2, published by Enix. Grandia Stream's character customization emphasizes skill and magic systems. Skills are learned by equipping skill books, found as dungeon drops, and revealed by technicians. These books provide abilities like stat boosts and special techniques, allowing for character specialization. Magic relies on mana eggs. Spells are accessed through equipped eggs, which also hold the MP needed for casting. Spellcasters can equip multiple eggs. At the magic shop, mana eggs can be synthesized to create stronger eggs. Synthesis can also lead to mutations, resulting in powerful new spells and effects, potentially with heritable traits. These systems provide strategic depth for building unique characters. This page is dedicated to the PlayStation 2 release of Grandia 2, specifically highlighting the character Elena, the High Priestess of Granas. Titled Memories of Wind, This is the third part of a series exploring locations and themes related to the game's characters. It delves into Elena's journey, starting with her pure heart and faith in Grahanas, and how she faces trials brought on by the devil Valmar. The page includes a large illustration of Elena, along with screenshots from the game showing key moments like her transformation into Millennia, and dialogue scenes with the protagonist, Ryudo. It details her background, her upbringing in Carp Village Church by Father Carius, and how her experiences during her travels lead to significant character growth. The article notes that despite her role as a priestess, her journey makes her seem like a normal girl. The page also provides release details for the PS2 version, including its February 21, 2002 release date, price, and publisher, Enix. The warning is included for players who haven't finished the Dreamcast version about potential spoilers. This segment explores High Priestess Elena's evolving journey in Grandia 2. Faith and Freedom highlights her transformation as she experiences life outside the church, encountering diverse values and questioning her faith. The truth of the Granas Church reveals a devastating truth. The god Granas is dead, shattering Elena's beliefs. Subsequently, Only One Thing Left shows her finding solace in a simple song, replacing her lost faith. Finally, After, Song of Hope Circling the World, depicts the aftermath, where Elena, no longer bound by blind faith, offers hope to a world struggling in the wake of the conflict. The song she carries symbolizes the new direction for humanity as it navigates a future without relying solely on faith. This page unveils details about the battle system in Xenosaga Episode 1, Der Wille zur Macht on PlayStation 2. The magazine highlights that the game's battle system is as unique and deep as its characters, with visuals and mechanics unlike anything seen before. It delves into the core elements that make up the battle experience. Key stats discussed include HP hit points, which decrease when taking damage, EP ether points, used for special abilities like ether spells, and AP attack points, consumed for character actions during combat, recharging each turn. The boost count, BC, is also mentioned, increasing when attacking enemies and adding a strategic layer to battles. Gameplay involves freely moving characters on the map. Engaging an enemy transitions the screen to a turn-based battle where 3 party members participate. Players take turns acting based on the turn order. The page also showcases character abilities, including standard physical attacks using equipped weapons and ether attacks, or magic. Ether abilities function like magic in traditional RPGs, used for healing, attack spells, and more, powered by EP. Examples include Shion's unique weapon system, MWS, which is shown transforming, and character-specific ether types like Jiral's laser attacks, Chaos's key abilities, and Shion and Momo's magic spells. The various screenshots illustrate these different attack types and the in-battle interface. This page delves into Xenosaga Episode In, featuring an interview with director Takahashi about the game's combat system. Takahashi aimed for a real-time feel, moving away from traditional turn-based RPGs. He stressed the importance of balancing challenging enemies and character growth for an enjoyable battle experience. The page also introduces new characters. The Kukai Foundation, a mobile colony organization, is revealed, with members connected to the mysterious life cycle law. Key figures include Gainan Kukai, Shelley Godwin, and Mary Godwin. Furthermore, the UTIC organization, based in the asteroid Pleroma, is presented, with Margulis as commander and Pellegri as his deputy. The combat section highlights death blows, powerful attacks consuming AP, and each character has unique versions. Victory poses with 3D animations are displayed after battles, with screenshots showcasing various character death blows and victory poses. This page features a preview of the PlayStation 2 game Harukanaru Toki no Naka D2, a Japanese B-style romance-adventure game from Koei. It is the sequel to the original PS game, set 100 years later in an alternate version of Kyoto. The story revolves around a high school girl summoned to this world by a dragon god to protect it from evil, aided by 8 men known as the Hachio. The page introduces several of these Hachio characters, with illustrations and brief descriptions. It highlights that the narrative branches based on the player's choice to support one of 2 political factions, and also details the branching romance paths with the Hachio, utilizing a multi-site story system. The main female protagonist is also shown. The game was scheduled for release on PS2 in February 2002. This page continues the preview of Harukanaru Toki no Naka D2 for PlayStation 2. delving further into the characters and setting. We see illustrations and details for 4 of the Hachio men who aid the protagonist. Isato, voiced by Naoto Takahashi, Akifumi, voiced by Toshiyuki Morikawa, Fujiwara no Yukitaka, voiced by Shigeru Nakahara, and Hisui, voiced by Kazuhiko Inoue. Their personalities and roles as guardians, representing the 4 celestial beasts, Suzaku, Byakko, and Seryu here, are described. The page also introduces another significant character, Taira no Chitose, voiced by Noriko Kuwashima, described as another shrine maiden figure in opposition to the protagonist. The game's core conflict is highlighted as a struggle between the Emperor and the cloistered rule factions, explaining the political backdrop against which the story unfolds. Finally, there's information about an OVA for the Harukanaru Toki no Nakade series, mentioning a making-of video is already available. With the main anime OVA anticipated for spring, it seems fans of the series had material to tide them over while waiting for the game. This page reinforces the focus on character relationships and the game's historical fantasy setting. This page features the PlayStation 2 action RPG Dual Hearts. The main illustration shows the protagonist, a treasure hunter, alongside his strange companion, Baku, and a larger celestial figure with glowing eyes, hinting at the game's fantasy setting. The logo for Dual Hearts is prominent. The game is described as a hardcore action RPG with diverse action mechanics and stages. The story centers around 2 worlds, dream and reality, created to seal away a malevolent entity called Nightmare. The treasure hunter is seeking a mystical jewel, while Baku, a resident of the dream world, is tasked with collecting 9 keys to open the door to a shrine within people's dreams, which ties their destinies together. The game's hub world is Sano Island, a peaceful place where the dream shrine is located, and you can enter the dreams of sleeping residents with Baku's ability. Screenshots show key moments like the treasure hunter talking to another character, Baku entering a dream in a hotel room, and an overhead view of the Sano Island layout. The game was anticipated for release in February 2002 and was 95% complete at the time. This page continues our look at Dual Hearts, detailing the progression through the early parts of the game. We see how the protagonist and Baku pursue the keys needed to unlock the dream shrine. The first key is found in Balu's dream, the treasure hunter character encountered earlier. After meeting up again, the search leads them into Balu's dream, which appears to be a grand, golden, floating structure. Next, the quest takes them to Sono Island's hotel to find the second key, hidden within the dream of Fanny, the painter. Upon entering Fanny's dream, the world takes on a surreal, gravity-defying structure, reflecting her artistic mind. The goal is to help Fanny confront her mentor, Magdali, to obtain the blue key. The page also delves into the combat system, explaining how the divine tools obtained from the dream shrine function as weapons in the dream world. There are 4 types: sword, spear, bow, and hammer. Each has a unique charge attack ability. The sword can repel obstacles. The spear can launch items upwards. The bow is used for piercing attacks, and the hammer is for smashing objects. Screenshots illustrate these moves, along with the button inputs required to perform them. This page features Sachiko Kamimura's column, Game Tiger's Den, focusing this time on the game Pikmin. The reviewer recounts the intense and sometimes stressful experiences of playing, humorously dubbing it the screaming game, due to the frequency with which the adorable Pikmin meet unfortunate ends. Getting burned, drowning, or being eaten by creatures like the yellow Wollywog and red Bulborb. Despite the difficulty and the emotional toll of seeing Pikmin perish, the reviewer acknowledges the tactical depth required. She discusses the need for strategic thinking, including making sacrifices and even devising a plan to bypass a mid-boss, likely the Puffstool shown, by using a large group of Pikmin to quickly grab the item. Her cat companion, Orasama, the self-proclaimed game maniac, offers skeptical commentary on her strategies. The page includes profiles for both Sachiko Kamimura, described as an animator and adaptable gamer, and Orasama, the cool, calm, and proactive cat creature whose motto is to tackle anything head-on. The column captures the mix of frustration and engagement that the unique gameplay of Pikmin evokes. This page features the reader contribution section, where fans share their thoughts and greetings. Highlights include comments about the upcoming holiday season, the magazine's release schedule, and personal anecdotes like driving a significant distance just to watch a specific anime, or reflections on gaming moments, such as a funny observation about a character in Shenmue 2. The section is accompanied by some charming illustrations from readers. Below the reader submissions is the recommended movie section, suggesting thrilling films, often based on historical figures. It advises readers to catch a movie at the theater, especially if they're tired of New Year's programming. The popular movie ranking is also presented, with Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone taking the #1 spot, followed by Atlantis, The Lost Empire, and Between Calmness and Passion. The page also includes brief introductions to 2 specific films. From Hell is a mystery thriller centered around the infamous Jack the Ripper case in London, detailing the investigation led by Inspector Aberline. The second film, Vidocq, explores the life of the 19th century French detective, focusing on the puzzle surrounding his own death. This page features the Dorimaga Artists section, where readers share their illustrations inspired by games and anime. We see vibrant artwork featuring characters from the classic RPG skies of Arcadia, including Vice and Aika, alongside figures from the iconic stylish action title Jet Set Radio Future. Other submissions feature characters from popular anime like Cardcaptor Sakura and Sister Princess, and even a character that looks like Shamu from Shenmue enjoying some food. Each piece is accompanied by comments from either the artist or the magazine staff, often highlighting the charm or energy of the drawing. The lower part of the page introduces a new serialized column called Gamer's Manly Way, written by Gao Yoshida. This inaugural piece explores the concept of playing games with your father and the importance of the spirit of hospitality. Yoshida recounts a personal experience that leads him to reflect on how gaming dynamics between generations can reveal deeper insights into relationships, touching upon traditional pastimes like Beigoma versus modern games like Beyblade, as a backdrop for this reflection on the father-son dynamic in play. This page continues with reader-submitted artwork, this time celebrating the holiday season with Christmas and New Year themes. We see various characters, some original and some from popular anime or games, submitted by artists from different prefectures across Japan, each accompanied by a short comment reflecting on the drawing or the holiday spirit. Below the fan art is the Book Me section, providing recommendations for novels, comics, and strategy guides. Featured here are the novel adaptation of the popular movie Amelie, discussing the charming protagonist's unique perspective on life, and the graphic novel Ghost World, noted for its recent movie adaptation and its portrayal of aimless teenage life. The page also includes a ranking table listing popular game guides and related books, including strategy guides for PlayStation 2 titles like Wizardry Alternative, Metal Gear Solid 2, and Dynasty Warriors 3, along with guides for PC games and art collections, complete with prices and publishers. This page showcases a collection of reader-submitted content and a regular column. The top section features various humorous manga panels and illustrations from fans across different prefectures. We see satirical takes on relationships, humorous ideas for magazine content, and fan art referencing popular games and characters. One panel, titled Splatter Shenmue, shows a humorous, more violent interpretation of Shenmue's ending, complete with a Jason Voorhees-style mask, alluding to mature content and later game events like escaping a burning building. Another section features characters with bear ears and references Mealing from the Shenmue series, hinting at secrets related to her glasses. The This Week's Fukawa column offers a series of short, humorous observations and opinions. Topics range from the financial costs of being a fan, character business, to proudly displaying game-induced calluses. The column also takes a playful jab at rival magazine Famitsu, urging readers to trust Dorimaga's reviews instead. Game references abound, with direct mentions of Ryo Hazuki from Shenmue and his box-carrying tasks, as well as Super Mario Bros., referencing Bowser and the plumber protagonist in a kidnapping scenario. Finally, the bottom section introduces a character named Chippo, described as a mascot for the company QNEP Company, Limited, with accompanying illustrations. This page features the True Dorimaga Liberation Zone, a section dedicated to reader submissions. Here, fans express themselves through humorous manga strips and illustrations, often with satirical takes on life and media, including potential nods to fighting game characters like Sakura Kasugano. The submissions come from various prefectures across Japan, showcasing a wide range of creative takes on current trends and inside jokes related to the magazine and popular culture. A short, amusing anecdote recounts a goat allegedly eating the magazine and bleating, "Mo-mo," humorously followed by the magazine's boast of being the industry's top comprehensive game magazine in terms of Gyaru appeal. Finally, the page provides a CD release guide, offering information on recent and upcoming music releases. This section highlights albums and singles from artists and groups such as Stardust Review, Hana Hana, Yumiko Kubo, Yuko Arai, Exiles, and Dream, providing brief descriptions of their music and release details. This page dives back into the reader submissions, focusing on the final episode special of the live-action Sega. The Sega Excitement Ideas section features satirical suggestions, like turning attractive girls into animals via black magic, or having a swimming coach for teenagers, clearly highlighting the reader's humorous and sometimes absurd take on Sega's future. The Sega Memories Tale shares nostalgic thoughts, including fond recollections of Milkreed releases and Space Channel 5, expressing sadness over the end of Sega, but recognizing its spirit. The page also presents editor Hongu's Manga Dojo, featuring a manga titled Fukushima Aware, and a call for reader manga submissions. Another section, Bomb Rock's I Had a Dream Like This, shares peculiar dreams readers have had. Further reader contributions are shown in the continued word-building news section, featuring illustrations and messages, often with a theme around linguistic quirks or character designs, including references to Final Fantasy XI. There's also a section asking readers to predict future trends that Sega should follow. The submissions feature various unique character designs and humorous anecdotes. The page features reader interaction, starting with Taichu and Hachi's Why, answering reader questions about the year's end and unreleased games, including a reader-submitted drawing. Survey results on readership and character preferences are also discussed. Submission Postcard Question Box provides guidance on submitting content, covering digital data, paper types, and contest rules. Other sections include game promotion, Leave It to Hagi, online gaming, PNSnet Game Go, help identifying games, illustration submissions, and Game Fusion. A significant portion introduces new songs for the Sega Kara karaoke service. It highlights popular songs like Looking for Love Song becoming available, and lists numerous new additions across various genres and artists, ideal for holiday karaoke sessions. This page features a look into reader interaction and magazine content planning. The New Corner Committee discusses potential new sections, specifically highlighting interest in historical simulation games like Romance of the Three Kingdoms, suggesting future content might lean towards this genre for fans. They also express intent to refresh existing corners next year. A comprehensive guide to each corner lists the various reader submission sections available, covering everything from Q&A and illustrations to personal stories, opinions, and collaborative idea generation, showing a wide range of ways readers can participate. Detailed submission rules are laid out for contributing illustrations and text, specifying technical requirements like file formats, JPEG, size limits, necessary personal information, and content specifics, ensuring submissions are easy to process. The point ranking section recognizes active readers by listing contributors and the points they've earned. Points accumulate through submissions and lead to prizes, including book certificates and desired software titles for high achievers, encouraging reader engagement. Finally, the page includes a personal column titled The Old Year Goes, The New Year Comes by Tomoe Sakurai. She reflects on the past year, 2001, shares experiences from fan events, including cooking for fans and looking at old photos, and expresses anticipation for the coming year, offering a personal touch to the magazine. Her profile details her background as an idol and actress. A reader-submitted illustration is also featured. This page is a special GameCube magazine section within Dorimaga, prominently displaying the sleek orange GameCube console alongside Game Boy Advance handhelds in blue and orange. The cover story teases an interview with producer Tezuka, asking why the Plus was added to Animal Crossing Plus, hinting at deeper content or a more relaxed gaming experience. Inside, there's extensive coverage dedicated to Animal Crossing Plus, exploring how players can enjoy the game leisurely. Another major feature delves into the Nintendo Card e-reader, presented as Nintendo's innovative third media format for playing games with cards, discussing its potential and use. The page also includes a review of SSX Tricky, a fantastic snowboarding title known for its over-the-top tricks and vibrant presentation. Upcoming GameCube releases are introduced, including the adventure game Star Fox Adventures, the unique life simulation Doshin the Giant, the quirky strategy title Cubivore, Survival of the Fittest, and the arcade football port Virtua Striker 3 2002. For Game Boy Advance fans, there's information on new software, such as the RPG Tomato Adventure and the classic shooter Gradius Generation, among others. A regular column, GM column, is also present. This issue provides a solid look at Nintendo's offerings across their platforms in January 2002. This page features an in-depth look at Animal Crossing for the GameCube. The large main title reads, Plus, Animal Crossing, promising a deep dive into this unique life simulation. The review text describes the game as another living space within the console, where lush trees grow, fish swim in clear streams, and insects flutter about. It highlights the peaceful village setting, and the freedom players have to live a carefree life alone. Unlike many games, Animal Crossing is presented as having no strict tasks or deadlines, allowing players to engage in activities like insect collecting, fishing, or decorating their home at their leisure. The vertical text alongside the screenshots perfectly encapsulates this, stating, "Live a carefree life alone in your own peaceful village." Multiple screenshots showcase the game's characters and world. We see villagers like Pouchy the Bird, and iconic characters such as Rover, KK Slider, and Tom Nook, often shown within dialogue scenes. There are also visual montages depicting groups of villagers enjoying the environment across different seasons, from cherry blossoms in spring to snow in winter, illustrating the game's changing landscape and community feel. The content reinforces the game's core appeal, a relaxing, open-ended experience focused on building your own life in a charming virtual world. This review of Animal Crossing for GameCube details the game's immersive village life. Players enjoy daily activities like writing diaries and interacting with animal villagers. The Going Out system allows visiting friends' villages using memory cards. The GameCube version builds upon the N64 version with new content and a dynamic world. The game features house expansion, starting small and growing through debt repayment. New additions include basements and second floors, enhancing customization. The real-time clock system simulates actual time and seasons, impacting village life, character behavior, and the environment. Seasonal events and day/night cycles contribute to the game's longevity, making it a truly engaging experience that evolves over a full year of gameplay. This page dives deeper into the rewarding activities available in Animal Crossing, highlighting the addictive collection elements. Beyond customizing your home, players can gather a wide variety of items, including fish caught in rivers and the sea, insects found on trees and flowers, fossils dug up from the ground, and paintings. These collections can be displayed in your house or tracked in the inventory screen. A standout collection is the Famicom, known as the NES in the West. These aren't just decorations. They are fully playable, classic Nintendo games that can be placed in your room. While only a couple are available initially, acquiring more becomes a fun pursuit, often through trading or finding them. As your collections grow, you can contribute to the village museum by donating items. This provides a dedicated space for display and appreciation, separate from your personal home. The museum features sections for fish, insects, fossils, and paintings, offering a different way to enjoy your findings. The page also emphasizes the crucial role of the diverse animal villagers. These unique characters, each with distinct appearances, personalities, and interests, bring the village to life. Interacting with them through conversation is a major part of the game's charm. Examples of villagers shown include Puddles, Walker, Boris, Docs, and Peaches, each depicted with a glimpse into their individual style or home environment. Engaging with these villagers is key to experiencing the full depth of village life. This page delves further into the charming world of Animal Crossing, offering tips and insights into village life and home customization. It emphasizes that decorating your room with various furniture and items is essential for expressing yourself, and the primary source for these is Tom Nook's shop, Nook's Cranny. The shop starts small and humble, but upgrades over time as you spend money there, increasing the variety of goods available. To help the shop upgrade, it's necessary to visit other towns at least once. The page also discusses creating rooms you'd want to show off to friends who visit your village. While the initial room might be basic, effort leads to a larger, more impressive space. Layouts can be driven by emotion and creativity, aiming to impress visiting friends. The game encourages expressing individuality through room design. Another section addresses what happens if you neglect your village for extended periods. While the game doesn't penalize you with explicit punishments, abandoning the village will result in a significant increase in weeds, and villagers might make passive-aggressive comments. The recommended pace of play is ideally over an hour a day. Finally, the mysterious mole, Rossetti, is discussed. He appears when you turn off the game without saving, delivering a lecture. His messages, though sometimes harsh, are presented as persuasive and worth experiencing. The page also showcases creative room examples, including a cafe, a music store, and a live house, demonstrating the potential for unique room layouts. This page highlights the expansive possibilities offered by visiting other villages in Animal Crossing, enabled by using a memory card. Stepping into a friend's town, with its unique map, different villagers, and varied fruits and facilities, provides a distinctly fresh experience. It even mentions the unexpected fun of villagers potentially moving between towns. The page also explores text-based communication features that leave a lasting mark on your gameplay. Sending letters to residents allows for personal interactions, each receiving a unique reply. The included diary notebook lets you record game events or even real-world thoughts. The village bulletin board serves as a public space for announcements, weather updates, and opinions, with messages having a temporary nature. A major addition in the GameCube version is the island, accessible via the GCGBA link cable. While the island itself is small, it offers exclusive experiences and secrets, making the cable a worthwhile purchase. On the GameCube, you see the island area, while on the GBA you get a southern-themed resort view, complete with palm trees, a unique resident, and spots for placing furniture and flags. The GBA connection also allows for downloading the design editor, enabling players to create custom patterns while away from the TV. The ferryman, Cap'n, who takes you to the island, is highlighted for his memorable songs and dialogue. This page delves further into the capabilities within Animal Crossing, focusing on the creative freedom offered by the tailor shop. It highlights how players can craft their own original clothing and hat designs using pixel art and display them, potentially even influencing fashion trends among the village residents. The joy of seeing your own creations worn by others is likened to running a designer brand. The page also discusses the groundbreaking GCGBA link functionality, specifically how it was integral to the design of Animal Crossing. It touches upon the effort put into enabling this link, which facilitates features like the island previously mentioned. Creating designs is made portable via the GBA design editor, accessible through this link cable. A section is dedicated to demonstrating the custom design process. Using a character named Kasuko as a motif, it explains the technical detail of how 32 by 32 pixel art designs are applied to 3D models, stretching onto spherical shapes like heads for hats. The step-by-step guide emphasizes the need to consider this spherical projection during design, showing how text drawn flat might appear upside down but wraps correctly in 3Ds. Finally, a brief note from the production staff reflects on the learning experience of creating these pixel art textures. This page presents an interview with key developers behind Animal Crossing, led by the title, "We Weren't Thinking About Changing Platforms," attributed to Takashi Tezuka. The interview begins with Tezuka-san discussing the origin of the game, aiming for a game accessible to everyone, playable daily, and not just for skilled players, especially appealing to women. The initial idea was a simple field, evolving to incorporate more game-like elements and communication. Originally, the animal villagers were intended to walk on all fours. Regarding the GameCube version, released shortly after the N64 original, Tezuka-san states they weren't initially planning to change platforms. However, issues with the N64 cartridge production led to delays, making the GameCube a viable alternative to get the game to players sooner. The GC version essentially replicates the N64 content. A support service is mentioned, allowing players to transfer certain data from the N64 version to the GameCube via a specific memory card, starting January 10th. The page also introduces the interviewees. Takashi Tezuka, producer from Nintendo's Information Development Department, known for his long history with Nintendo since the Famicom era, often called a parent figure in Nintendo game development, and Katsuya Eguchi, director and planner for Animal Crossing, who worked alongside Tezuka-san. They discuss what Animal Crossing Plus means to them. This page continues the interview with Katsuya Eguchi and Takashi Tezuka about Animal Crossing, focusing on new features and design philosophies. A major topic is the connectivity with the Game Boy Advance. The developers explain that this feature, starting with the idea of a village evolving into an island on the GBA, was designed not as a standalone game, but as an extension to enhance the main GameCube experience. They note it was a significant technical undertaking, acknowledging concerns about keeping the GBA powered during use. The discussion then moves to the charming character, Capron, revealing the creative process behind his birth and his role. His songs played during trips to the island are specifically intended to make players feel warm and fuzzy. They share how Capron's dialogue varies based on the player character's gender, with attention paid to ensuring the text is enjoyable and not offensive. The interview also touches on the goal of connecting a wide range of players, including older generations who grew up with classic consoles. Noguchi highlights how the game is designed for families to enjoy together, reflecting his own experience as a parent. Tezuka brings up the idea of face-to-face communication, like directly exchanging game cartridges, contrasting it with future network capabilities, which they are exploring but currently prioritizing simpler forms of interaction. There's also a small note about Capron having released actual music albums. The page is laid out as an interview with interspersed images, including the GameCube cover art for Animal Crossing. This page dives into the exhilarating world of SSX Tricky. The review highlights the game's core appeal, masterfully balancing the thrilling speed and technical tricks of snowboarding with an exaggerated, non-realistic flair that creates a unique sense of fun. It argues that this departure from realism is precisely what allows for the game's over-the-top style and satisfying gameplay. The page outlines several ways to enjoy the game, including the essential practice mode to master the controls, the quick hit of a single event race, and the progression-focused World Circuit mode where players compete through qualifiers and finals. Screenshots showcase the intuitive controller layout and the vibrant, dynamic courses. Furthermore, the review touches upon the wealth of unlockable content, revealing that players can discover additional characters, a total of 12, numerous costumes, 7 per character, and various snowboards, 12 types, by achieving goals within the World Circuit and performing specific tricks. Images display the character, costume, and board selection screens. Finally, the mechanics of the adrenaline boost are explained. This feature, crucial for gaining speed and executing special tricks, is fueled by successfully landing tricks, adding another layer of depth to the gameplay. Screenshots demonstrate the game's interface, including the boost gauge. The overall tone suggests a highly positive reception for SSX Tricky's blend of accessibility and depth. The Game Boy Advance boasts a diverse software lineup. RPG fans can enjoy Tomato Adventure, a colorful game with timing-based battles, or Magical Haushin, based on the Haushin Enji novel and offering character growth. Shooter enthusiasts can play Gradius Generation, a traditional side-scroller with new stages. Action fans can explore Domo, The Journey of Domo, featuring NHK's mascot in minigame-filled TV worlds. Wrestling fans have Shin Nihon Pro Wrestling 2-Kon Retsuden Advance, with story mode and 50 wrestlers. Finally, Kurohige no Golf Shinyu Yo offers a golf experience featuring characters from a toy line. This page delves into the Nintendo Card e-reader for the Game Boy Advance. It's presented as a unique item that allows playing games and accessing content by scanning specially coded cards. The concept is highlighted as stemming from the development of the Pokémon card game, aiming to evolve the card-playing experience. The page discusses the nature of paper media, noting its advantages like being small and light, but also its vulnerability to damage from bending or water. Illustrations show the device attached to the GBA and how cards are inserted and read. Screenshots display examples of e-reader compatible games, including a scrolling shooter and a platformer. Different illustrations demonstrate various ways players might hold the device while scanning cards, humorously suggesting styles ranging from the standard grip to more unconventional ones, like holding it like a scanner or even like a duelist, referencing the Yu-Gi-Oh! Style of drawing cards, especially since the initial software support heavily featured Pokémon cards. The article emphasizes the importance of proper card handling to ensure readability. The Nintendo e-reader utilizes a high-density barcode system, capable of storing up to 2,064 bytes of data, allowing for complex datasets rivaling early Famicom cartridges. Data is read regardless of card orientation, due to a block-based code structure. This technology is exemplified by the Pokémon Card E-series, which uses the e-reader to unlock minigames and short movies, enriching the trading card experience. Beyond Pokemon, the e-reader was envisioned for game and watch style games and minigames within Mario Party. Potential applications extended to rule guides, timers, and even a hidden message system for traditional card games. The technology was also considered for use on larger card formats or on materials beyond standard cards, showcasing its broad versatility and exciting potential for expanding gameplay and interaction. This page features several columns discussing the gaming landscape. The top section, a GM column, delves into the perspective of Western hardcore gamers, noting how Nintendo is increasingly seen as a creator of quality games rather than just for children. It touches on the impact of Miyamoto's GameCube presentation at E3, and the debate among hardcore gamers about PC versus console gaming, particularly the perceived awkwardness of adapting PC control schemes like keyboard and mouse to a controller. It also mentions the success of games like Gran Turismo 3 on PlayStation 2, highlighting the console's dominance despite the shift of many players to PC. A separate section, Masterpieces from Memory, offers a personal reflection on influential third-party games. The author shares their deep connection to games that shaped their life and career, specifically mentioning Super Castlevania IV, shown in a screenshot, Street Fighter II, and the Dragon Quest series. They recount memories of playing these titles extensively, writing guides, and the significant impact they had, particularly the revolutionary action and graphics of Super Castlevania IV and the depth of Dragon Quest. The column reflects on how these seminal third-party titles were pivotal in their gaming journey and shaped their view of the industry. This page provides a look at upcoming GameCube titles, starting with the much-anticipated Star Fox Adventures, Dinosaur Planet. Fans might be surprised to learn this isn't just a shooter. It's evolving into a Zelda-like action-adventure game. While the traditional 3D shooting elements are still promised, the core gameplay features exploration and puzzle solving, a significant departure from the series' roots, which began with the groundbreaking 3D graphics of the Super Famicom original. Screenshots show Fox McCloud in various adventure scenarios, and even a glimpse of the SNES game that started it all. Next up is Doshin the Giant, a bizarre and unique Southern Island action game ported from the 64DD. You play as a benevolent yellow giant who can raise and lower the land and interact with the islanders. However, the real twist is the ability to transform into the destructive red hate giant, a feature the reviewer finds a bit unsettling. This game focuses on your influence over the island environment and its inhabitants, through love or hate, as depicted in the screenshots showing both giant forms and their interactions. The page also lists Animal Leader and Virtua Striker 3.2002 among the upcoming releases. This article previews upcoming GameCube titles. Animal Leader, an action game, features a pig striving for animal kingdom dominance through eating and mating, with surprisingly engaging gameplay. The Cube section highlights Battle Haushin, which connects to the GBA title Magical Haushin, enabling downloadable content and item unlocks via the GameCube-GBA cable. Virtua Striker 3.2002, a soccer game, offers a new single-player mode, training, and features the official World Cup ball, with impressive visuals. Other mentioned titles include Ultimate Muscle and Rave Master. The article concludes by noting a growing GameCube library and an upcoming magazine redesign. This page features the column by Fumio Kurokawa, titled Still Black, or Reflecting on the Closing Year and Looking Ahead to 2002. The column touches on the state of society, anxieties about the future, and finding hope, perhaps symbolized by new life. Kurokawa discusses the responsibility of the current generation to build a better future. He talks about his work, including an interview related to the upcoming Virtua Fighter 4, and reflects on why playing Virtua Fighter resonated with adults, describing it as feeling like self-discovery. He also praises veteran creators like Yu Suzuki, who are still actively contributing to the industry, and looks forward to new talent emerging. Below the column is the Game Industry News Headlines This Week section, summarizing various happenings. Key news items include Warner Bros. Involvement in Terminator 3 production, Sega's participation in movie production, specifically animation. Details about domestic Xbox DVD per Candela manufacturing. A look at the future of PS2 and Xbox online gaming. Enix's expansion into the online game market in China. News about Dragon Quest version 2i. Motorola's restructuring, and even a mention of a high-tech device for measuring children's height. The page also includes a profile of Fumio Kurokawa and invites readers to submit their opinions on his column. This page features the latest anime information, prominently highlighting the upcoming series One Guy Teacher. This romantic comedy promises an exciting premise centered around a seemingly normal high school student and his new teacher who hides a sci-fi secret. The show is set to debut on WoW starting January 10, 2002. The page provides a brief story synopsis and introduces key characters, including Mizuho Kazami, Kai Kusanagi, Kaede Misumi, Koichi Harikawa, and Ichigo Morino, accompanied by character illustrations. You can also find information about the official website to learn more. Additionally, the page includes a CSCA TV pickup section featuring 2 other notable anime. The Adventures of Peter Pan on the Airship, a science fiction adventure, is scheduled to begin airing on WoW from January 5, 2002. Also featured is Mirage of Blaze, a psychic action series, which is set to start on Kids Station on January 7, 2002. Both animes are presented with brief descriptions and accompanying visuals. This page focuses on new and upcoming video and CD releases. Alongside a news update, the VC and DVD video pickup section highlights several prominent anime titles becoming available for home viewing. Headlining are 3 Mobile Suit Gundam movie releases, including Endless Waltz Special Edition, the 08THM S-Team, Miller's Report, and Gundam 0083, Afterglow of Zeon, all scheduled for January 1, 2002. Also featured is FFU Final Fantasy, Unlimited Phase .0, a prequel covering the Final Fantasy universe. Other titles include the 2nd volume of the Happy Lesson OVA series, the 1st chapter of the Fushigi Yugi, Aikuden OVA, the 2nd volume of the Mahoromatic TV series release, and the 1st volume of Tsuki no Nai Yoru, the animation, an adult anime adaptation. The CD pickup section features new audio releases, specifically a drama CD for Happy Lesson and the 2nd original soundtrack for X-Driver. The information news section announces that the popular trading card game Aquarian Age is being adapted into a TV anime series, set to begin airing on January 10, 2002. The news mentions the anime will focus on battles within the entertainment world. This page features the latest installment of the Something Yoshimatsu Theater comic strip, subtitled Year-End Emergency Hospital Special. The comic provides a satirical look at the state of the game industry around the year 2000, depicting a character labeled 32, likely representing Sega or the Dreamcast, in a hospital bed, while other characters labeled PS2, PlayStation 2, are thriving. The doctor attempts to treat the ailing 32 with PS2 consoles and discs, implying the overwhelming market force of Sony's new console. The comic highlights the PS2's DV-DROM format as a significant factor in this struggle, showing the 32 character attempting to cope or adapt to the new technology. Despite the dire situation depicted, the final panel suggests a miracle occurred, perhaps hinting at Sega's resilience or pivot after the Dreamcast era. The page also includes a small correction notice regarding a previous issue and biographical information about the author, Something Yoshimatsu. This page features the 38th installment of the Comic Wonderland series by Makita Yoshiharu, titled Mokyu Mokyu Darkness Heaven Chronicle. Tentative. The main visual is a charming illustration of a young girl with dark hair in a white jacket. The accompanying text is a personal essay reflecting on the past month, which the author spent mostly drawing, with limited outings. They note not having played many games, though they did play Paya 3, managing to clear just one character route, Tomomi. The author expresses amusement at being called Onasan by one of the characters. Music has been a focus, with the author enjoying kids bought in bulk. Recent good finds include music from the prog band Marillion and the Japanese heavy metal band On Myoza there. They also specifically mention liking the music from the RPG Valkyrie profile and the fighting game Guilty Gear, likely referring to Guilty Gear X, available on Dreamcast. The author is particularly fond of On Myoza's female vocalist, and notes how both On Myoza and the other band mentioned have a fantastical, game-like sound. Looking ahead, the author anticipates being very busy with work in the coming year, which means less time for personal fan projects. They wish readers a Happy New Year. An editorial note confirms this entry reflects the Christmas and New Year season. The author's profile notes this series features cute illustrations and essays about 3 specific characters. This page features an article centered around editor and photographer Kyoichi Tsuzuki, Known for his insightful books like Tokyo Style and Roadside Japan, the focus is on his launch of an ambitious online platform called the Internet Museum of Art, or IMA. Currently featured on the IMA is an exhibition titled Universe for Rent, showcasing 100 rooms from Tokyo. Suzuki explains that following the success of his book Tokyo Style, which documented everyday living spaces and resonated with many people, he wanted to explore a new medium. The IMA offers a unique, game-like experience where visitors can virtually navigate through these rooms, providing a sense of presence not possible with traditional photography. Suzuki highlights his fascination with small rooms, particularly those renting for under 100,000 yen per month, believing they offer a genuine glimpse into the occupant's personality. He feels that the spaces people inhabit reveal more about them than architectural design alone. Beyond his own projects like Universe for Rent, the IMA aims to support other contemporary artists. Suzuki feels that traditional Japanese art institutions can be somewhat cold and provide limited international exposure, especially for younger artists. The IMA serves as a 24/7, bilingual online gallery, supporting these creators and allowing their work to be seen worldwide. A footnote indicates the IMA was accessible via the Sonnet platform, with paid admission requiring a credit card and a plugin download. This page features a complete strategy guide for the epic Dreamcast adventure, Shenmue II. Dominating the layout are striking character renders of the protagonists, Ryo Hazuki and Shenhua Aling. The guide promises a complete strategy for the game, boasting a massive 288 pages that contain everything about Shenmue II condensed here. The guide details include essential aids for navigating the game's vast world, such as the shortest strategy flowchart linked to completing all memos, and comprehensive maps including a fold-out main map and detailed area maps to help players explore every corner. It also promises to reveal all main and sub-events, minigames, and item locations. For combat, the guide provides data for all techniques and teaches players the secrets to winning every battle. Published by SoftBank Publishing, the guide is a 5-size, full-color, includes a fold-out map, and retailed for 1,800 yen, excluding tax. A smaller image of the guidebook's cover is also shown. This page provides clear instructions on how readers can fill out and submit a questionnaire postcard to the magazine. It details where to write personal information like name and address, and importantly, how to respond to the survey questions using numerical codes. The page includes examples demonstrating the correct way to fill in the answer boxes, ensuring the responses can be processed efficiently. The survey covers various topics, including reader demographics, how they consume gaming information, their opinions on the current issue's cover art, and how frequently they participate in such surveys. Crucially, it asks readers about the gaming hardware they currently own, and which systems they plan to purchase from a provided list, Table 2, which includes a wide range of platforms from the Dreamcast to the PlayStation 2 and Xbox. It also asks readers to rate the articles in the current issue, referencing Table 1, which lists diverse content covering games like Sakura Wars 4, Space Channel 5 Part 2, and Final Fantasy X across multiple systems like DC, PS2, Xbox, and GC, and identify which upcoming software titles they are most interested in. This survey was clearly a vital tool for the magazine to gauge reader interests and the gaming landscape of the time. This page features a bi-weekly column titled Iruero de Gusukusu. The top section is a comic strip depicting a Sega Dreamcast that was sent for repair finally returning, initially expected to cost 3,900 yen, but the repair fee ended up being 14,800 yen. It seems the repair delayed plans to play Dreamcast games over the new year, now pushed back to spring. The main illustration shows two characters, labeled Yuku, representing the departing year, and Kuru, representing the coming year, dressed in traditional clothing and holding figures related to Japanese New Year traditions. The vertical text on the right asks readers about their past year and expresses anticipation for their stories in the coming year. The accompanying text block discusses the lack of gaming opportunities in 2001 and expresses a strong desire to play many games in 2002. Stating the illustration was drawn with this hope in mind. It ends with a self-deprecating remark about the drawing not really conveying that message. The bottom provides a mail-in address for reader correspondence. This page is all about the exciting arrival of Sakatsuku 2002 on PlayStation 2, continuing the popular J.League Pro Soccer Club Management Simulation series. The main focus is experiencing the intense job of being both the representative and the manager of a soccer club. The page features screenshots showing both the tactical view during matches and management screens. There's a dedicated section providing basic knowledge for PS2 users new to the Successor series, explaining the fundamentals of managing a club from selecting a hometown to training players and handling staff. A key highlight is an interview with Takayuki Kawagoe, the series producer from Smilebit. He discusses the development status of the PS2 version, emphasizing that while there aren't massive core changes from the previous Dreamcast version, smaller tweaks make a big difference. A major point is the increased influence of the turnover system, which he says players can no longer ignore, adding strategic depth. He also touches upon player development and how it's becoming easier to nurture young players, creating interesting decisions about benching strong players. The page also provides quick game details, noting it's slated for a March 2002 release, priced at 6,800 yen, and published by Sega/Smilebit. It's clear this iteration builds upon the series' foundation, while refining the simulation aspects for the new platform. This page continues the look at the exciting new features in PS2 Successor 2002, highlighting the significant power-ups. The match graphics are seriously upgraded, with even reserve players looking more realistic. A major change is the increase to 22 starting players plus a bench, making squad management and training strategic. A new preferred side element adds depth to player development. The game now visually represents team overall strength with a clear hexagonal graph. Tactical systems are more detailed, letting you finely tune player positioning and roles. You can even see a player's preferred position clearly. The management side is also expanded, with new events like World Sports Festivals, detailed financial screens covering income and expenses like overseas training camps, and stadium upgrades. The interview with producer Kawago continues, touching upon new elements like the physical stat and how it impacts training and match strategy, emphasizing that the core simulation is refined with many new layers of detail. This page features a special report on WRC, World Rally Championship for the PlayStation 2. The article emphasizes that as an official WRC title, the game includes real WRC cars and drivers with their actual names. The magazine highlights the game's commitment to realism, faithfully reproducing the characteristics of the real WRC machines, including their performance and sounds. Screenshots show the impressive detail, from the driver models such as Manfred Heer and Armin Schwartz, to the car interiors and in-game action featuring the Subaru Impreza WRC 2001. The report notes the inclusion of several prominent cars from the 2001 season, including the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution, Ford Focus RS WRC01, Peugeot 206 WRC, Hyundai Accent WRC Squared, Skoda Octavia WRC Evo 2, and Citroën Xterra WRC, each with a brief description of their real-world performance. The magazine suggests that the detailed recreation is impressive, and static images don't fully capture the game's visuals. A sidebar indicates the game is set for a March 2002 release in Japan, published by Spike, categorized as an authentic rally simulator, and as an official product licensed by the FIA World Rally Championship. This looks like a comprehensive and detailed WRC simulation for the platform. The next page delves deeper into the features of WRC, World Rally Championship for the PlayStation 2, emphasizing its commitment to realism and comprehensive content. It highlights the game's impressive scope, featuring all 14 countries and over 70 stages from the 2001 WRC season, including detailed environments like the challenging ice and snow stages of Monte Carlo, or the technical courses of the Safari Rally. Realism extends to car damage and dirt, which are realistically reproduced and affect gameplay, not just visually. The game offers 5 distinct play viewpoints, including immersive in-car perspectives, allowing players to choose their preferred camera angle. A sidebar explains the fundamental concept of WRC, detailing the time attack format on public roads, special stages, and the importance of pace notes. A player's impression from the overseas version praises the game's balanced realism, responsive controls, and detailed sound effects, finding it a faithful and immersive WRC experience. Finally, the game is confirmed to be fully compatible with the Logitech GT Force feedback steering wheel, recommended for enhancing the feel of tire grip and maximizing the realistic driving experience. Screenshots showcase the varied stages, the detailed damage effects, different camera views, and the compatible steering wheel accessory. This page announces the upcoming motorcycle simulator, Riding Spirits, for the PlayStation 2. It's described as a game that thoroughly pursues the charm of motorcycles, finally making its appearance. The main selling point highlighted is the sheer volume of bikes included, featuring over 200 machines ranging from classic models to the latest releases. Major Japanese manufacturers like Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, and Kawasaki are featured, alongside parts manufacturers such as Yoshimura and Moriwaki, appearing under their real names. The realism extends beyond the motorcycles themselves, as the game also includes real-life models of over 60 helmets from brands like Arai and Shuei, and over 70 suits from brands like Nankai and Kushitani, allowing players to customize their rider's appearance authentically. Screenshots show bikes racing on varied tracks, described as original layouts based on street circuits from 8 countries. The game aims for detailed reproduction of bike exteriors, handling, and performance, with mentions of realistic damage effects. The game is listed as a motorcycle simulator developed by Spike, targeting a spring 2002 release on PS2. An extensive list of included bikes is shown, covering models from the late 1960s through 2001 across the major manufacturers, demonstrating the breadth of the roster. This page features a special interview with Capcom's Noritaka Funamizu, discussing their new visual expression called Artoon, which was born from their dedication to 2D aesthetics. Funamizu, known for his work on fighting games like Street Fighter and Capcom vs. SNK, explains this new rendering style. The Artoon look is prominently featured in 2 upcoming titles: JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Golden Wind, and Automodelista. The page dives deep into the JoJo game, a 3D action title based on Part 5 of the manga. Set in Italy, it emphasizes the game's recreation of the stand battles, and notes that the subtitle, Golden Wind, was personally named by the manga's creator, Hirohiko Araki. Gameplay mechanics, like switching between body mode and stand mode for strategic combat, are mentioned, along with a spirit gauge. Screenshots showcase the distinctive cel-shaded visuals and various characters from the Part 5 cast. Automodelista, a driving game, is also highlighted as utilizing this unique artistic approach. The interview touches on the philosophy behind moving into this style, suggesting it's a natural evolution for a company rooted in 2D art, looking for a new direction in 3D graphics. The JoJo game is slated for a spring 2002 release on PlayStation 2. The next page continues the interview with Capcom's Noritaka Funamizu, focusing on their Artoon visual style and 2 upcoming games. The discussion about the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure game highlights their ambition to create something that would impress the original author, Hirohiko Araki. It's also confirmed that despite Capcom's fighting game pedigree, the JoJo title is not a traditional fighter. The page then shifts focus to the previously mentioned racing game, Automodelista, introducing it as a revolutionary racing experience in both looks and feel, explicitly positioning it as an alternative to series like Gran Turismo. This marks Capcom's first foray into the racing genre, and the interview touches upon the strategic thinking behind this new venture. Automodelista is presented as utilizing the unique Artoon 3D graphics, creating visuals unlike anything seen before in a racing game. The page confirms it's for the PlayStation 2, aiming for a spring 2002 release. The bottom section showcases the game's reveal with the latest screenshots, focusing on popular, real-name cars that players can expect to see. Featured vehicles include iconic Japanese sports cars such as the Nissan R34 GTR, Honda S2000, Mazda RX-7, and Toyota Celica SS2, each shown with brief descriptions hinting at their in-game characteristics. The page emphasizes the excitement of these real-world machines appearing in the game. This page continues the interview, delving deeper into Capcom's Automodelista and the unique Artoon visual style. The developer explains that Automodelista was conceived as a distinct alternative to more simulation-heavy racing games like Gran Turismo, focusing instead on a different feel and look. He discusses the Artoon style, stating it was born from their dedication to 2D art, and when they pushed that style in 3D, it resulted in the game's unique visuals. A prominent quote emphasizes this: "Because we were always drawing in 2Ds, when we pursued that in 3Ds, it became this footage." The interview also touches on the network features and future plans for the studio. The page highlights that real-world tuning manufacturers are included in the game, showcasing examples like the Rea Memiya RX-7, Cusco Subaru Impreza, and Mazdaspeed RX-7. Additionally, a coloring and original sticker contest is announced, inviting players to design car colors and stickers for potential inclusion in the game. There are sections detailing which parts of the car can be painted and the rules for creating stickers. Finally, a topic features mentions that players can experience Auto Modelista early at the Tokyo Auto Salon with Auto Asia 2002 event held in January 2002 at Makuhari Messe. This page is part of a series counting down to the launch of the Xbox console in Japan, highlighting key first-party titles. Featured here is an interview with Katsunori Yamaji from Microsoft's Xbox development team, discussing the car action game Maximum Chase. Yamaji aims to create a game that challenges the notion that cinematic games are inherently slow or tedious. He describes Maximum Chase's approach to visuals, using a blend of CG and live-action footage for cutscenes, designed to look like a high-production CG movie that pulls the player into an exciting, fast-paced experience. Unlike passively watching a film, the page includes images of a car from the game and a visual example of the mixed CG/live-action technique. It also lists other first-party Xbox titles covered in this series, including Dead or Alive 3, Jet Set Radio Future, UFC 2 Tap Out, SS.TEAL, Transworld Surf, J Phoenix Plus, and Air Force Delta 2. This page continues the countdown to the Xbox launch in Japan, featuring large numbers highlighting the lead-up. It includes a photo of a gathering, seemingly a promotional event related to the launch, referencing a traditional Kumade rake used for good luck. The main feature delves further into the car action game, Maximum Chase. Screenshots depict intense gameplay, showcasing a chase mode with explosions, and a gun shooting mode, with combat visible through a car window. An interview with Tomoaki Inoue, a product manager at Microsoft, discusses the game's development. He highlights the use of real car models to create a sense of realistic tension, and mentions working with manufacturers for licenses, like BMW, who licensed cars for the James Bond films. The game is set on city streets and general roads rather than closed circuits, combining car chases with gun combat. The interview also touches on the challenge of blending live-action elements seamlessly with CG for cinematic sequences, aiming for a high-quality, dynamic visual experience. The goal is to create engaging escape entertainment. A brief data summary box lists Maximum Chase as a non-stop car action game developed by Genki and published by Microsoft, targeting a spring 2002 release with a completion rate of 70%. This page delivers the major scoop that Dead or Alive 3 for Xbox now has a confirmed Japanese release date, February 22, 2002, launching simultaneously with the Xbox console itself. Developer comments detail the decision to align the game's release with the console launch, allowing them to fully optimize the game to showcase the Xbox's technological capabilities, delivering a comfortable and graphically impressive experience for Japanese players. Specific enhancements for the Japanese version are highlighted, including additional costumes, slight system adjustments, and a completely new, distinct opening movie that puts the character Hitomi front and center. The developers emphasize a shift in focus for the Japanese release, prioritizing creative vision and making something they truly want to over purely business concerns, aiming to create a product that Japanese fans will genuinely enjoy. The page also indicates that a thorough breakdown of the US version's system mechanics will be presented as a preview leading up to the Japanese launch. The page prominently features a large render of Hitomi, along with basic game details like the genre being fighting, and Tecmo as the publisher. This page dives into the system mechanics of Dead or Alive 3, starting with a look at the evolution of the free step. Compared to Dead or Alive 2, where it required specific directional inputs and a button press, free step in Dua 3 is simplified, activated just by pressing the direction button left or right once. This makes it more intuitive for beginners. The page highlights new possibilities, like attacking directly from a sidestep and counterattacking immediately after evading, emphasizing movement in 3D space. It also shows character moves. Hitomi's grass mower is a palm strike uppercut from a sidestep. Yan Li's spinning dragon is a swift sidestep punch attack designed to knock opponents away. And Zack's slide body blow is a unique sidestep punch that involves stepping back and ducking. An interview section discusses the game's system points, stating the goal was to make it easy to operate while still allowing for beautiful and enjoyable techniques. The developers aimed for a final form in Dua 3, simplifying commands compared to Dua 2, where effectiveness was tied to complex inputs. The Japanese version will incorporate user requests and aim to make the characters even more appealing, suggesting additional costumes are being created. Dead or Alive 3 significantly evolved its core mechanics, especially the hold system and wall hits. The hold system, designed for console play, simplified input to a single direction plus a button, while introducing expert holds, requiring more complex two-directional inputs for increased power. Unlike Dua 2's arcade version, Dua 3's expert holds are universal in their complex input requirements. Wall hits also saw a major revamp. In Dua 3, hitting an opponent into a wall triggers a critical stagger, opening up opportunities for extended combos, regardless of stage hazards. This contrasts with Dua 2, where wall hits primarily added damage. These changes in Dua 3 drastically increased offensive possibilities. This page focuses on the evolution of the battle system in Dead or Alive 3, particularly the tag change mechanics and the introduction of charge hits. It details two new types of tag changes: the attack change, which allows players to swap partners mid-attack, as demonstrated with Hayate seamlessly transitioning to Ion, and the down attack change, a specific tag performed when the opponent is grounded, shown with Hayate tagging to Ion with a powerful stomp. These additions significantly increase tactical options. The page also briefly reflects on Dead or Alive 2's tag system, noting that while Dua 3 uses a simpler dedicated button, the special tag throws and tag combos from the previous game are retained and simplified. Furthermore, the page highlights the new charge hit mechanic, exemplified by Zack's wind-up bazooka. This powerful, charged attack is designed to crush an opponent's guard, creating openings for follow-up attacks. It's described as a key element for certain character types, and highly effective against defensive play. Finally, there's a section featuring producer Ida's diary about attending a year-end party with hardcore Dead or Alive fans, and a call for reader submissions, asking for photos of their Dua collections, illustrations, questions for Team Ninja, and even experiences with dangerous situations that could fit into the game. This page features a special report on Jet Set Radio Future for the Xbox, highlighting the fun of exploring its vibrant streets. The main focus is on two newly revealed areas. Shibuya Terminal is presented as a bustling hub filled with people and vehicles, designed with elevated roads and numerous features like guardrails and pedestrian bridges, perfect for grinding and performing tricks. Director Masayoshi Kikuchi comments that this was the first area they created for the game, aiming to realize J-Harp's concept of exhilarating movement. The second location, Rokaku-dai, is described as a quiet, nostalgic town with an atmosphere reminiscent of Kowloon, featuring densely packed buildings and power lines ideal for high-flying maneuvers, evoking the feel of the previous game's Koganecho. The page includes several screenshots showcasing gameplay in these dynamic urban environments. A game information box provides details such as the platform, genre, street action adventure, publisher, Sega Smilebit, and player count, 14. This page continues the deep dive into Jet Set Radio Future, shifting focus from locations to gameplay mechanics and the returning cast of rivals. It kicks off by highlighting the reappearance of iconic rival gangs. You'll encounter them throughout the city, with some potentially joining your crew after a battle, while others remain persistent foes. The page features glimpses of familiar faces like Combo and Poison Jam, alongside newcomers such as Liz and Captain Onishima, and the Rakaku Police, who were seen on the previous page. The updated graffiti system is a key feature discussed. It's significantly changed, impacting strategy. No longer requiring command inputs, you can now simply find a graffiti point and tag it instantly, allowing you to cover the city with your crew's marks quickly while on the move. A neat detail is the bubble showing the size of the graffiti required as you approach a spot. Finally, the page emphasizes the fundamental action of grinding. Described as the game's most exhilarating and basic maneuver, it explains how the city is designed with guardrails perfect for grinding, making it easy to traverse areas just by jumping onto them. The developers clearly intended grinding to be a core part of exploration and movement. This page dives deeper into Jet Set Radio Future, exploring the unique location of Rakaku Heights and highlighting specific gameplay mechanics. The area is depicted as a chaotic, stacked collection of dwellings built upon the remains of former public housing, giving it a distinct, almost nostalgic feel despite its ramshackle appearance. A key gameplay element discussed is the ability to grind vertically on power lines, adding a new dimension to traversal. This action is described as fundamental and enjoyable, building upon the core grinding mechanic introduced previously. The stage map has also received a significant upgrade, now offering a more three-dimensional view that clearly indicates locations, graffiti points, elevation changes, and the player's direction, making navigation much more user-friendly. The game's director, Masayoshi Kikuchi, offers insight into the design of Rokkaku Heights, noting its deceptively complex look hides a relatively simple structure leading to the hilltop. He also points out humorous details, like the wooden power poles fitting the area's chaotic feel. Screenshots showcase the vertical grinding in action, the improved map interface, and the distinct architecture of the location. This page effectively demonstrates how JSRF expands its environments and gameplay from the previous title while retaining its signature style. This page introduces the fighting game UFC 2 Tap Out for the Xbox, highlighting the inclusion of Japanese mixed martial artists. The focus is on Kaol Uno, described as a Prince of the Stars, who is making his appearance in the game following previous Japanese fighters. The page provides a brief biography for Uno, detailing his career beginnings in Shudo in 1996, his rise to the top, and his transition to the UFC. It also lists 5 keywords about him, covering his background in the Wajutsu Kishukai Gym, his Shudo welterweight championship, his appearances in CMS and fashion magazines, his merchandise shop, and his love for Polaroid cameras. Additionally, the page includes a combat sports lecture section aimed at helping viewers understand mixed martial arts. It explains fundamental concepts like the mount position, where the fighter on top has a dominant advantage, and the guard position, where the fighter on the bottom can defend and counter. These concepts are illustrated with in-game screenshots showing the positions and a basic sweep technique. The page emphasizes that understanding these aspects makes watching MMA much more enjoyable. The game is listed as an action title for Xbox, with details about player count and the publisher, Capcom. This page features an in-depth look at Double Steel, a dynamic car action game released for the Xbox in Japan in February 2002 by Bunkasha Games. The game is highlighted for bringing the aesthetics of destruction to the platform, focusing on ruleless, explosive car battles that leverage the Xbox's hardware power for realistic graphics, physics, and immersive Dolby Digital 5.1 chain sound. The presentation aims to evoke the feeling of watching chaotic news report footage. Development staff discussed the game's philosophy, emphasizing a deliberate move towards a fun, chaotic approach rather than strict racing realism. They aimed for destruction entertainment, drawing inspiration from action films for the game's over-the-top style. The game world is described as a large, freely explorable city reminiscent of Hong Kong, with expansive map data allowing players to drive anywhere. The page features screenshots showcasing the destructive car combat and notes compatibility with a specific racing wheel peripheral. This page continues the deep dive into the Xbox title Double Steel, reinforcing the core loop of mission execution blended with chaotic destruction. The game takes place in a sprawling fictional metropolis inspired by Hong Kong, featuring bustling streets, streetcars, highways, and a multitude of pedestrians, all contributing to constant opportunities for property damage during missions. The page details the impressive roster of over 10 unique, though fictional, vehicles that players can unlock as they clear missions. These machines range from the seemingly ordinary to futuristic designs straight out of sci-fi movies, adding significant variety to the gameplay. Double Steel also offers narrative depth, with 2 distinct scenarios, the police arc and the poor spy arc, each containing multiple missions that players can tackle in any order to progress. A standout feature highlighted is the replay system, which goes beyond simple playback. Players can apply various visual filters to their replays, making the chaotic action look like a painting, a TV news broadcast, or even a special program showcasing shocking footage. Developers like GPU programmer Masaki Kawase discuss their technical efforts on the Xbox to simulate a large number of independent vehicles and people simultaneously, contributing to the game's unique sense of realism, specifically aiming for that raw, impactful feel of real-life, chaotic events captured on video. This page features a special report on the upcoming Xbox title, Trans World Surf. This game aims to deliver an authentic surfing experience, overseen by the acclaimed Trans World Surf magazine, to ensure realistic wave dynamics, splashes, and surfing maneuvers. The core objective is to rise through the ranks as a pro surfer, mastering tricks and dominating the world tour across various locations, each with unique wave characteristics and challenges. Beyond the main pro tour, the game offers a diverse range of modes, suitable for both solo play and multiplayer competition. You can chase high scores in single session, freely explore and practice in free surf, or go head-to-head against friends in competitive modes like King of Wave, where the last surfer standing on the wave wins, and Contest for high-score battles. Visually, the screenshots depict dynamic surfing action, showcasing tricks in the air and the thrill of riding inside a barrel wave. Adding to the immersive experience, The game features music from notable artists such as Downset and Sum 41, allowing players to shred not just the waves, but also to the beats, which the article highlights as another key enjoyment factor. Transworld Surf promises a comprehensive and realistic simulation for surfing enthusiasts. This page delves deeper into the core gameplay of Transworld Surf, building on the introduction from the previous page. It highlights the impressive roster of 13 licensed professional surfers available for players to choose from, each possessing unique skill parameters. These pros will take on the challenge of conquering waves at 9 distinct and famous surf spots around the world. Featured surfers include Sean Barney Barron, known for his aerial techniques, and Rochelle Ballard, highlighted as the game's sole female surfer and an expert tube rider with high balance stats. The magazine showcases 2 iconic surf locations: Huntington Beach, characterized by smaller waves but a lively atmosphere, and Pipeline on Oahu's North Shore, a notoriously dangerous spot famed for its massive swells that represent the ultimate challenge for any surfer. Beyond just riding, the page emphasizes the game's focus on executing spectacular tricks. Unlike simpler surfing games, Transworld Surf requires strategic thinking to chain together different maneuvers into impressive combos, taking into account wave conditions and your surfer's stance. Screenshots illustrate various complex tricks possible, such as the Shuvit 360, kickflip, and screwdriver, reinforcing that pulling off these dazzling moves is key to success and getting recognized in the game world. The goal is to constantly aim for that perfect, show-stopping performance. This page features a preview of J Phoenix Plus for Xbox, a customizable mecha action game. A major highlight is the involvement of legendary mecha designer Kunio Okawara, known for his iconic work on series like Mobile Suit Gundam and Armored Trooper Votoms. Players pilot giant humanoid weapons called PF Panzerframe to tackle various missions. The game emphasizes both intense combat scenarios and deep customization. Players can freely customize their mechs, with over 250 types of parts available to mix and match across 16 different body locations. This extensive customization allows players to create truly unique machines tailored to their playstyle. The game also introduces the Berm system, where part combinations unlock special abilities, and a hyper mode that pushes the PF's performance beyond its limits, visually indicated by the mech glowing intensely. Screenshots showcase detailed mech designs, the customization interface displaying stats and parts, and glimpses of gameplay and event scenes, which feature voice acting described as adding depth to the game world. J Phoenix Plus for Xbox offers diverse gameplay beyond a standard story mode. X Mode lets players control 3 mechs simultaneously, a feature enabled by the Xbox. Story Mode immerses players as an ace pilot in the Alceria Empire, blending missions with strategic choices. Battle Mode provides various match types, including 1v1, team battles, and even 1vs2, with customizable mechs. The new 100 Machine Slice Mode challenges players to defeat waves of enemies. The game features notable mechs like J Phoenix and Alceria GS, and introduces key characters voiced by a talented cast. Producer Akira Kimura highlights the game's ambition to push boundaries in gameplay and customization, especially with X Mode. He encourages player feedback. This page features Konami's flight combat game, Air Force Delta 2 for Xbox, highlighting its brand new system. While the previous game had a simple stage-clear format, Delta 2 adopts a world map system. This allows players to choose their missions and navigate to specific operational areas, marking a significant departure and offering more strategic freedom. The article breaks down the flow of gameplay leading up to combat via the briefing screen. At the airbase, players can confirm missions, purchase or sell aircraft, with different bases offering different aircraft types, and prepare for takeoff. The game emphasizes player choice, stating that missions can be tackled in any order, and clearing certain objectives might unlock new airbases or special missions. The world map displays airspace controlled by friendly, blue, or enemy, orange, forces, and operation points indicate available missions. The combat screen is also shown, featuring both cockpit and external views. A HUD displaying flight status, speed, and missile count. A gun reticle that appears when targets are in range, and a radar showing enemy positions. The visuals are noted as inheriting the atmosphere of the Dreamcast version, making it familiar for experienced players. The ability to earn funds by replaying sorties or prioritizing clearing missions is highlighted as a key feature of the new system, giving players the freedom to decide their path. This page highlights guidebooks and art books for the Sega Dreamcast game Sakura Wars 3 Is Paris Burning? Featured publications include The Sakura Wars 3 Original Picture and Setting Material Collection, a comprehensive book with original artwork, character details, staff interviews, and a poster. The Sakura Wars Online Community Guide helps players navigate the online experience, covering character creation, online etiquette, and features a reversible cover. Lastly, Sakura Wars 3 Strategy Guide is available in 2 volumes, both with extras like fold-out charts. All books are published by SoftBank Publishing. Release dates varied, with the community guide coinciding with the game's release, and the others already available. This page dives into the world of Rune, an intriguing card action RPG from Software, set to arrive on the GameCube. The core concept blends traditional RPG elements with a strategic card battle system, promising what the title suggests: infinite gameplay possibilities. The battle system centers around collecting and strategically using cards, which players assemble into decks. The more cards you acquire, the wider your strategic options become, leading to engaging and deep combat encounters. The page features striking character art, including the protagonist, Kati Akama, a young woman searching for her father, King Gelbert, who is investigating strange anomalies sweeping across the continent. Other characters introduced are Meijo Kriti, a magic-savvy antique dealer interested in cards, and Gloria, a mysterious figure connected to the resurrection of demons. The prologue sets a dark fantasy tone, detailing a sealed demon, scattered keys, and a creeping black mist engulfing the land, hinting at the epic quest ahead. Also featured is a sample card, highlighting the Sand Golem, a creature card that can be summoned to protect the player or distract enemies during a pinch, adding a tactical layer to the real-time action. The page includes a screenshot showing the game's menu interface within a 3D environment, giving a glimpse of the game's presentation. This title seems to offer a unique fusion of genres, with a focus on strategic card collection and battle. This page delves deeper into the mechanics of Rune, the card battle RPG from Software. It explains how the cards you collect aren't just static tools but grow stronger with use, gaining experience that allows them to undergo a class change into more powerful forms or even creatures of different attributes. This adds a significant layer of progression to the card system. The game categorizes card abilities into types like Summon, Weapon, Trap, and Support, each serving a distinct purpose in battle, offering diverse tactical options. There's also an elemental system, with water, fire, wood, and earth attributes that determine strengths and weaknesses, adding a strategic rock-paper-scissors element to combat. Beyond progression, the page covers how players acquire new cards by purchasing them, finding treasure chests, or a neat feature called Capture Throw, where you can seal weakened enemies into cards during battle. It also highlights the importance of card combos, showing how combining specific cards like the Hydra and Virus Rat can dramatically amplify effects, such as doubling poison damage, encouraging players to experiment with deck synergy. Showcases of specific cards like the Trapping Stone Head and the Chaotic Berserker demonstrate the variety of creatures available. This intricate system of card growth, attribute matchups, capture, and combos truly supports the game's promise of deep strategy and rewarding progression. This page features a special report on the upcoming WonderSwan Color remake of Square's original Game Boy RPG, The Final Fantasy Legend, known in Japan as Makai Tushi Saga. The focus is on bringing this pioneering title, which laid the groundwork for the entire Saga series, from its monochrome origins into full color on the WSC. Key changes highlighted for this remake include significantly enhanced battle visuals, now featuring detailed backgrounds that add depth to combat encounters, a stark contrast to the original's plain screen. Event scenes are also getting a major overhaul with improved direction and visual effects, including more detailed buildings and objects appearing in 3Ds. The page details the unique character system, presenting the 3 distinct races players can choose from: humans, who improve by using various weapons and items; espers, who naturally develop and gain abilities; and monsters, who grow by consuming the meat of defeated enemies to transform. Finally, it touches upon the game's defining world structure, a series of diverse worlds connected by a single, towering structure. This tower is the central point of the adventure, and players must ascend it through various realms with differing geographies and cultures, all linked by this enigmatic monolith. Screenshots effectively demonstrate the visual upgrade in battles and provide glimpses into the varied environments players will explore within this unique world. This page features a special report on the PlayStation title Nijiro Dodgeball Otometachi no Seishun, published by Atlus. Described as a hot-blooded, sporty, training action. game. It tasks the player with becoming a coach and leading a team of young women towards the professional dodgeball league, the Venus League. The game's primary draw is its diverse cast of characters, with designs handled by a different famous artist for each of the 10 main girls. Players will train their team and compete in hyper dodgeball, an exaggerated version of the sport where the objective is to eliminate all opposing players using powerful special deadly shots. Screenshots show colorful gameplay on a dodgeball court, highlighting the character models and action. The page introduces several of the main characters and their affiliations, showcasing the varied art styles contributing to the game's unique look. It's presented as a character-focused sports simulation with action elements, aiming to capture the passion and youth of its female athletes. This page features a special report covering 2 upcoming titles across different platforms. First up is Le Mans 24 Hours for the PlayStation 2. This simulation racing game faithfully recreates the world's most demanding endurance race. The page highlights endorsements from professional racing drivers, the Kageyama brothers, who were impressed with the game's realism, graphics, and handling, calling it a significant step forward for racing simulations. Key features include a full 24-hour play mode, a wide selection of real courses from the actual Le Mans circuit and other famous tracks, and over 60 faithfully recreated cars, including the Panos LMP1 that the Kageyamas themselves raced. The second game featured is Shining Soul for the Game Boy Advance. Presented as a communication RPG designed by Masao Tamaki, it emphasizes cooperative play with friends. Supporting up to 4 players via link cable, the game focuses on adventuring together, communicating directly with nearby friends, and working as a team to find rare items and conquer challenges. Players can choose from 4 character classes: Warrior, Mage, Archer, and Dragon Fighter, each with distinct roles, and customize their appearance by changing colors, adding a personal touch to the cooperative experience. This page dives into Konami's Hypersports 2002 Winter, a compilation title heading to PlayStation 2, GameCube, Xbox, and Game Boy Advance. Following the series tradition, it offers simple button mashing and timing-based controls to tackle various sports. The main versions feature 10 different winter events, including downhill, slalom, halfpipe, speed skating, ski jumping, K90 and K120, bobsleigh, curling, moguls, and figure skating. The game promises varied gameplay styles adapted to each sport, and unique character attributes that influence performance. The Game Boy Advance version, releasing on the same day, also packs 10 events, though some specifics might differ slightly. It retains the core Hyper Sports feel, but uniquely supports 1 cartridge link cable multiplayer for up to 4 players, making it a great portable party game. The GBA version also adds biathlon to its lineup, providing a different experience for portable players. The page highlights the fun of experiencing these diverse sports across multiple platforms, with easy-to-grasp mechanics. This page features the romance-adventure game Chocolate Kiss for the PlayStation console, scheduled for release on Valentine's Day, February 14, 2002, priced at 3,800 yen. Published by Digicube, this single-player title puts the protagonist in a temporary transfer situation at a girls' school for 1 month leading up to Valentine's Day. The core of the game revolves around interacting with the various female students. As the player builds relationships, the girls' favorability towards the protagonist changes, significantly altering their attitude and the events that occur. The game culminates on Valentine's Day, where the player's actions throughout the month determine whether they receive chocolate from the girls, and whether it's obligation chocolate, Giri Choco, or true love chocolate, Honmei Choco. The game promises various endings, depending on the player's success in capturing the girls' hearts. Small screenshots illustrate the impact of favorability levels on character interactions and scenes. The page also highlights a promotional standby image download event featuring characters from the game, available via iMode for a limited time. This page dives into the King of Fighters X Neoblood for the Game Boy Advance, a new chapter in the KOF series kicking off on GBA. Scheduled for release, this game is based on KOF 2000, but brings exciting additions like the return of Geese Howard and the debut of Mignon Bert, developments sure to thrill fans. The page features dynamic illustrations of Kyo and Iori, and various screenshots showcasing the character select screen and intense gameplay. The game promises a faithful recreation of the arcade experience, with over 20 characters. A system check section details how the fighting mechanics from KOF 2000 are implemented, including the striker system for assist attacks, and core actions like guarding and throws, ensuring a familiar feel. The play mode check outlines the available options, covering standard team and single play, a practice mode perfect for honing your skills and trying out new characters like Mignon, and survival modes including time attack and endless. The game also supports versus battles via link cable.
Overall, it seems like a solid portable fighting experience is on the horizon.
This page showcases Angelic Layer, an adventure game for the Game Boy Advance based on the popular anime series. It focuses on the story of Misaki Suzuhara as she enters the world of Angelic Layer, where she meets and trains her own fighting doll, an angel named Hikaru. The core gameplay revolves around battles on a special stage called the Layer. Success in battle depends largely on the concentration of the Dayfonus, or operator. High concentration allows for giving multiple commands and executing powerful special moves. Battles are decided by reducing the opponent's physical points to 0 or knocking them off the layer. There's also a critical hit system that can turn the tide, particularly when physical strength is low or time is running out. Combat involves timely input based on commands displayed on screen. The main advanced story mode faithfully follows the anime's plot, depicting Misaki's journey of growth alongside Hikaru. Beyond the main story, there's a My Angel story mode, where you can raise a different angel, customizing their type, offensive or defensive, and even their dialogue. The page also introduces several key characters from the series, including Misaki, Hikaru, and various rivals and supporting figures. The game allows for versus battles using a link cable. It captures the essence of the show, bringing the world of Angelic Layer battles to the portable screen. This page features 2 upcoming titles for the Game Boy Advance from Spike. First up is Final Fire Pro Wrestling Dream Team Management, planned for release in March 2002. This latest entry in the long-running wrestling series boasts over 200 wrestlers and maintains the series' tradition of allowing players immense freedom to recreate various match types, including tag matches, battle royals, death matches, and even cage matches. A major new addition is the Team Management mode, where the player takes on the role of a wrestling organization president, managing wrestlers with distinct personalities and relationships. The game also introduces an intrusion system for dynamic run-ins during matches. Screenshots show typical Fire Pro Wrestling action in the ring and cage, alongside screens depicting wrestler interactions and injuries in the management mode. Below that is Formation Soccer 2002, aimed for the World Cup, with a release date yet to be decided. This soccer game is presented as a return to simpler, faster gameplay, suited for the handheld platform, prioritizing fun over strict realism. Key features highlighted include quick passing, curving shots, and fast transitions between offense and defense. There's a mode allowing players to control a single player, enabling cooperative play via link cable. Another mode lets players collect famous players from around the world to build their ultimate dream team.
Screenshots display top-down soccer gameplay and team formation screens.
The magazine seems to appreciate the game's focus on accessible, speedy fun for a portable experience. This page previews 2 interesting upcoming Game Boy Advance titles. First up is Ghost Mansion's 24 Hours, a unique trap novel scheduled for release on January 24, 2002. 3 high school students venture into a mansion haunted by ghosts and filled with traps set by the owner. The game features a variable story based on which of the 3 protagonists you choose, each offering a different perspective and narrative path through the same locations. It also incorporates character stats like stamina and spirit, which are used when dealing with traps and ghosts. An intriguing aspect is the ability to play as the mansion owner, setting up traps to stop the intruders, adding a strategic, antagonistic layer to the gameplay. The screenshots show various room settings and character portraits. Below that is Karu Be Back, Frog Be Back, an RPG from Kadokawa Shoten, set for a March 29, 2002 release. This game features a unique time-traveling premise, where a monster that devours time has revived, and the protagonists must use their limited time travel abilities to stop it. The dialogue system allows for nuanced responses, and the combat is described as unique, representing space where enemies occupy different vertical and horizontal positions. Attack types, like physical attacks or magic, correspond to different coverage areas. Players are also supported by battle frogs, with various attributes that can level up and learn skills. Screenshots show the game's time-traveling protagonists and the visually distinct combat interface. This page features a prominent spread dedicated to Phantasy Star Online. The top section showcases a large illustration filled with various character types and iconic enemies from the game. The main headline announces the long-awaited completion of a Phantasy Star Online fanbook created by and for the fans, promising plenty of new encounters and exciting gameplay insights. The listed contents highlight deep dives into areas like the Ultimate Forest, challenges like low-level clearing, the results of an online player survey, and various game verification experiments. It also includes a guide for beginners navigating the planet Ragol, coverage of in-game events and cosplay, an interview with the game's director, and a discussion with the development team. The book promises findings from treasure hunts and features manga, columns, and novels by artists who love Spello. The book is described as a 5-size, 160 pages, full color, and priced at 1,400 yen, excluding tax. The bottom section is an advertisement block for strategy guides published by SoftBank Publishing. The main focus is the Super Robot Wars Compact for WonderSwan Color Perfect Guide, highlighting that it's different from the monochrome version and provides essential information for the color version strategy. It also advertises guides for Super Robot Wars as on Game Boy Advance and Super Robot Wars Alpha for Dreamcast. This page features a strategy guide for the PlayStation 2 dating simulation game Tokimeki Memorial 3. It's presented as the first part of a guide aimed at helping players have a fulfilling high school life and become popular, particularly focusing on the first year of the game. The guide highlights that Moegi High School has various annual events, including the Sports Festival, Culture Festival, end-of-term tests, and seasonal vacations like summer and winter breaks. The guide also offers crucial tips players should know before starting.
First, when working to improve character abilities, it's vital to manage stamina and stress. Pushing too hard without rest can lead to getting sick, making certain actions impossible. Second, if you join a sports club, you need to take it seriously and strive to win matches, not just attend practice, as performance affects your popularity with girls. Finally, weekends should be used wisely for gathering information and pursuing hobbies. Hobbies like gardening can provide useful items and topics for dates, helping to deepen relationships. This guide focuses on building relationships with 6 girls in Tokimeki Memorial 3: Yukiko, Chitose, Mari, Emi, Sarika, and Rika. Each girl has unique preferences for fashion, conversation topics, and ideal date locations, detailed within the guide. The guide provides essential information, like birth dates and club affiliations, along with key points for dating her, offering specific advice on how to best approach each girl based on her personality. Furthermore, the guide emphasizes the importance of maintaining relationships with all girls, not just your primary target. Ignoring others can lead to negative consequences.
Checking affection levels via phone calls is also recommended, highlighting the balance required to succeed in the game. This page from the Dorimaga guide for Tokimeki Memorial 3 tackles common dating challenges in a Q&A format, featuring the characters Yabe and Shiratori offering advice. It covers various aspects, from meeting new girls to managing relationships. One question addresses difficulty meeting new girls, suggesting players should try increasing their character's abilities using different commands. Another asks how to gauge a girl's affection level, with the answer explaining that calling them on the phone is the way to check, although the guide notes you won't know the exact level. Players wanting a girl's phone number are advised to aim for the special cafe event that can happen after a successful date. The guide also touches upon fashion, stating that while changing your entire outfit isn't always necessary, making small adjustments or having a few different clothing patterns is helpful, especially considering the weather. The bottom section provides a critical checklist of 6 things that will make a girl dislike you on a date. These include asking her out right before exams, getting the meeting location wrong, failing to dress appropriately, even minimally, giving mood-killing replies during conversation, repeatedly asking the same questions, and talking about other girls once you're in a close relationship. Each point is illustrated with a picture of one of the game's girls. This page acts as a crucial troubleshooting guide for players struggling with the game's relationship mechanics. This page from the Tokimeki Memorial 3 guide provides a complete rundown of available date spots and special events from the start of the second year in spring 2002 through the beginning of winter 2003. It breaks down each season, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, detailing unique seasonal activities and the regular date locations accessible in different areas like the hill area, town area, suburban area, and out-of-prefecture area. It also highlights specific limited-time events with dates and locations. For instance, spring features cherry blossom viewing at the Hill Area Park and the beach season for clam digging. Summer introduces the sea and swimwear, along with specific events like the fireworks display and the Green Day minigame event at the shrine. Autumn brings the foliage season and new locations like a small theater and concert hall, plus the return of the flea market event. Winter marks the arrival of winter sports with skiing and the opening of a new skating rink and aquarium, listed as new spots. Screenshots throughout the page illustrate scenes from these various date locations and events, giving players a visual guide to planning their time with the girls. This is an essential resource for players looking to maximize their dating opportunities throughout the game's timeline. This page covers strategy for Mobile Suit Gundam Federation vs. Zeon DX on PlayStation 2, specifically focusing on mastering combat in space. It starts by reviewing fundamental tips for newcomers, emphasizing the importance of never standing still, using step maneuvers to evade incoming attacks, and constantly looking for openings to strike your opponent. The guide then shifts focus to the unique aspects of space combat. It explains that movement differs significantly from ground combat due to the lack of gravity. While directional keys still control movement, space combat involves 360-degree movement around the enemy. It highlights the use of the boost function, which allows for high-speed movement by holding the directional key after a boost activation. The key is to manage your boost gauge, as running out leaves you vulnerable. The guide also points out that effective attacks in space often involve getting behind an opponent or striking when they are momentarily stopped. A helpful check note compares the high-speed space movement to the underwater movement of amphibious mobile suits in previous arcade titles, suggesting players recall that mechanic to understand boosting in space. Overall, the page stresses adapting to the three-dimensional freedom and boosting mechanics unique to space battles to gain an advantage. This page dives deep into the weapon characteristics in Mobile Suit Gundam Federation vs. Zeon DX, building on the combat fundamentals discussed previously. It emphasizes that even similar weapons can have varying power and projectile speed across different mobile suits. The guide specifically compares beam rifle performance among various units, showing differences in effectiveness. It also provides a comprehensive list detailing the reload times and ammo counts for a wide array of weapons used by both Federation and Zeon mobile suits, offering crucial data for strategic weapon management during battle. Beyond general weapon types, the page highlights unique abilities of specific mobile suits. It details the Zeong's devastating Psycho Commu arms that detach to automatically attack enemies, the Xian's hide bombs which are deployed and explode after a set time or on contact, and the Dom's diffusion beam from its chest that briefly stuns opponents, though it deals little damage. Finally, it explains the different reload systems in the game. Type A for beam weapons that regenerate energy, Type B, which allows ground-type units to reload their machine guns at any time even with ammo left, and Type C, the standard type requiring all ammo to be used before reloading can begin, rendering the weapon unusable during the process. Understanding these nuances is key to mastering combat. This page continues the strategy guide for Mobile Suit Gundam Federation vs. Zeon DX, focusing on the Federation Army missions. It notes that the Odessa operation has begun, leading to an increase in the number of available missions and the appearance of tougher Zeon aces like Char and Ramba Ral, signifying the difficulty is ramping up. A crucial point highlighted is how your mobile suit's level, indicated by stars, directly affects the ammo capacity of equipped weapons. As your EM's level increases, so does the amount of ammunition you can carry, differing from the fixed counts in arcade or versus modes. The page shows examples for units like the ground-type Gundam, illustrating the ammo differences based on level. It also provides a list of Federation mobile suits obtainable through the missions covered so far, detailing their durability and initial weapons. The guide then breaks down specific missions, listing their winning and losing conditions, any special requirements, and the battlefield stage. Examples include missions involving testing new mobile suits, protecting transport units, or simple enemy destruction. 2 key strategy tips are offered. First, be aware that some missions are temporary and will disappear after significant events, like the Odessa operation, so tackle them promptly. Second, for the ground-type Gundam, its unique air-melee attack uses whatever weapon is currently equipped, including ranged ones, making it surprisingly versatile in close combat. The page includes screenshots showcasing gameplay moments from these missions, and a panel featuring Giran Zabi's speech. The next page continues the expert strategy guide for Mobile Suit Gundam Federation vs. Zeon DX, now shifting focus to the Zeon Army missions. The guide emphasizes that the true challenge lies in facing a Muro-Ray in the Gundam, suggesting focusing on simply surviving the time limit in that encounter.
to avoid unnecessary damage. They even mention you'll get to hear Gibran Zabi's famous speech. The page provides a list of Xeon mobile suits you can acquire through these missions, including various types of Zaku, the Goof, and the Dom, detailing their durability and starting weapon loadouts. It then dives into specific mission details, outlining winning and losing conditions, the stage locations, and any special requirements. Highlights from the Xeon missions include challenging transport unit attacks, supporting the White Base, Woodhorse, Attack Force, and defending Gauze. There's also a mission to rescue ally mobile suits, and even a test of new equipment. The guide offers tips for tackling these, like using the Zaku bazooka head-on for transport kills, or recognizing that facing Ramba Rel's powerful Goof requires caution, especially when assisting say Malamas. Screenshots show gameplay featuring Zaku, Goof, and Dom units in various environments and combat scenarios. The overall tone suggests the Xeon campaign presents different tactical challenges compared to the Federation's, often requiring careful management of resources or specific targets. This page features an expert strategy guide for the game Res, focusing on how to achieve the coveted best ending. The main headline asks, "Did you see the best ending?" According to the guide, the key condition for seeing the best ending is achieving a shotdown rate of 98% or higher in all areas and unlocking the final form for Eden. This is described as a quite difficult condition, but repeatedly playing with this goal in mind will show you the path. The section Road to 98% Shotdown Rate offers essential tips. It emphasizes understanding enemy appearance patterns and durability by playing stages multiple times. Effective use of lock-on is crucial, and it's important to note that some enemies don't count towards the shotdown rate. The guide also highlights using overdrive effectively, particularly as the director mentions it's essential for aiming for 100% shotdown rate, especially against numerous enemies that are hard to clear with standard lasers. The guide breaks down strategies for Area 1 and Area 2, mentioning specific enemy types and how to handle them, like prioritizing overdrive in Area 1 when overwhelmed, or focusing on certain durable enemies in Area 2. It also gives tips for the bosses, suggesting focusing on the Earth boss's tentacles before the core, and prioritizing specific parts of the Mars boss that shoot dangerous projectiles. Screenshots show various gameplay moments, including the score/rate display, different enemy designs, and boss encounters in Area 1 and Area 2. This guide provides expert strategies for later areas and bosses in Res. Area 5 is a challenging network stage demanding a high shotdown rate. Prioritize quick enemy destruction and utilize overdrive. The Eden boss has multiple forms: target tentacles, yellow projectiles, overdrive when spinning, a weak point, rotating missiles, and finally, a core. Area 3 features intense enemy attacks. Destroy enemies preemptively and be mindful of end. Boss Venus requires attacking its red and lower parts, and then using overdrive when spinning. Area 4 focuses on durable enemies. Target OS and SO early, and use overdrive when necessary. Boss Uranus requires targeting its core, ignoring items, and using lock-on during the spinning phase. Background topics are also discussed. The initial concept was a 5-stage theme based on Earth's history, leading to the 4 great civilizations. Firewall names were inspired by Kepler's laws. Eden's background is revealed as a copy chip with unique emotions, leading to its unstable state. This page features the 3rd episode of the Dorimaga comic strip, focusing on the development of Resident Evil. The comic stars the magazine mascot Ruru, who is apparently making her debut as a motion capture actor. The strip delves into the process of creating character models and implementing motion capture for the game. It shows developers using foreign models for photography reference and texture mapping, and also reveals that the developers themselves sometimes perform the motion capture work. One panel depicts a developer acting out running and shooting poses, highlighting the effort involved. A screenshot of Chris Redfield from what appears to be the Resident Evil remake or Resident Evil 0 is shown, demonstrating the result of the modeling and motion capture process. The comic humorously touches upon the difficulty and dedication required, stating that everything is for Mr. Mikami's meticulousness, and that it's tremendously tough. The effort pays off, as Chris gets his motion capture. Finally, the comic ends with the suggestion that Ruru might try doing the motion capture for Jill Valentine's model, to which she reacts with surprise. The page provides a lighthearted look at some of the technical aspects of game development for the Resident Evil series. This page continues the Dorimaga comic strip, focusing further on the development of the GameCube version of Resident Evil. The comic follows the magazine mascot Ruru
as she participates in the creation process for Jill Valentine. The strip opens with Ruru feeling embarrassed about posing in a swimsuit, which a developer explains is helpful for capturing body shape and texture. The developer, clearly pleased, then announces they will move on to motion capture.
Ruru agrees enthusiastically.
However, Ruru's motion capture experience quickly turns comedic and painful. She is shown acting out running poses, struggling, and then being comically attacked by a developer mimicking a zombie, complete with sound effects. The comic includes screenshots of Jill Valentine in the game, showing the result of the motion capture process. Despite Ruru's suffering, the developer declares Jill's motion capture was successfully recorded.
Ruru, however, laments that she herself is not okay.
The comic concludes with a "to be continued." Below the comic, text from Capcom elaborates on their development philosophy for Resident Evil Remake on the GameCube. They discuss the challenges of improving character models and textures to increase reality, using new technology and detailed modeling for elements like clothing wrinkles. They also touch upon the difficulty of balancing realism, player control, and conveying fear and tension through character motion. Finding the right motion capture actor is highlighted as a particularly challenging task. The page also announces that the next installment will delve into the details of creating the zombies. This page features the Dorimaga Artist Color Annex Dorimaga Exhibition, a special New Year's showcase of illustrations from readers and artists. It opens with a humorous dialogue between Tommy, Ike, and Yo about the character Robo's departure from a column and the idea of mass-produced robos. The exhibition displays various colored illustrations. One notable piece features characters resembling the Paris Kagekidan from Sakura Wars 3. Is hot, burning Paris, praised for capturing the personality of each character. Another illustration expresses a casual hope for Dragon Quest II to go online, with a comment about becoming a merchant if it did. There's also art of Hitomi from Dead or Alive 3, a game known for being on the Xbox, not Dreamcast, highlighting the artist's interests beyond the magazine's primary platform. This piece also notes the artist's love for cute illustrations. Other artwork includes a girl turning back against a sunset, described with appreciation for her expression, and a stylish character with comments on their style and violence. Another piece appears to be part of an Moon series, mentioned by the commentators, with a question about the character potentially appearing on GBA. Overall, the page presents a diverse collection showcasing the talent and varied interests of the contributing artists, offering lighthearted commentary alongside the visuals. This page continues the Dorimaga Artist Color Annex Dorimaga Exhibition, showcasing more fan and artist illustrations. We see a variety of styles and game influences here. One striking piece features a character with a bird of prey in a winter setting, with commentary mentioning the GBA and suggesting the character is Mamaha. Another illustration shows a character in a kimono holding a mic, identified with Space Channel 5, though the artist mentions featuring a lesser-known character. There's also a lively, cartoony New Year's illustration with characters like a rabbit-eared girl and a cat-eared girl. Artwork, based on specific games, includes characters from the Shining series, specifically Shining Soul for GBA, noted for its era-appropriate feel. The submission for Shikigami no Shiro, Castle of Shikigami, captures the mood, commented on for its portrayal of life and death themes. We also see an illustration of Yuli from the Popsin music series with a New Year's greeting, praised for his appearance. Other pieces feature artwork related to games like Sengoku Turb, Traumaman DC for the Dreamcast, and Digi Chariot Fantasy. There's also a dynamic illustration for Grandia theme, featuring a character named Shamu. The commentary for these pieces often highlights the artist's style, or a specific element they liked, like strange insects or a character's pose. The page concludes with guidelines on how to submit artwork for future exhibitions and contact information for the magazine. This page features an overseas report from the UK, specifically focusing on the game market and the anticipation surrounding the Xbox launch. The article discusses how the UK market, while unique, is preparing for Microsoft's console, noting its imposing size and distinctive controller, and comparing it to the PlayStation 2. There's commentary on Microsoft's presence and how Bill Gates is perceived, contrasting it with the reception in Japan. The piece touches on the challenges Microsoft faces in establishing its console in the UK, particularly regarding software support from Japanese developers. Also included is the UK best-selling game ranking for the week of December 9th to 15th, highlighting popular titles across various platforms available in the region at the time. The In and Out section spotlights two significant games. The In game is Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, known as Sorcerer's Stone in the US, developed by Argonaut and published by Electronic Arts, featuring a screenshot from the PlayStation version. Review snippets praise its adaptation of the movie and book elements. The Out game is Shenmue 2, developed and published by Sega, which was released in Europe but famously cancelled in the US. Commentary highlights its ambitious scope and provides review scores from various publications. Finally, there's a preview question for the next issue, pondering the potential for the Xbox to succeed as a PC-like game machine from a software perspective. This page is the Dorimaga PC Information Bureau section, featuring a contents list for articles about various PC games. The contents highlight several upcoming or notable titles, including the adventure game Utawe Rumono, a pure love adventure titled Under the Cherry Tree, a mahjong battle game called Moe-kyun Unico Mahjong, the well-known visual novel Clannad, the simulation game Schwarzschild F, and the online RPG Depth Fantasia. There's also an entry for a PC Customer Consultation Center. The page is dominated by a large illustration of an anime-style girl bundled up in a scarf, standing in a snowy or misty outdoor scene with distant lights, rendered in soft tones. A small dialogue box at the top right contains light-hearted, almost nonsensical banter between two characters, likely internal magazine personalities. The contents list provides brief descriptions for some games, such as new characters appearing in Clannad and Depth Fantasia's full-scale launch with operators, giving a glimpse into the featured content. The next page is a feature focusing on the highly anticipated PC title Utawe Rumono, the latest work from the Komi-Pa staff, likely referring to Leaf/Aquaplus staff known for titles like To Heart and Comic Party. The article provides new details about the game, which was mentioned in the previous page's contents. The main story summary reveals the protagonist, Hakuoro, is found severely injured and with no memory. Saved by a girl named Eruru and her village, he offers his help in return for their care, marking the beginning of the story. The article highlights the mystery surrounding Hakuoro's mask, which covers half his face and seems to be irremovable, adding to his enigmatic past and the circumstances of his injury. Character introductions include Aru, described as shy and contrasting with her cheerful older sister Aru. Aru apparently takes time to warm up to people, but is surprisingly sweet once she trusts you. The page also features a prominent illustration of an older man, hinting at new characters being revealed. The genre is confirmed as an ADV, adventure, plus simulation RPG, promising a blend of story and tactical gameplay. The article expresses excitement for this awaited follow-up information, noting how previous fragmented details are now much clearer. The images showcase key characters including Hakuoro, Eru, Aruru, and the newly revealed older man. This page continues the feature on Utawe Rumono, shifting focus to the companions who will join Hakuoro and Eru. Featured prominently are Teoro, the straightforward and blunt leader of Eru's village who fights with a spear, and his gentle wife Sopoku, described as being like a sister to Eru. We also see Oboro, the young chief of a hunting tribe dedicated to theft for his people, and his frail sister Yuzuha, who is cherished by her brother. Additionally, two sisters are introduced: Camus, a cheerful princess from a religious nation, and her gentle, refined sister Ululu, noted as the princess among princesses. The text highlights the difference in feather color between the sisters, hinting at a special reason. The article also clarifies the gameplay structure. While the adventure part, like a visual novel, forms the main focus, the simulation part serves to depict tribal conflicts and story accents. These simulation battles are described as quarter-view tactical RPG segments, featuring visible character stats like spirit and skill, and potentially unique attacks. The content notes that the simulation is being developed to be enjoyable even for those not typically skilled in the genre. This deep dive into the supporting cast and gameplay confirms the blend of visual novel storytelling and tactical combat teased previously, promising a rich experience with a diverse group of allies joining Hakuoro's journey. The article mentions that the characters shown here are only a fraction of the full cast, building anticipation for further reveals. This page features a preview of Sakura no Ki no Shita De, Under the Cherry Tree, a pure love adventure game from the new brand Words, Set for release in February 2002, the page showcases an illustration of a beautiful cherry blossom tree by a riverbank, where much of the story seems to unfold. Another illustration depicts a boy and a girl sitting on a bench under the blossoms, suggesting a key romantic encounter. The game's narrative centers around the protagonist revisiting a significant spot under a cherry tree, connected to childhood memories with his mother. Years later, during spring, he returns and encounters his friends and the sisters Suzunari and her sister. These new connections begin to change the meaning of the cherry blossoms for him. As a seasoned gamer, this title appears to be a visual novel or adventure game focused on romantic relationships, a popular genre on POC at the time. The magazine highlights Words as a promising new developer, suggesting that despite being hard to judge solely from images, the quality hints at a confident debut. The preview offers a glimpse into the game's emotional premise and setting, promising a poignant story of love and memory under the iconic cherry blossoms. This page continues the preview of the pure love adventure game, Sakura no Ki no Shita De, by Words. Focusing on introducing the main heroines, we see detailed character profiles for Suzuna Sakuragi, Masaki Fujikura, Hinata Sakuragi, and Sumire Manabe. Suzuna Sakuragi is described as the protagonist's earnest, natural childhood friend, who calls him Akchan, and her specialty is cooking. Masaki Fujikura is Suzuna's close friend, also acquainted with the protagonist, and is the type whose actions speak louder than words. Hinata Sakuragi is Suzuna's younger sister, described as bright and cheerful, able to get along with anyone, and also calls the protagonist Oni-chan. Sumire Manabe is the quiet, inconspicuous head of the art club, whom the protagonist meets through Hinata. The illustrations provide a clear look at each character's design and personality, complemented by small scene snippets showing moments like Suzuna finding a stray cat with Masaki, Hinata offering a sandwich, and Sugmire drawing. This page reinforces the game's focus on building relationships with these distinct characters under the symbolic cherry blossoms, promising a story where new memories are forged. As a fan of the genre, these character introductions suggest a classic setup for a heartfelt visual novel experience. This page features Mo-kyun, Unison Mahjong game developed by Unison Shift. As the title suggests, this game leans heavily into the Mo aesthetic, bringing together cute female characters from various titles, likely other visual novels or games by the same publisher, such as Innocent Eyes, A Cafe, Mune-kyun, Artful Cafe, and Mo Colored Town. The page showcases several of these characters, including Chika Kusaka, Chiyori Kusaka, Yurina Nanagusa, and Natsumi Yukimura, each presented with a main illustration and smaller reaction portraits, along with brief descriptive text. Screenshots display the game's Mahjong interface and a character selection screen, highlighting the game's focus on its roster of heroines. Phrases like, "reason is unnecessary," and "fight," and "get fired up" /mo emphasize the game's lighthearted and fan service-oriented nature, promising a fun, if perhaps strategically simple, Mahjong experience centered around its charming cast. Release details for the PC version are also provided. This page is dedicated to the PC game Moe-kyun Unison Mahjong, a title that brings together a roster of attractive female characters from various Mo games by the same publisher for some tile-matching action. The headline, Mahjong Battle of Love, Courage, and Hope, sets the tone for this fan service-heavy experience. The page showcases several heroines you'll encounter, including Mika Ayatsuka from Mune-kyun, Heartful Cafe, Shiba Oto and Mikoto Nikaido from Innocent Eyes, Ruri and Mami Shinohara from Mo Colored Town, and Yuri from Bereave's Secondary, Blue Eyes / Gray Man. By. Each character is presented with artwork, descriptive text highlighting their personality, and small panels showing various reactions. Gameplay details reveal two modes: the standard Mahjong mode for traditional play, supporting 1v1 or 4-player matches with adjustable rules, and Uni-Pawn mode, a simplified Mahjong variant designed for newcomers, described as being like the simpler Dojara tile game, also supporting up to 4 players. The text emphasizes the game's overt focus on its cute cast and the Mo aesthetic, promising plenty of character interactions and potentially rewarding wins against the heroines with enticing content, as hinted by
Of course, if you win.
This is clearly a game leaning hard into its H-game roots, offering a casual mahjong experience wrapped in charming character art and fan service. The next page provides an update on Clannad, the highly anticipated new PC visual novel from Key, the creators of Canon and Air. This second installment of the preview series focuses on revealing more about the game's female cast. Featured prominently are 5 heroines: Kuko Ibuki, a former art teacher; Fuko Ibuki, her younger sister known for carving wooden stars; the Fujibayashi twins; the strong-willed Q, and the gentle fortune-telling Ryu; and Kotomi Ikinos, a top student who prefers the library. The article also dives into the game's title, explaining that Clannad comes from the Gaelic word for family. This suggests the game will explore the theme of family in various forms. With the introduction of these new characters, the revealed cast now totals 9, including 2 sets of sisters, hinting at the diverse relationships the protagonist will encounter. Basic game information is also presented, confirming it's a romance-adventure game developed by Key for Windows, planned for a 2002 release, though details like price and number of discs are still undecided. Finally, there's a note about Key/Visual Arts attending Comic Market 61, selling merchandise including a Clannad rough note. This page introduces Schwarzschild F, a new scenario simulation game set to release in February 2002. Known for its deep strategy gameplay, the Schwarzschild series is back, with a title that blends grand national development and military expansion on the strategic map, with detailed fleet command and battle tactics. The game lets you develop your nation and military might, managing resources and advancing technology. Combat takes place in tactical battles, where you command space fleets in a turn-based system. The map screen shows interconnected star systems you control or contest, indicating fleet positions and national borders. Tactical battles are presented on a grid, focusing on fleet maneuvering and engagements, with a particular emphasis placed on the role of carrier-based aircraft for both attack and reconnaissance, reminiscent of naval tactics. Key figures in this entry are Clear Yangrief, returning as the protagonist who is the true King of Light, and his rival, Egg Sather Grafzutra. The narrative centers on their direct conflict, acting as a culmination of the series' story. This title follows the Alphabet series lineage, while maintaining the established universe from the main I through IV entries, promising an accessible yet deep experience for both series veterans and newcomers. This page features Depth Fantasia, an online network RPG from Enix, focusing on the experience of a rookie adventurer. It details the start of the game on Lithos Island, where new heroes begin their journey. The article covers the character creation process, allowing players to design their own adventurer from a selection of initial job classes: the straightforward fighter, the agile thief, the supportive cleric, and the magic-focused spell user. Each class has distinct strengths and roles, typical of the genre. The reviewer describes their choice and the initial scene upon arriving in the main village, noting how crowded the area around the church is, serving as a bustling meeting spot for players. This highlights the online nature of the game. An important non-player character, Sister Eterna, who aids adventurers at the church, is also introduced. The page includes character artwork showcasing the distinct visual styles of the classes, and screenshots depicting both combat and the lively village atmosphere. This page continues the journey of the rookie adventurer in Depth Fantasia. It highlights the early game experience, including meeting other new players and using the bulletin board to find companions and advice. The reviewer learns that villagers are initially cold, and clearing their quests is essential to unlock shops like the weapon and item shops after completing the event at the ruins north of the village. A key survival strategy discussed is the die to recover method, where intentionally dying and reviving at the church is cheaper than staying at an expensive inn when short on funds. The player attempts a challenging area, Nanal's Graveyard, relying on a helpful level 27 fighter to guide them. The page also introduces the chain system, a cooperative attack where party members combine efforts for increased damage. The player notes limitations, such as not being able to randomly join battles in certain areas like the ruins. The article concludes with a reflection on the difficult start for magic-based classes, but expresses gratitude to veteran players who assisted them, looking forward to becoming strong enough to lead others. The game allows various actions in town, like kneeling, adding to the social aspect. This page introduces the new PC Customer Service Center, featuring 2 operators, aka the veteran and Akao the rookie. They discuss common PC gaming issues. The first point, addresses game compatibility on notebook PCs. While it's generally better now, some older software might not work perfectly. The center has tested previously featured software, including Phantasy Star Online, which they confirm works without issue. However, they caution that operation isn't guaranteed for all software, similar to compatibility quirks seen with home consoles. The second key point highlights the significant weakness of notebook PCs when it comes to 3D games. Using Arrow Dancing It as an example, they show the stark difference in visual quality and likely performance between a notebook running at lower settings, 800 by 600, and a desktop running at much higher settings, 1280 by 1024. Although notebook CPUs might be decent, their 3D graphics capabilities, even with mobile chips like Mobility Radeon or GeForce 2 Go, are vastly inferior to desktops. The conclusion is that while notebooks are fine for general use and less demanding games, anyone serious about playing 3D titles should opt for a desktop PC. If a game doesn't work on a notebook, the user is largely responsible.
The center is open and looking forward to receiving Spruck-related questions from readers.
This page is a simple title page for 4Gamer Magazine. It displays the magazine's name prominently, along with associated web addresses for gamer.mag and http://www.4gamer.net/. Below that, it indicates the specific date of this edition, December 15, 2001, which was a Saturday. It's a straightforward header page with no gameplay content, characters, or game screenshots. This page serves as a promotional spread for the January 2002 issue of Raspberry Magazine, an emotional Bishoujo character magazine. It prominently features artwork of a character from the popular visual novel Utaware Rumono. The highlight of this issue is a major feature on Developer Leaf, diving deep into their works from their latest title, Utaware Rumono, all the way back to Peace, and includes extensive interviews. Other significant coverage includes information on the Dreamcast version of Mizuiro, and a feature on Neko Neko Soft, the developer behind it. The magazine also includes an interview with the producer of Minori's newest game, Wind a Breath of Heart, and covers the latest details on the anime adaptation of Canon, which started airing on January 30th. Fans of comics can find many original works and popular reader submission pages. As a New Year's special, the issue boasts 4 exciting bonuses: a mousepad featuring Utaware Rumono, an underlay with artwork from Mizuiro, a set of 4 postcards featuring Komugi-chan, and 2 promotion cards from Triangle Heart. This issue seems packed with content for fans of visual novels and character-focused media from the era. This reader-submitted Trick Corner presents gameplay tips for Dreamcast games. Featured tricks include, in Super Robot Wars Alpha, a glitch in Episode 23 allows for multiple actions.
In Pen Pen Tricelon, a button combination enables a big jump, and in Air, holding specific buttons restarts the opening theme. The article encourages reader submissions, outlining submission rules, name, contact info, game, trick description, and detailing prize categories: gold, silver, bronze, and general prizes. Submitted tricks are judged on explanation quality and submission date, and should be sent to a provided address in Akasaka, Tokyo. This page introduces the upcoming puzzle game Doki Doki Idol Star Seeker Remix from Jig.Rev, highlighting its 100% completion status ahead of its January 31, 2002 release. This action puzzle, priced at 4,800 yen, is based on the original Naomi arcade version, but features significant enhancements. The core gameplay involves a hexagonal grid where players uncover panels, use numbers as hints to place flags, and reveal hidden stars, akin to a strategic Minesweeper variant. The game offers 2 distinct modes. The first, Doki Doki Idol mode, integrates a story where you act as a manager guiding the 3 girls of the unit Star Seekers to idol stardom by clearing puzzle stages. The second mode, Star Seeker mode, focuses purely on puzzle challenges, offering a variety of courses from beginner to advanced, including hidden stages for experts. The page features screenshots showing both the puzzle gameplay and character art of the Star Seekers, Kyuko Hiraoka, Mio Huyama, and Yumi Kitamura. The page also details the game's extensive compatibility with various Dreamcast peripherals, supporting everything from the VGA box and mouse to numerous controllers and even network capabilities. This page features Missing Parts, the Tante Stories, a suspense adventure game, and the first in a series from developer Fog. Scheduled for release on January 17, 2002, and priced at 5,800 yen,
This title plunges players into the world of detective work. The game is highlighted as a suspenseful drama, with a simple system, intended to be enjoyable from start to finish. It's structured as a multi-episode story, with this initial release covering the first 2 episodes of a 6-episode arc, with future parts planned for separate release. The page focuses on the main characters central to the story. You play as Shinjo Kyosuke, a new detective embarking on his career. He teams up with Umihara Kyoka, a capable partner who runs the detective agency. Their cases often involve Tsukiga Akemi, a mysterious woman who owns a bar. These 3 characters form the core of the narrative, their evolving relationship driving the investigation of various difficult cases throughout the series. Screenshots show character interactions and snippets of the game's visual novel-style presentation. Missing parts. The Tante Stories offers a simple but deep detective experience set in a large town, encouraging focused investigation. Players gather clues through interrogation, listening to various characters, and revisiting dialogue using the reread function to avoid missed details. Branching choices during conversations are crucial, influencing character reactions and overall game progression. Making the right choices is key to solving mysteries. The game introduces key characters, the Kijina siblings, the Kihara family, and police detectives, Himuro Yu and Morikawa Naoji. Interactions with these characters are central to solving the mysteries, presented in a visual novel style with character portraits and location scenes. This page continues the deep dive into missing parts. The Tante Stories, detailing more crucial investigation techniques and introducing the second case. It covers the 3rd basic investigation skill, scene investigation, showing how players will examine crime scenes by moving a magnifying glass to find subtle clues on bodies or in the environment. Next, the 4th basic skill is highlighted, utilizing the internet. This is essential for modern detective work, allowing players to access corporate information and analyze data. Email is also a key tool for communication, receiving leads, and instructions from contacts. The page also points out a specific location, Siberia Cafe, as a place to meet a character and check out its homepage, making it a useful spot to relax. The second case file, Red Cameo, is introduced, revolving around the sudden suicide of a promising idol candidate from the Group S unit, leading to a growing scandal and a request for the detective agency's help. Characters related to this case and the talent agency production stylites are featured, including idol candidates Yui Kasugano and Asuka Matsuyama, and talent Sanae Nizuka. There's also a tease about a mysterious figure lurking around the agency. Finally, the page introduces several reliable allies who will assist in investigations, providing valuable information and support, even if their own motivations are sometimes unclear. These include individuals like Kyuzo Kashiwagi, Risa Ogawa, Teppei Shiraishi, Vice Police Chief Manabe, and Satoru Kameyama, the manager involved in the idol case. This page features Weakness Hero to Ramen DC, a simulation adventure game for the Dreamcast. The page is dominated by colorful character illustrations and screenshots. The premise revolves around the titular hero, Toramon, preventing the villainous Black Pheromon from achieving world domination. Key characters are shown, including the protagonist, Toramon himself, who appears determined to stop the villains. We also see members of Black Pheromon and a mysterious girl whose identity is kept secret. The screenshots depict dramatic moments, including battles with enemies, and what seems to be a powerful final attack called Miracle Final. The text teases the final battle against the boss and the role of the mysterious girl in the conflict. The overall tone seems to be a mix of heroic action and perhaps some comedic or lighthearted elements, as suggested by the reviewer's comments about the shocking story and talk of the town love simulation adventure, focusing on explaining the game's introduction and early stages. Bonus characters are also mentioned. The game is listed as a simulation game, SLG. This page dives deeper into the story and gameplay mechanics of Weakness Hero to Ramen DC. It presents summaries for the first 2 episodes of the game's narrative. Episode 1, titled The Evil Leader is a High School Student, details how one of the 4 heavenly kings, Laflesia, proposes the protagonist become the new leader, leading to the organization's rebirth as Dark Pheromon. Their first mission in Japan is thwarted by the hero Toramon, and despite deploying the Mixman Salt A, the plan fails, leaving the protagonist vowing revenge. Episode 2, Two Toramons, Which is Real, quote, reveals Toramon's true identity as a fellow student named Norito Tsugura. The protagonist uses a love letter strategy to get close, learn his weaknesses, and deploy a weak mixman, Exceed, to damage Tyrallman's reputation. This plan backfires spectacularly, leading to the protagonist falling into the enemy's hands and facing a crisis manipulated by the Queen of Evil. The page also includes a Mixman 3-minute cooking guide, explaining how to create villainous mixmen by combining animal, plant, and substance items. It stresses the importance of using Tyrallman's specific weaknesses for success. Screenshots show the material collection, combination process, and examples of completed mixmen like Entes, alongside outcomes of successful and failed deployments. The narrative snippets and gameplay guide highlight the unique blend of story and simulation the game offers. This page delves into Card of Destiny, Integrator of Light and Darkness, a card fantasy RPG by Able set in a world divided by two great nations. The focus here is on the game's core mechanic, the powerful magical cards called Guardians, which dictate the world's future. Players are tasked with collecting all 50 Guardians and using them in battles. The game is described as a card battle adventure with a deep story and intricate system. Screenshots showcase various aspects, including character status screens displaying stats, a strategic map with a grid overlay, and combat scenes featuring both character and monster cards, like a multi-headed dragon and a skeleton knight. Crucially, the page reveals the different types of Guardian cards. There are good cards, framed in blue and associated with light. Evil cards, framed in red and tied to darkness. Border cards, featuring both blue and red frames, whose alignment shifts depending on the owner. And neutral cards, framed in yellow and usable regardless of the owner's alignment. This diverse range of card types hints at the strategic depth of the battles. The page emphasizes that everything in this world, from nations and cities to people and gods, is bound by the logic of the Guardians. This page offers a deeper look into Card of Destiny, Integrator of Light and Darkness, specifically showcasing the dramatic event scenes and introducing key characters. Large illustrations capture intense moments, such as a seemingly knightly woman in a difficult situation, and a charming pink-haired winged girl who appears to be appealing to someone with affection. The page provides profiles for several characters, including the protagonist as Rijekudo, his sister Rufina, powerful beings like Rochella and Euretia Shell Arudina, and various members of knight orders and military forces like Clarechester, Sarges, Algrain, Leitzia, and Vensfeld du Deinsleif. Each character has a brief description hinting at their role and personality within the story. A section delves into the game's lore, explaining the past conflict known as the Judgment of 7 Days, which established the divide between the white-winged ones, gods, and black-winged ones, demons. 2. It notes that the demons were banished from the continent. Finally, the page highlights a key system aspect: the protagonist as attributes, and the political situation between the Roana faith and the Vald kingdom are dynamically affected by player choices. This ensures the narrative feels reactive and adds a strong sense of history unfolding as you play. It's clear the developers aimed for a world that feels alive and changes based on your actions. This page dives deep into Bomber, for the Dreamcast, an incredibly unique simulation game set for release on January 10, 2002. This isn't your typical sim. It's a demolition simulation that weirdly blends the thrill of blowing up buildings with comedy and talk elements. The core gameplay involves strategically placing bombs to demolish various structures. The game promises a realistic simulation of building demolition, but the developers also injected plenty of humor. It features animated movies with characters from the fictional Afro-Can company, including the president, an employee, and Matilda, providing comedic interludes between stages. There are different modes. Story mode progresses through various demolition targets, starting with normal buildings and moving on to more unique structures. Clearing stages here unlocks free mode. Talk mode is especially quirky. Your demolition target is determined by choices made during conversations with the employee characters, framed as the world's first manga simulation. Finally, BBD mode, Black Kuro Team, is a more straightforward, action-oriented mode focused purely on quick demolition, described as perfect for when you want to just blow things up without thinking too much. The page also highlights a tie-in radio show featuring some of the voice actors/personalities involved, reinforcing the game's blend of demolition action and comedic performance. It's clear this title aims for a very distinct, perhaps niche, appeal, focusing on personality and humor alongside the core demolition mechanic. This page shifts gears to a broader look at what SoftBank Publishing is offering for the year-end and New Year holidays, highlighted by the cover featuring Jack and Daxter. It's promoting their publication, Weekly The Play 2, as the go-to guide for both games you might have missed and upcoming titles. The main feature is a deep dive into the holiday gaming season. Check 1 provides a recap of the 2001 game industry year and looks ahead to 2002 with insights from key industry figures. Check 2 focuses on highly anticipated upcoming RPGs like Final Fantasy XI, Genso Suikoden 2i, and Wild Arms Advance 3rd, offering preview information to get you ready. Check 3 highlights strategies and guides for recently released and popular titles, including Gran Turismo Concept 2001 Tokyo and Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, ensuring you don't miss out on conquering these hits. The page also briefly mentions other popular games covered, like Mobile Suit Gundam, Federation vs. Xeon DX, and Virtua Fighter 4. There's a note about SoftBank participating in Comic Market 61 on December 29th and 30th at Tokyo Big Sight, promising various goods including items related to popular titles like Mizuiro and Daikushi. Finally, a large section showcases the SoftBank strategy guide lineup, detailing available and upcoming guidebooks with their prices and platforms like PS2, Dreamcast, and PSC. It's a comprehensive list for players looking for help with their favorite games. This page dives into a strategy guide for the Dreamcast title, Prism Heart. It's the second installment of the guide, focusing on achieving romance endings alongside successful training. The main focus is on navigating events and raising parameters for the main heroines, including the new character Freya, along with Liaise and China. There are also tips for Kamina's route. The guide emphasizes adhering to a yearly schedule and training plan. For Freya's route, becoming a knight is crucial, requiring dedicated training, particularly sword training and knight training, between January and August, aiming for parameters over 500 and a total over 3,500. Meeting Freya in the city market in September and following specific event triggers based on choices is key to progressing her story. The guide provides a detailed timeline of events from September through December, including searching for the Holy Scripture, encountering Freya under various circumstances, receiving the Freya Stone, and ultimately believing in her power to reach her ending. A visual flowchart aids in tracking these key events throughout the year. The guide stresses that failing to meet requirements, especially not maxing parameters, except for the Holy Scripture part, will prevent achieving the desired ending. This guide details the strategy for achieving Liaze's romance ending in Prism Heart. The player must balance dating and training, with a focus on 3 dates per month and specific training regimes, primarily sword training initially and knight training later, alongside monthly practice match wins. Key events include meeting Lise, calling her master, sparring, and confronting Kisarov. The player must secure 16 wins in practice matches by July to challenge Lise. The annual schedule outlines critical events like becoming Lise's apprentice, solidifying skills, efficient dating in April and May, triggering CGS through affection boosts, dueling at Shineheart Castle, and discovering Lise's true identity. The guide emphasizes seeing all key events, especially the dramatic "Stop Lise" phase, and early engagement in training and acceptance of Lise's apprenticeship. Success hinges on understanding Lise's hidden aspects and strategically managing the year's timeline. This page lays out the strategy for capturing the heart of Kamina in Prism Heart. She's a pure Shrine Maiden type, and apparently getting her route is quite challenging, requiring precise event triggers and stat management. The guide details her profile and outlines a year-long plan. Initially, the focus is on building stats, particularly wisdom and strength, and taking on mercenary requests from the royal palace. A key early event involves finding Kamina collapsed, which is crucial for opening her route. As the year progresses, the strategy shifts. The guide highlights important events, like discovering Kamina's true identity during a mercenary quest, participating in a wisdom competition, encountering assassins, including a childhood friend, and undertaking joint operations to recover a holy sword. There's a flowchart detailing these key moments and the CGS associated with them, including intimate scenes and dramatic confrontations. Training-wise, you start with knight training to keep your rank low for certain events. Then transition to sword training to aim for top performance in the main tournament. Dating Kamina becomes possible after the May requests, with specific locations like Frieden and Wolf's Forest mentioned. Overall, Romancing Kamina requires careful timing, stat building, and hitting specific event flags, including moments involving comets, which can apparently cause jealousy. It sounds like a demanding but rewarding route for dedicated players. This page delves into the strategy for romancing Cha-Ina in Prism Heart. As the daughter of a merchant, Ina's route is described as one where winning her love is paramount, and the guide emphasizes the importance of meeting her frequently at various locations like her room, Breezeport, the market, and Schoenheit Castle, even if a date isn't possible. The yearly event schedule outlines her emotional journey, starting with being stood up multiple times, leading to frustration, then encounters with Kizarov that shift her focus. The narrative follows her chasing Kizarov, facing hardships like her father going missing and working as a maid, before the player gets opportunities to comfort and support her. Later events involve her showing affection, preparing meals, and potentially leading to an engagement upon her father's return in December. The development strategy suggests prioritizing the high eye stat and alternating between sword training and knight training to balance combat prowess for the tournament with relationship goals. A detailed flowchart maps out 15 key events, many featuring CGS, illustrating crucial moments like meeting Kizarov, moments of intimacy, dramatic rescues, and displays of affection, culminating in various happy scenes. Echo's advice highlights Ina's dependence on the protagonist and the critical role of the affection stat throughout her route. This page is all about the Open Dice Fan Club, kicking off with a strategy guide for Sakura Taisen Online. The main focus here is how to get all 13 members of the iconic Flower Division to become your partners. It highlights that you'll need to meet them at specific locations in-game and complete various conditions like chatting, playing games such as poker or mahjong, or even exchanging calling cards. The guide shows screenshots of the game's interface, including character selection and interaction moments. Featured software this month includes Guru Guru Onsen 2 and the 2 parts of Sakura Taisen Online, covering the Taito and Paris arcs. These are primarily online communication and social games, where you interact with other players and characters. Note that Sakura Taisen Online required a subscription fee for its online component. There's also a cool event running where you can get exclusive character parts for both Guru Guru Onsen 2 and Sakura Taisen Online just by connecting during specific periods in January. The headline item is a super limited black yukata part, available for only half a day around the new year. Other parts are also available during different connection windows throughout the month. For Guru Guru Onsen 2, there's a note about potential data issues, advising players to back up their character data after downloading parts. Overall, it's a push for players to jump online and grab these unique items for their avatars. This page delves deeper into the online world of Open Dice, focusing heavily on Sakura Taisen Online and Guru Guru Onsen 2. It highlights how players can enhance their chat experience in Sakura Taisen Online by using party goods, which are triggered by typing specific keywords. These keywords can bring up topics, display character names like the heroines or enemies, show random locations, or even perform dice rolls, making conversations more dynamic. Screenshots demonstrate how these features appear in the chat rooms. Excitingly, the page confirms that players from both Sakura Taisen Online and Guru Guru Onsen 2 can chat together in shared Open Dice rooms, and even exchange calling cards. There's an update on Open Dice events, detailing New Year gatherings where players can meet staff, and special calling card exchange events featuring beloved Sakura Taisen characters like Sumire Kanzaki and Ichiro Ogami. Weekly tournaments are also planned. Finally, the page features an interview with producer Kawase, discussing the past year for Open Dice. He acknowledges issues with the availability of Guru Guru Onsen 2, and touches on user feedback regarding server fees. Looking ahead, he reveals plans for 2002, aiming for 100,000 users and confirming at least 3 new Open Dice titles, with one planned specifically for the Dreamcast and developed in-house by Overworks. This suggests a continued commitment to the platform and exciting new games on the horizon. This page dives deep into the competitive world of Cyber Troopers Virtual Force, focusing intensely on the game's special input techniques. As the game had been running for a couple of months, this guide aims to give pilots a crucial advantage by unveiling previously undocumented moves. It acts as a catalog and guidance for these powerful techniques, explaining not just the input methods, but also the precise activation conditions required, such as specific weapon gauge levels, or the state of your mech or team. It highlights how certain moves are tied to the deployment and attributes of energy releasers, ERL, and even discusses cooperative team attacks. The page also features a look at unique special weapons found on certain mechs, like the MLFGS-88, which can hinder enemy mobility, and the Breastbuster, useful for close-range support fire. A large table serves as a comprehensive reference, listing various mechs and their associated special moves, detailing the exact conditions needed to perform them, the required button inputs, and the resulting state after the technique is executed, often involving gauge depletion or the return of deployed E.R.L.S.
Mastering these hidden techniques is clearly positioned as the key to victory.
This guide explores advanced special input techniques in Cybertrooper's Virtual On Force, categorized by Virtualoid series. It details move requirements, effects, and tactical applications. Temjin's moves, like Blitz Tornado, are gauge efficient, while others, like Blue Slider, require full weapon gauges. Mizar specials drain all weapon gauges after initial use, requiring strategic planning. Vox Mech's attacks offer invincibility but limit movement, demanding prediction of enemy actions. Aparm J's specials, like Kick the Dynamic, are analyzed for their weapon gauge consumption. A caution section highlights powerful transformation techniques for Feyen, Spesinef 13, and Engelon, which sacrifice life gauge. Feyen's emotional mode boosts mobility at low health. Spesinef 13's NDE Self-Crusher grants temporary damage resistance, and Engelon's Eclosion mode enables life gauge absorption. Mastering these techniques requires tactical awareness and battlefield assessment. The next page delves into the VAL series Virtualoids and their unique capabilities in Cybertrooper's Virtual On Force. It explains that utilizing all of a VAL series mech's E.R.L. unlocks powerful special input techniques. While these moves might be tricky to land, their high power makes strategic ERL placement crucial for creating openings. The page also highlights cooperative techniques available to VAL series teams, such as Reflection Mode, Grand Stinger, and Grand Splasher, outlining their activation conditions and priorities. Specific techniques covered include setting E.RL, while jumping to alter Reflection Mode projectile types, emphasizing setting multiple E.RL to overwhelm opponents. The Beam Encloser move forms a cage with ERL to trap enemies and prevent them from shooting, while the Sys Disposer creates a sphere to absorb incoming shooting attacks. For offense, the Grand Splasher summons a tanagram structure to fire diffusion lasers, and the Grand Stinger uses a similar tanagram to unleash a sweeping converging laser attack, which is particularly effective when the enemy is on the stage edge. The screenshots illustrate these distinct moves and their visual impact. This page dives into the APH-ARMDJ series Virtualoids from Cybertrooper's Virtual On Force, introducing several variants beyond the initial choices. These third-generation mechs were developed with ease of operation in mind, featuring a relatively compact design and strong cost performance. We first look at the RVR2XXAPH-ARMDJ Type X, an evolution of the initial J-Type C, with improved mid to long-range shooting, while maintaining high mobility and melee prowess for a balanced fight. The RVR-24CAPH-ARMDJ Type C is highlighted as the traditional melee specialist of the series, designed for compactness and ease of handling, praised for its agility and reliable combat power. Next is the RVR-20 AAPH-ARMDJ Type A, the main unit adapted for the Mars battlefield. It inherits the Otic type's concept, but is miniaturized, offering excellent usability and distinct cost performance compared to the Vox series, with significantly enhanced shooting capabilities. Its arsenal includes bombs, a machete for close range, and a versatile gun launcher. Finally, the RVR 28 grams APH-ARMDJ Type G, a combat unit developed to counter the Vox series claw launcher with its potent knucklebuster. This attack-oriented mech has a unique style and significant potential across various battlefields, relying heavily on its powerful close-range attacks, supported by bombs and finger blasters. The screenshots showcase these different APH-ARMDJ variants and some of their distinctive weapon effects in action. This page delves into the Angelin series of Virtualoids from Cybertrooper's Virtual On Force, highlighting their unique support-oriented capabilities. A departure from typical combat VRS. Developed by Lilith PlaySigner's independent brand, these machines are noted for their distinctive form and performance. We're introduced to three variants. The TAC-17X Angelin XH, which focuses on maintaining mobility despite weapon changes. The TAC-17S Angelin WH, designed for long-range support with its healing capabilities and blue pillar weapon. and the TAC-17H Angelin Esh, featuring the wingball weapon and lower weapon gauge consumption, leaning towards comfort. Each variant section includes descriptions of their primary weapons, LWCW-RW, and performance ratings compared to the initial model, showing their specific strengths in areas like range and mobility. Accompanying screenshots showcase the mechs and their distinctive weapon effects. The page also features poetic text passages for each variant, reflecting their thematic names like compassion, healing, and comfort,
giving a glimpse into the character or purpose behind their design.
The overall focus is on these unique support class virtualoids, and how they fit into the competitive landscape of Virtual On Force. This page focuses on the XBV 821 meters ball series of virtualoids from Cybertroopers Virtual On Force. Developed by the 8th Plant Fresh Refrigerator as testbeds running the MSB Sphere.7 OS, these machines were not originally intended for combat, but their unique ERL, ejectable remote launcher weapon, grants them surprising attack capabilities. The series involves distinct tactical approaches compared to typical VRS, partly due to changes in attack methods. 3 main variants are showcased: the legless Ball D Miura, the earliest model which leverages booster parts resulting in its unique form; the bipedal Ball B Sista, designed for data collection and the first to prove the ERL's combat effectiveness, known for powerful ERL shots but noted as prone to easy reversals; and the quadrupedal Ball V Tigla, developed for survival and serving as the most diverse testbed, excelling at mid to long range support despite lacking a close-range ring laser. Screenshots depict these unique virtualoids engaging in combat, showcasing their distinctive designs and weapon effects. Notes at the bottom clarify the game's weapon controls and the performance rating system. This page announces Prize Getter Take Chan's Prize Paradise, a special giveaway from Sega, celebrating the start of 2002. Touted as the year's first test of luck, Take-Chan is offering a grand prize bundle of Sega's attractive arcade prizes to 36 lucky winners. The selection includes items from 2001 and upcoming prizes for 2002. Highlighted items include a high-grade figure of Gamera from Gamera 3, fluffy plushies of Nyaki, and super jumbo plushies and keychain figures of Nyan Mage. There are also minitables and hot pots featuring the Sushi Seal characters. Celebrating the Year of the Horse, the page showcases special Fukuma Super Jumbo plushies and smaller Super Horse plushies with EMA votive tablet tags. The giveaway also includes cushions featuring characters from an Ayapun Man and Azumanga Daioh, lucky item plushies of Morinaga Chocoball's Kyoro-chan, keychain figures based on Daiji I Chariot characters, and collection figures from the Neon Genesis Evangelion Rei Ayanami Raising Project. The December-January prize list features this wide array of characters, promising something for everyone. This page continues the exciting Prize Getter Take-Chan's Prize Paradise promotion, featuring a fantastic selection of arcade prizes for the new year. It's packed with character goods from popular franchises, showcased with their likely release or availability dates from 2001. You can see plushies from Parappa the Rapper, charming Barbapapa tea sets, and a variety of items featuring Disney characters like Mickey and Friends, Winnie the Pooh, Dumbo, and characters from Toy Story 2 and 101 Dalmatians. Highlights include the Retro Toy Collection series with keychain figures and mug cups, cell phone straps from Toy Story 2, and Sesame Street tote bags. The page also features more recent prizes like Super Horse plushies and, notably, a collection of Japanese-style Disney character goods, including cell phone straps and super jumbo plushies of Mickey and Minnie in formal kimonos. Fans of Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas will spot unique coffin-shaped lights. This treasure trove of prizes, ranging from practical items like bags and mugs to collectible plushies and keychains, could be won by sending in a postcard by January 11, 2002, as part of this special New Year giveaway. This page features the 18th installment of the Dora-chan's Game Review Corner. The characters Dora-chan and Kyupu GC are discussing year-end game purchases, and they recommend a specific title. The primary focus is a review of the game, Maximo, Ghosts to Glory. The review highlights the game's premise of rescuing a princess from the Demon King, and notes that it's the latest entry in the classic Ghosts and Goblins series, making its debut in 3D. A classic and humorous element of the series, the mechanic where the character's armor breaks to leave them in their underwear, is specifically pointed out as being present. The characters involved are briefly introduced at the bottom, identifying Dora-chan as a game and cosplay enthusiast, and Kyupu GC as handling Sony game reviews. This page continues the review of Maximo Ghosts to Glory in the Dora-chan's Game Review Corner. The discussion delves into the game's mechanics, noting that players can save up to 3 abilities and must set necessary skills before death to avoid losing them. Recommended skills like the 2-hit combo, shield shot, and thrust are mentioned. The manga format highlights the challenging nature of the game, even showing basic skeleton enemies capable of guarding attacks, which surprises the reviewer, comparing Enemy A difficulty to other Capcom titles like Resident Evil and Gundam vs. Zion. Despite the high difficulty, the reviewer expresses the value in mastering the game, appreciating its roots in the classic Ghosts on Goblins series. The page also humorously reveals a first-run bonus item, the Pants of Courage, playing on the series' signature armor-breaking mechanic. The manga is drawn by Tatsuneko, a noted manga artist and enthusiast of games and anime. This page features episode 60 of the manga Guru Guru Creature, titled Life a Month Ago. The manga is accompanied by character introductions for the main cast: Oichan, Human Oisin, Usagi, Rabbit, Guru Guru, and John Pkun. The story centers on a boy checking in on Guru Guru, who has become a complete shootin for the past month. A Guru Guru listless in bed, questioning why he won't even eat, while Guru Guru feels sluggish. Usagi points out that Guru Guru told them not to come in, which made Adaoi a bit frustrated. Guru Guru regrets isolating himself and resolves to stop being a hikikomori and return to his research, acknowledging that the research itself might feel similarly isolating. It's a relatable look at the struggles of creative types, even within the quirky world of creature creation. This page features episode 60 of the Guru Guru Creature manga, continuing the story from the previous page. After a month indoors, Guru Guru is coaxed outside by his friends, despite his reservations about the cold and the general danger of the outdoors. Their outing quickly becomes an adventure, involving encountering a large creature, implied by sound effects and reactions, and navigating the challenging environment. The story takes a humorous turn at the end, revealing that Guru Guru's mother is also a shuten. The page also introduces 4 characters from the manga: Ayase-kun, Guru Guru's classmate who is a mech enthusiast and part of Meiji-san's guard; Yuki-chan, a robot created by Ayase for Guru Guru Creatures; Erin, Ayase's younger sister who is a 4th grader, pretends to dislike her brother's hobbies but loves robots; and Meiji-san, the school idol and a narcissist with a fondness for soft, smooth things. This page features the 8th installment of the serialized artistic and narrative feature titled Kitty Kito No. 8 Beat Punk's Tax. This ongoing piece showcases striking illustrations by the renowned artist Katsuya Terada, known for his distinctive character designs, alongside text written by Yoko Kuroyanagi. The main visual is a dynamic, sketch-like illustration depicting a powerful, customized vehicle amidst chaotic energy, with figures suggested around it, characteristic of Terada's style often seen in works like Shenmue 2. The page includes blocks of narrative text that further the ongoing story. There is also a list detailing the characters who have appeared in the feature up to this point, indicating the depth of the narrative being developed. This is an impressive creative collaboration, adding a unique artistic dimension to the magazine, distinct from standard game reviews or news. This page features the magazine's horoscope segment, covering the period from December 28th to January 24th. It includes a compatibility fortune-telling section. The page presents horoscopes for all 12 zodiac signs, each with illustrations depicting male and female representations of the sign. For each sign, there's a brief prediction, a lucky color, and a lucky item listed, along with simple ratings for aspects like money, health, love, work, and play. A notable feature is the spotlight on a character with a birthday during this period: Anji Mito, from the fighting game Guilty Gear X, born on January 1st. His entry includes a short description about feeling unfulfilled despite having much, and suggests focusing on making friends and lovers. The compatibility section highlights which signs are a good or bad match. Overall, it's a detailed but concise horoscope spread providing guidance and fun facts for the start of the new year. This page is a reader giveaway spread, offering a variety of prizes. The main section details 5 different items readers can win. Prize number 1 is a choice of various game software for different consoles, with 15 winners. Prize number 2 is a commemorative trading card set from an NEC event, with 10 winners. Prize number 3 is a CD set featuring music from Nachokage/Nostalgia and Works, available to 2 winners. Prize number 4 is an original t-shirt designed by the magazine, with 10 winners, featuring different character illustrations. Finally, prize number 5 is a telecard featuring the cover illustration of Memories Off Second, the magazine's September best, with 50 winners. The page also includes instructions on how to apply for the prizes, which involve sending a postcard by January 1, 2002. There's a list of staff members and a notice about recruitment. A large section lists the winners from a previous giveaway. The bottom section previews the next issue, highlighting features on upcoming games like Virtua Fighter 4, Sakura Wars 4 Love, Maiden, Super Robot Wars Impact, Final Fantasy X, Onimusha 2, Tekken 4, and Dead or Alive 3, among others, and mentions a feature on the history of the Dreamcast console, with the next issue scheduled for release on January 25, 2002.
This page is dedicated to the Dreamcast game Neon Genesis Evangelion Ayanami Raising Project. It's a simulation game where you get to raise Rei Ayanami yourself, aiming for an ending different from the TV series, based on your decisions regarding communication and training. The game was released on February 28, 2002, priced at 7,800 yen, excluding tax. Special bundled editions included exclusive items like a Nerve-branded Dreamcast mouse, an original mousepad, and fluffy Raichan rubber pins. The page features various illustrations of Rei in different outfits, including her school uniform and bandage dress, alongside screenshots showcasing the game's interface and event scenes. It highlights that this version includes improved controls and an opening anime sequence, offering a deeper experience than a simple PC port. Through your choices, you will discover a new side of Ayanami. This page showcases upcoming releases for PlayStation 2 and Dreamcast, focusing on visual novels or simulation games. At the top is the PlayStation 2 version of Canon, a visual novel set in a snow-covered town where the protagonist meets various girls. The artwork features characters in winter settings. It was scheduled for release in February 2002 with a standard price of 6,800 yen. The lower half highlights 2 Dreamcast titles from NEC Interchannel. Dukyusei 2 Again and Refrain is featured prominently, described as a story exploring relationships and friendship within a school setting. It was planned for an early spring 2002 release at 6,800 yen. Also shown is Mizuiro for Dreamcast, a school story described as faint and ordinary, perhaps evoking forgotten memories. It was scheduled for release on February 28, 2002. Mizuiro had a limited edition priced at 7,900 yen, including special bonuses like a Mineko can and telephone card, released simultaneously with the standard edition at 6,800 yen. The page displays character art and screenshots for all 3 games.